The Fu clan ancestor wasn't near the main hall as of current. Instead, he was within one of the castle's secluded pavilions. He was looking at a faint sparkling jade slip in his hand. Since he was the main character in the birthday celebration, he would be making his appearance at the last moment. He may as well take advantage of this idle time to handle a few more urgent matters as the Fu clan's master. In addition to the Fu clan ancestor, there was a large copper-skinned man sitting in the pavilion. His cultivation was at early core formation stage, and his waist was filled with variously sized pouches. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly slapped the table and shouted with a gloomy expression, "Humph! This isn't the state of Zijin. Those spirit-controlling sect want our assistance in acquiring information? Just what are they looking for? Do they consider our Fu clan to be subordinates? Absurd." The large man stroked his chin and curiously said, "There is no need for seventh uncle to be so angry. Does the jade slip mention what they're looking for? Surely this must be something important for the cultivators of the controlling spirit sect to act so nervously. It is irritating how they wish to use us but still keep us in the dark. They merely want us to be mindful of any strange events that have taken place recently in the state of Yuanwu, and inform them as soon as anything occurs." A spirited glint appeared in the large man's eyes. He pensively said, "Oh, so it's like that? It seems the controlling spirit sect wishes to conceal this matter from the Devil Flame sect, and sought our Fu clan out as a result. This must also be why they are speaking so vaguely." The old man twirled his beard and muttered, "Little third, your words seem true. In order to further protect our Fu clan, we should also secretly befriend the spirit-controlling sect just in case, in addition to serving the Devil Flame sect. While we've had friendly relations with the controlling spirit sect for some time, they still don't trust our Fu clan much. Seems we should take a look at our plans. Perhaps the weakest of the 6 sects, the Ghost Spirit sect, would also be good to befriend." "This may be. TCH. I didn't think that the Fu clan was colluding with the controlling spirit sect while so eager to please the Devil Flame sect. It is no wonder why your clan has been so prosperous the past 100 years. The large man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the derisive voice of an unfamiliar man. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man felt shocked and simultaneously jumped up from their chairs. After glancing at each other in shock, the Fu clan ancestor loudly asked, "Who is the lord that honors the Fu clan with his presence? I, Fu Tianhua, hope Senior will forgive me for not welcoming him." "There is not need to welcome me. I came here uninvited." As soon as that was said, azure light suddenly glowed from within the pavilion. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man shouted out in alarm and withdrew to a corner of the room in a blur. A translucent barrier appeared on each of their bodies. The Fu clan ancestor spat out a white flying sword and had it revolve around him. As for the large man, he grabbed onto the spirit beast pouch that was at his waist. It was black and unremarkable. At that moment, the light faded away to reveal an azure-robed cultivator. He appeared to be an unremarkable youth in his mid-20s. It was Han Li who had sneaked into the castle. At that moment, Han Li had his hands behind his back and swept his gaze past the 2 vigilant Fu clan elders. He slowly said, "My spiritual sense swept past your Fu clan castle and found that your cultivation was the highest amongst the few core formation cultivators in the castle. You must be the Fu clan's leaders." Han Li's expression was tranquil and revealed not the slightest emotion. With Han Li's cultivation unconcealed, the 2 core formation cultivators were able to sense Han Li's profound cultivation. In the old man's alarm, he forced a smile in spite of his apprehension and said, "So it turned out to be a nascent soul Senior. May I ask why Senior honors us with his presence? Is there something that the Fu clan may assist you with?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the violet-robed old man at the corner of the room. "Are you the Fu clan ancestor?" Upon hearing Han Li's emotionless question, the Fu clan ancestor respectfully replied, "Junior doesn't dare to call himself an ancestor in front of Senior. Junior's name is Fu Tianhua, the current Fu clan master." The unease in his heart only became more fervent. He faintly felt that this nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any good intentions with his arrival. Han Li looked at the old man and revealed a strange expression. Since you're the Fu clan ancestor, it seems I hadn't found the wrong person. Since I've come to the Fu clan for reparations, it is better to first speak with your esteemed self." When the Fu clan ancestor heard Hanli, he felt his heart drop down an endless abyss. Reparations? Senior must be joking. This is the first time Junior has ever seen Senior. Is Senior mistaken? When the large man at the side heard this, his complexion became bloodless and he couldn't help but grasp the spirit beast pouch with greater force. To hear of a nascent soul cultivator demanding reparations was a matter that was far from good. Hanli casually glanced in the direction of the large man and beamingly smiled. Mistaken? That can't be. Originally, I thought to give you an explanation to avoid having you become wronged ghosts, but you've had a long history of dirty behavior, so I won't waste my breath. You two will be the first to go. I'll promptly send the rest of the Fu clan to accompany you on the other side. As soon as Hanli finished speaking, the Fu clan ancestor furiously shouted, What? You wish to exterminate the entire Fu clan? He took out a yellow talisman and quickly withdrew into the wall in a flash of light as if it were an illusion. It appeared to be a rarely seen earth movement talisman. Just where could you possibly run away? Hanli scoffed, but he didn't chase after him. Instead he flicked his finger in a different direction. A streak of azure light appeared as quickly as it disappeared, penetrating through the chest of the large man at the corner of the room. His barrier had been instantly shattered. But in the instant the large man died, the spirit beast pouch flickered with light before soon fading away, releasing a faint roar. The large man's corpse fell to the floor, but Hanli didn't bother to look at him. As of current, killing an early core formation cultivator was child's play. However, he was somewhat interested in the spirit beast pouch in his hand and casually took it with a wave of his hand. Hanli then glanced at the wall the Fu clan ancestor had disappeared in and smirked. With a wave of his sleeve, a white fox flew out and appeared before Hanli. Hanli ordered the small fox, Use your earth movement technique to deal with the Fu clan ancestor. With your illusions and cultivation as a tool spirit, it should be quite easy for you to deal with a mid-core formation cultivator. Of course, master. It will take just a moment. I will return quickly. The small fox revealed a proud appearance and it disappeared from the pavilion in the flash of yellow light. At that moment Hanli patted the storage pouch at his waist, releasing countless black-tainted gold devouring beetles in the air. A moment later, a huge cloud of black, gold and silver swirled above him. Go! Suddenly, the cloud of beetles separated into countless strands, instantly forming 100 small blades swarming out from the window. Hanli then sat cross-legged inside the pavilion and began to use the Great Development technique to envelope the entirety of the Fu clan castle in his spiritual sense. The direct descendants of the Fu clan were easily identifiable. Regardless of what they wore, they all cultivated several of the same techniques, all of which were revealed underneath Hanli's spiritual sense. As for the Fu clan mortals that were lacking any spiritual roots, Hanli took no notice of them. He merely directed the tricolored flying swords to devour the Fu clan cultivators. An instant later, miserable screams, shouts of alarm and the dense smell of blood filled the air. As this was occurring, the Fu clan ancestor was deep underground and was quickly flying through the earth through the use of the talisman. His only thought was to escape into the distance. As for disciples and juniors in the castle, he had no intention of thinking about them. Although he didn't personally see his large nephew die, he had already imagined what happened. Even with the Fu clan sect protecting Beast, escaping from a nascent soul cultivator was simply a pipe dream. However, the Fu clan ancestor would be perfectly content if he occupied his attention for even just a moment. As for the other Fu clan members, he wished to save them, but he lacked the strength. He would merely become another casualty. As such, he may as well just preserve himself. So long as the Fu clan ancestor still remained, the Fu clan could be considered to be alive. Apart from the Fu clan castle, there were many other Fu clan estates in the state of Yuanwu. Provided that he survived, the Fu clan would eventually rise once more. However, he was particularly depressed and puzzled about how the Fu clan had possibly attracted the ire of an unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. He actually declared that the Fu clan would be exterminated as soon as he began speaking. Although this nascent soul cultivator was entirely emotionless, the old man felt his heart tremble upon recalling his expression. When the Fu clan ancestor flew out of scope of the Fu clan castle, he heard woman's soft voice speak. Your earth movement technique is truly slow. How about you hand over your head and allow me to report back to Master? The Fu clan ancestor was greatly shocked and couldn't help but stop. In a white blur, a gorgeous beauty appeared before him. She stood only a meter before him and faced him with an enchanting smile. You. Just as the Fu clan ancestor was about to cry out in alarm, the woman parted her sweet lips and blew out a pink fragrance mist, enveloping the vulnerable Fu clan ancestor in an instant. The Fu clan ancestor inwardly cursed. He hastily attempted to cast a spell and flee, but the sweet scent rendered his body lax and powerless. Before he could do anything to defend himself, he fell unconscious. When Silvermoon saw that her prey had fallen unconscious, she faintly smiled and casually waved her hand, sending a white crescent streak towards his neck. Blood splattered. Inside the large hall of the Fu clan castle there were several hundred guests that were festively chatting. Several core formation cultivators that had personally come to pay their respects were kept company by a few of the higher-grade cultivators in the Fu clan. Friendly relations flourished between the guests and hosts. But suddenly, there were several screams of anguish that could be faintly heard from outside the hall. The bustling voices in the hall came to an abrupt stop, and many guests looked at each other in dismay. A few of the more quick-witted cultivators immediately turned their gazes onto the Fu clan cultivators. The blue-robed old man sitting at the side of the two Devilflame sect enforcers also appeared shocked, but soon he wore a calm expression and loudly shouted, "Everyone, please do not worry. It is possible it is but a small matter. I will call over someone and see what's going on." He was the younger cousin of the Fu clan ancestor and was the third Fu clan core formation cultivator. At that moment he excused himself from the company of the two Devilflame sect enforcers and turned to the two Fu clan cultivators standing behind him. He immediately gave them orders to quickly rush out the hall and report back. The two Devilflame core formation cultivators both appeared calm, but they glanced at each other with a trace of doubt. Two more miserable screams came from the outside. It was clear that the two Fu clan cultivators that were sent outside had met a vicious attack. The guests in the hall had clearly heard this and their expressions vastly changed. The blue-robed old man's expression grew unsightly and he deeply sighed before standing up. He said with a deep voice, "Activate the hall's restrictions and quickly send word to the ancestor." When a nearby Fu clan cultivator heard this, he acknowledged the order with a pale complexion. He then took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and whispered a few words before releasing it. The talisman shot out from the roof in a streak of red light, but a moment later, the cultivator spoke with a raspy voice, "Not good." The sound transmission talisman was shot down. "We seem to be surrounded." When this was said, even the core formation guests couldn't remain calm. The pockmarked Devilflame sect enforcer frowned and said, "Fellow Daoist Fu, it seems enemies have snuck into your castle. Brother Sun and I will go out with you and have a look." The blue-robed old man's anxiousness was greatly relieved upon hearing him. He immediately rejoiced and said, "I am greatly thankful for your assistance. I will have to trouble you to do so." The middle-aged man surnamed Sun frowned as if disapproving of his companion's actions, but he followed him nevertheless. As for the remaining 4 core formation cultivators in the hall, they glanced at each other and didn't reveal the slightest intent to help. The others in the hall grew completely silent, watching the 3 core formation cultivators walk out from the hall. As the 3 calmly approached the hall door, loud buzzing suddenly came from outside the hall. The 3 couldn't help but halt their steps upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-long beam of azure light swept inside and wrapped around the 3 core formation cultivators. A dozen lines of fine azure light then shot out from the azure beam in a display of blinding brilliance, forcing the cultivators in the hall to momentarily close their eyes. In that instant the azure beam spiraled throughout the hall. The blue-clothed old man and the 2 Devilflame sect cultivators halted and their bodies grew motionless as if from shock. As the cultivators in the hall were stunned in their awe, they were completely oblivious to what was happening. The sudden shriek of a female cultivator attracted the attention of all in the room. The paled female cultivator was sitting at the side of a Fu clan steward whose head had tumbled down at an unknown time. The headless corpse was still sitting upright as blood sprayed from its severed neck. The other cultivators then discovered that tens of Fu clan cultivators, regardless of their rank, had their heads tumbling onto the ground in a silent death. The azure light. Someone is using a magic treasure to attack them. Fellow Daoist Fu, you must. A cultivator who had decent relations to the Fu clan loudly shouted in alarm as if to warn the 3 core formation cultivators. But soon his words came to a sudden stop and his face became ashen. At that moment, the blue-robed old man and company suddenly split into pieces as if they were made of paper. Their bodies had collapsed into piles of gore. When this occurred, the guests of the birthday celebration felt their breath turn cold. Although these cultivators were able to somewhat keep their calm previously, they were now in a complete panic. Each of them enveloped themselves in a colorful barrier and filled the room with the bright glow of various colored lights. Magic tools of all sorts began to float in front of many cultivators. Even a few of the cultivators who held more than friendly relations to the Fu clan gathered together restlessly with terrified expressions. 4 3-core formation cultivators and tens of Fu clan disciples to be killed in the instant. How could it be anything else apart from the fearful existence known as a nascent soul cultivator? If it was truly a nascent soul cultivator, killing everyone else in the hall should be an extremely easy matter. As fear filled the hearts of those present, none dared to make any noise. Many guests presently felt vast regret for attending this Fu clan celebration. Wouldn't they be caught in the crossfire? Deathly silence filled the hall. A few of the core formation cultivators with stronger spiritual senses thought to stealthily release their spiritual sense to observe the outside. However, the Fu clan had placed down many spiritual sense restrictions in order to protect their secrets from prying eyes. As a result, they were blocked and couldn't help but resentfully curse the Fu clan. As anxiousness filled the hall, the voice of an unfamiliar man spoke. Those present are restricted from leaving this hall for 2 hours. Those who disobey will be killed. After those 2 hours are over, you may leave as you wish. The man's voice was simple and cold, but it also carried an indescribable malice, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Once those words were said, the cultivators in the room were greatly relieved. From his tone, it appeared that he had no intention of killing them. However, they clearly understood that they were spared most likely because they hadn't seen the man's true appearance. As such, none dared to disobey him. As for taking revenge for the Fu clan, the thought itself was a joke. Even if one had the capability, who would feud with a nascent soul cultivator over the mere Fu clan? The 2 hours passed by neither fast nor slowly. During this time, apart from a few whispers, screams of anguish occasionally came from the outside. They were curt and lasted only a moment. It was clear none in the Fu clan castle was able to retaliate as they were killed. The cultivators in the hall felt their heart tremble upon hearing these screams. Each of them guessed that the Fu clan had offended an expert or great power and was being exterminated as a result. There were many in the hall that felt schadenfreude or pity for them. After the time it took to finish the cup of tea, the screams in the Fu castle had ceased and the outside became as silent as within the hall. The guests then glanced at one another, but none of them dared to act rashly. Once the 2 hours had passed, the man's voice didn't return. In the end, one of the braver core formation cultivators decided to leave the hall and he safely left. In the following moment, the other guests began to rush out with relief. Chapter 655. Descendant. The Fu clan castle was entirely empty apart from a few bloodstains on the ground. It appeared that all of the direct lineage disciples of the Fu clan had been exterminated and even their corpses were burnt to ash. However, there were a few people that flew over on their magic tools and surveyed the entirety of the Fu clan castle, only to discover that the mortals and low-grade external disciples of the Fu clan were all unscathed. They even appeared to be completely ignorant of what had happened inside the castle. It seemed the attacker felt that killing off the direct lineage of the Fu clan was enough to ensure its extinction. Having just experienced that frightful affair, these cultivators naturally didn't dare to remain. A majority of vagrant cultivators immediately set off while a small portion of them temporarily stayed behind to have a whispered discussion before also departing. The Fu clan's extermination was an extremely important matter to both friendly and hostile powers. And with 2 Devilflame sect enforcers slain as well, the Devilflame sect would now be forced to take action regardless of whether or not it was a nascent soul cultivator who had exterminated the Fu clan. The witnesses of this incident quickly brought the information back to their sects and clans as quickly as they could. These powers needed to prepare for the vast changes that would soon occur. As the last few cultivators were hurriedly leaving the Fu clan, many green-robed cultivators had arrived just outside the Purple Road Mountains. They were surprised to see that the restrictions protecting the Fu clan castle were unmanned. At that moment, a few of the Fu clan outer disciples entered the castle and discovered what was inside. These qi condensation cultivators made a huge uproar, and each of them had completely lost their minds to fear. The many green-clothed cultivators that were waiting in the air looked at each other in dismay upon seeing the panicked low-grade disciples. The top clan in the state of Yuanwu had met their end at the hands of a mysterious nascent soul cultivator. Word of this event spread throughout the entire cultivation world in the state of Yuanwu, raising an uproar amongst the various powers. With two of the Devil Flame sect enforcers having perished during the Fu clan extermination, the upper echelon of the Devil Flame sect flew into a humiliated rage, and sent out men to find the mysterious and vicious attacker who did this. They even stated that their own nascent soul founder wouldn't allow this expert to run free. However, those with sharper judgment would realize that the Devil Flame sect was merely putting on airs, and would most likely not take action. After all, according to the witnesses, the two Devil Flame sect enforcers had recklessly taken the initiative to stand closely to a Fu clan cultivator as the nascent soul cultivator was carrying out his revenge. It was merely bad luck. Even if the Devil Flame sect was even more powerful and attempted to hunt down the murderer, cultivators weren't easily trapped or killed once they had reached nascent soul stage. They would need to dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators of a similar grade or place down a fearsome restriction to even think of killing him. Of course, the Devil Flame sect wasn't about to dispatch several nascent soul cultivators over revenge for a few core formation enforcers. Even if the sect was willing, the nascent soul eccentrics weren't about to take action over something so trivial. Regardless of the declaration, a tremor swept through the entirety of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan's spirit stones, marketplaces, and other holdings were divided up by several different powers. However, this had nothing to do with Han Li. Unlike what other cultivators guessed, Han Li had remained inside the state of Yuanwu for several days after the extermination was carried out. He was currently at a small, unremarkable mountain. At the moment he was floating in the air with his body enveloped in azure light, and was staring at the fog surrounding the mountain's center with a reminiscent expression. Over 100 years have passed, yet this place is still the same. Since the restrictions here still exist, could it be that other cultivators are living here now? Han Li muttered with a calm expression. After he had exterminated the Fu clan cultivators with his black-tainted gold devouring beetles, Han Li directly flew to Exenrian's secluded mountain with the Fu clan ancestors' severed head in his possession. In the past he had made friends with Exenrian and Xianxia. Now that he had taken revenge on their behalf, he planned on paying his respects at their graves and bringing the matter to a conclusion. However, he didn't anticipate that Exenrian's former residence was being occupied by other cultivators. He couldn't help but wear a doubtful expression. After some thought, Han Li's directly flew towards the mountain's restrictions. With his current cultivation and understanding of spell formations, the restrictions were incapable of stopping him. As Han Li stood in front of the fog, he calmly flicked his fingers and shot many various colored magic seals into the restriction. Soon after, the mist roiled and revealed a small passageway that Han Li immediately flew through. A short moment later, the mist disappeared and Han Li arrived before the residence that Exenrian had personally built. Glancing at the deep yellow bamboo buildings, Han Li felt a trace of nostalgia as well as a feeling of sadness at times long past. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from a bamboo building. Her face still contained beauty and weak spiritual qi fluctuations were emitted from her body. She was only a 4th-layer qi condensation cultivator. When Han Li saw her, he couldn't help but frown. This woman gave him a familiar impression. Who are you? How did you get in here? The middle-aged woman spotted Han Li and couldn't help but shout in surprise. Soon after, she flusteredly took out 2 fire-red talismans from her waist and looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. This was to be expected. This woman suddenly found an unfamiliar cultivator in a place that she had deemed to be completely secure. It was only natural for her to be alarmed and wary. Moreover, while this woman was unable to recognize Han Li's true cultivation with her meager power, she was able to feel that Han Li's magic power was profound beyond imagination. As such, she grew fearful. Just as Han Li stroked his chin and planned to ask for the woman's identity, she suddenly shouted in pleasant surprise after closely examining Han Li. Could it be Senior Han? Han Li was stunned when he heard this and revealed a trace of amazement. After muttering under his breath for a moment, he faintly realized something. He wore a friendly expression as he asked, "What relationship do you have with Xiao Mei? You look very similar to her." When the woman heard Han Li call out her ancestor's name, she realized she was correct and respectfully bowed. "Oh, Senior must be speaking of my ancestor. My ancestor passed away many years ago. For the time being, this junior is staying in Miss Xian's residence." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "Your servant Mei's descendant? To think that the silly little girl is now an ancestor." He then wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Still, how was it that you recognized me?" The woman blushed and embarrassingly said, "In the past my ancestor personally drew Senior's portrait. I've looked at this portrait since I was small. That is why I was able to recognize Senior at a glance." "Oh, a portrait? I had no idea." A trace of amazement appeared on Han Li's face. He then curiously asked, "Could I take a look at it?" "Of course, Senior. How about Senior first head inside? I'll bring it to you there." The woman stepped to the side and respectfully invited Han Li in. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li walked into the bamboo building and noticed that the interior was unremarkable. But upon seeing that it was clean and well kept, Han Li nodded his head. Once Han Li took a seat, the woman hastily steeped a pot of tea. Although it couldn't be compared to the spirit tea that Extermination once made, it was still pleasant and exceptional. As he began to drink the tea, the woman excused herself and went to fetch the portrait. Han Li casually swept his spiritual sense around and immediately spotted the woman. As expected, she was walking towards a pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty, but on the second floor Han Li saw a long wooden table. The table had 2 pitch-black memorial tablets that were inscribed with the names of Qi Yunxiao and Extermination. When Han Li saw this, his heart grew dim while he recalled the smiles the two wore in the past. It was a pity the two had passed so long ago. After the woman deeply saluted the memorial tablets, she took a rolled-up foot-long scroll from the table drawer. She then hurriedly descended and ran directly towards Han Li's building. Chapter 656. A Parting Gift. Han Li received the portrait and gently unrolled the scroll in his hand to reveal a meter-long portrait of a smiling azure-robed man. It was a lifelike image of himself. After taking a look at the scroll, Han Li sighed and rolled it back up. After a moment of thought, Han Li stared at the woman and slowly asked, "Might I ask why your ancestor left behind a portrait of me? Is there a deeper meaning behind it?" When the woman heard this, she wore a hesitant expression. With some thought, she carefully replied, "Senior Han, before Junior answers this question, may I ask whether or not you remember your promise with Miss Xian?" "Of course I remember. You also know of the matter?" Han Li asked with a trace of astonishment. With a heart filled with apprehension, the woman looked at Han Li and softly said, "In fact, Junior has continued to stay here in large part due to Senior. However, I hope you'll forgive me as I cannot speak forthrightly until your promise with Miss Xian is fulfilled." Han Li expressionlessly tossed a wooden box onto the table from his storage pouch. "This." The woman felt her heart jump as she wasn't sure what Han Li intended. Han Li calmly said, "There is no need for fellow Daoist to be so flustered. The box contains the head of the Fu clan ancestor. The direct lineage of the Fu clan have been exterminated, and only a few distant Fu clan members remain. The Fu clan no longer holds any power in the state of Yuanwu. Is the promise considered fulfilled?" The woman cried out in shock. "What? The Fu clan ancestor has already been killed." She looked at the box with gritted teeth and opened the lid, filling the air with the scent of blood. The woman's face paled, but upon recognizing the face of the head she smiled. "It truly is the Fu clan ancestor. Many years ago I stealthily caught sight of the villain from a distance." Han Li smiled and said, "Because I killed him several days ago, word should have already spread. So long as you talk to someone you're familiar with or go to a market city, you should be able to verify this." "Then Senior must have brought the head here too." "That's right. I came to this old place to honor Miss Xian and fellow Daoist Qi. I haven't made many friends in my life, and now that I've taken revenge on their behalf, I may as well follow it to completion." Han Li's voice grew sullen and his expression became earnest. When Miss Xian and Sir Qi learn of this in the underworld, they will certainly be pleased. Please wait for a moment, I will be right back. The woman's expression became dim, but something soon came to mind and she hurriedly left. Han Li was baffled but nodded his head and watched as the woman rushed out of the room. This time the woman walked to a building in the back and began to dig below a tree, eventually taking a faint green jade box from within the dirt. She then carefully brought it back into the room and placed it on the table in front of Han Li. What's this? Han Li narrowed his eyes and waited for her explanation. Senior Han, before Miss Xin died from her illness, she left behind a message for my ancestor. She wished to give this box to Senior if he managed to fulfill his promise and exterminate the Fu clan. As a result, my ancestor remained here as this would be the place Senior would make an appearance. Many years later, Senior hadn't yet returned and my ancestor passed this matter on to me. She even left behind a portrait of Senior so that we may recognize you. Now that you've personally arrived and fulfilled your promise, I will naturally act in accordance to Miss Xian's words and hand this item over to you. At long last I am finally free of this burden. The woman spoke serenely and her expression appeared relieved. It appeared this matter had weighed heavily on her mind. Han Li felt moved as he gazed at the box on the table. He swept his spiritual sense past it and was somewhat astonished. He grabbed onto the box and opened it without any further reservations. There was a faint azure jade slip sitting in the box with a yellow talisman attached to it, and silver lines of talisman characters faintly floated up from the box. At that moment the woman gazed at the jade slip with a curious expression. Han Li raised his head and asked, Has fellow Daoist never seen this before? I won't conceal this from Senior. Because Miss Xin hadn't left behind any words that restricted the protectors of the jade slip from looking at it. In a moment of curiosity my ancestor thought to take a look. But after reading it for just a short moment, she spat blood and lost consciousness for an entire day. Soon after, my ancestor used a high-grade restriction talisman to restrict any of her descendants from reading it. Although I am quite curious, my cultivation is far inferior to my ancestors when she was alive. I didn't dare to touch it. Han Li nodded his head in response. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the jade slip and effortlessly removed the talisman. The woman was astonished by the sight. She had personally attempted to remove the talisman during an idle moment of curiosity, but her efforts had been completely in vain. However, Senior Han was able to remove the talisman with just a breath of spiritual qi. His cultivation must be unfathomable. Having heard that Han Li was a Foundation Establishment cultivator in the past and now he had been able to exterminate the Fu clan and the Fu clan ancestor, his cultivation must be at late core formation stage at the very least. It was quite possible he was even at nascent soul stage. The woman felt awe emerge from her heart. After looking through the jade slip, Han Li put it away in a flash of azure light. Not bad. This jade slip is truly useful to me, so I will be taking it. However, fellow Daoist must have waited here for many years for me, and I feel regretful at the matter. Are you living here by yourself? Once the woman heard Han Li's question, she grew excited and eagerly said, Of course not. My husband is also a cultivator, but his aptitude is poor and his cultivation is similar to my own. However, my son Quanzi is young and his aptitude is not bad. However, he never had an expert's guidance and was unable to enter a cultivation sect. If Senior could, regardless of herself or her husband, so long as her son could become a disciple of this profound and mighty figure, it would be vastly beneficial. As such, she began to mutter her intentions in a roundabout manner in hopes that she wouldn't offend him. When Han Li heard this, he waved his arm and interrupted her. There is no need to continue. I understand. In the woman's alarm, Han Li calmly continued, As you're a descendant of Xiao Mei and have watched over this item for so long, while I cannot take him in as a disciple, I can bestow him a Foundation Establishment pill and 2 bottles of medicine pills useful for qi condensation cultivation. Your son's success in Foundation Establishment will depend on his own luck. Once he succeeds in Foundation Establishment, he should have no problem entering a cultivation clan or sect. Han Li took out 3 bottles and handed them over to the woman. A Foundation Establishment pill? The woman rejoiced and repeatedly uttered her thanks. Her previous disappointment had completely disappeared. Then with a change of tone Han Li asked, "Ah yes, when I exterminated the Fu clan, I killed 2 Devil Flame sect cultivators in passing. Although I don't fear the Devil Flame sect, I don't wish to attract any trouble. Does anybody else know of this matter?" As if aware of Han Li's worries, she hastily replied, "Senior, please be at ease. When my ancestor passed this matter on to me, no other outsiders were informed out of fear it would bring trouble to Senior. I have always been silent on this matter and mentioned this to neither my husband nor my son. Since you won't be wantonly speaking about this, I will be paying my respects to their memorial tablets before heading off." Han Li nodded with satisfaction and stood up. "Ah, if Senior is about to leave, please wait a moment. My husband and my son will soon." Just as the woman stood up, white light flashed from behind her and she lost consciousness. Han Li had flung his sleeve as if he were already prepared for this and caught the woman in a mist of azure light. At that moment, the white light behind her disappeared to reveal Silver Moon's fox body. After glancing around, Silver Moon mysteriously smiled and said, "Master, why did you have me knock this woman unconscious? Do you feel uneasy about something, or does she just catch your fancy?" Chapter 657. Profound Nascent Formation Arts. Han Li appeared annoyed as he coldly snorted, "Drivel. I am neither suspicious of the woman nor do I hold malice towards her. However, it would be better for me to erase any memories of meeting me today. If any rumors were to leak, not only would it trouble me, but it would also attract calamity upon herself." With nothing else to say, his face glowed with azure light and he pressed his fingers against the woman's head, employing the profound Een Arts Dream Tear technique. It would seal a few related memories and falsify them, causing this woman to believe that she managed to luckily acquire the medicine pills from a magnanimous expert. Any memories relating to Han Li would be completely sealed. This soul-altering secret technique was comparable to the soul control technique and the worry-free needle. Given that they were used by someone with far greater cultivation than his own. However, this technique required that the user possess far greater cultivation than their target. Otherwise, the target would suffer great damage to their soul. As for Han Li, he had no problem using this technique on the woman as her cultivation was far too shallow. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li was finished and the woman remained asleep. After placing the woman back in her chair, Han Li took the opportunity to properly pay his respects to Qi Yunxiao and Xen Riyan. He then turned the Fu clan ancestor's head into ash and secretly left. Back in her artifact spirit form, Silver Moon curiously asked, "Master, what does the jade slip contain?" Master seems to view it with great importance. Han Li quickly flew into the sky as he leisurely said, "It is a spell formation record from the age of antiquity that describes many grand and profound formations. Even with my current attainments in spell formations, it would take me quite some time to comprehend them. In addition to spell formations, there is a truly peculiar secret art I am quite interested in." Secret art? With Master's current knowledge and the entire set of the profound Een Arts, what secret arts could provoke your interest? Silver Moon softly smiled, but her voice possessed a heavy curiosity. Han Li smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the outstanding reputation of the Three Truths Severance?" Silver Moon's laughter instantly ceased and her voice trembled with excitement as she asked, "Could it be that it holds the greatest Daoist profound art?" "Of course not." Han Li flatly denied. "Oh. Then why did Master mention this divine art? Are you deliberately teasing me? Of course the Daoist sects couldn't possibly allow this heaven-defying art to leak. They themselves don't even know if this technique is extinct." Silver Moon grumbled. Although the Jade Slip secret technique isn't the Three Truths Severance, it is a similar type of ability from the Devil Dao. It is called the Profound Nascent Formation Arts. Han Li's originally calm expression began to reveal excitement. Silver Moon paused and said, "Profound Nascent Formation Arts. What kind of technique is that? It seems I've never heard of it before." "I've also never heard of this technique before. However, this cultivation art is a genuine secret technique for cultivating a second primal soul. Later, one may even be able to nurture a second nascent soul." Han Li's tone became solemn at the end. "A second nascent soul. Is this true? If that's true, it would be considered a great divine technique at the very least, even if it is inferior to the Three Truths Severance." Silver Moon's spirits were greatly roused. The greater Han Li's ability, the closer she would be to her objective. Han Li's surging emotions quickly turned calm once more. I still don't know if it is true. I'll have to return to the Drifting Cloud sect and carefully examine it once through. However, the spell formations recorded in the Jade Slip are genuine ancient formations. I have a few duplicates of them in a similar Jade Slip, so they shouldn't be false. Master's luck is truly quite good for this technique to be directly delivered to you. However, secret devil Dao arts may be powerful, but they always tend to favor hasty benefits at great cost later on. The greater the divine ability, the more obvious this becomes. It would be better for Master to have a proper look at this technique and see if there is anything amiss. Han Li soberly agreed. I am aware, and it's natural that I will be careful. If there is anything amiss about it, then I will forego cultivating it. When Silvermoon heard him, she relaxed but soon appeared baffled as she asked, Master, it doesn't seem like you're flying in the direction of the state of Xi. You aren't planning to return to the Drifting Cloud sect? Han Li sighed and said, For the time being, I will not be returning to the state of Xi. I wish to take a visit to the state of Yu. After all, it is my birth country. I have a few secular attachments there that I must sever myself from. Otherwise, there will be worries weighing down on my mind that will interfere with my future cultivation. After a moment of silence, Silvermoon agreed, That is also good. At this stage, Master can only pursue the Supreme Tao after he severs himself from all worries of the secular world. That's enough nonsense for now. I am going to travel as quickly as I can. Han Li ended the conversation with a cold tone. He then enveloped himself in a streak of azure light and increased his speed by several times. In an instant he disappeared without a trace. Unknown to Han Li, in a place far away there were many green-clothed cultivators that were secretly searching through a forest. They each wore a terrified expression. At that moment, a burly man spoke to the others in a tone filled with dread. What can be done? It's already been many days and there hasn't been the slightest information on the spirit Nascent. If we don't find the spirit Nascent within 3 months, the sect will send enforcers for us. A stern-eyed, middle-aged scholarly man said with an icy tone, Humph. The declaration to find the spirit Nascent in 3 months was merely said in a moment of anger. Everyone knows that recapturing the wood spirit Nascent was no longer a matter that a Foundation establishment cultivator could handle. But if we don't find even a trace of its whereabouts, I fear calamity will fall upon us all. A green-robed woman with a common appearance fearfully said, This matter wasn't even our fault. It was Marshal Uncle Ding, the guard of the spirit Nascent, that sent us away and attempted to merge with the spirit Nascent against orders. He even died from the backlash. Let's hurry, the spirit Nascent's tracks have already vanished. Although we have a few magic tools to track and restrict it, the spirit Nascent was far too quick and we were unable to chase it down. Now that the spirit Nascent is isolated from restrictions, we are even more hopeless. The scholarly man snorted and said, Junior Marshal Sister should leave those words for when an enforcer comes. Fortunately, Marshal Aunt Han and Marshal Aunt Lu will come to assist us. Those 2 martial ants have wood's spiritual roots. They should have some way of searching for it. However, I am quite curious how someone could possibly control something as fierce as the wood spirit Nascent without a special magic tool. It is truly inconceivable. Enough. Regardless of who restricts the spirit Nascent, we must find its whereabouts in order to save our own lives. Did you not hear the voice transmission that Martial Ancestor Quang personally sent? The burly man frowned and revealed a trace of anxiety as he said, Second Senior Martial Brother is right. It would be considered good if we managed to preserve our lives. However, the transportation formation along the way was broken and the 2 martial ants will need 2 days to arrive at the next transportation formation. Do you think that the cultivator who captured the spirit Nascent will have left the state of Yuanwu during this time? After all, we don't even know what country this cultivator is from. Hee. Junior Martial Brother seems to not know. Martial ants Lu and Han were candidates to fuse with the spirit Nascent. Many years before, they cultivated a secret technique in preparation to fuse with it, and are able to sense the direction of the spirit Nascent from far away. The cultivator that restricted the spirit Nascent won't be able to escape the awareness of these martial ants. The old man spoke with a sullen tone, but his words seemed to hold confidence. Once they heard the old man, the other 3 appeared relieved. However, the scholarly man's eyes brightly flickered in thought and he asked, Do you think that the person who captured the spirit Nascent and the cultivator who exterminated the Fu clan are one and the same? Could chance truly have it that the spirit Nascent just happened to be captured several days before the Fu clan was exterminated? Could this person have realized that we had a relationship with the Fu clan and exterminated them to prevent them from helping us? Ninth Junior Martial Brother, you think too much. Even with such vast abilities, how could he possibly know that the spirit-controlling sect had a relationship with the Fu clan? It was most likely just a coincidence. The woman shook her head. But after some further thought she became doubtful. However, for there to be two nascent soul cultivators to appear in the same place isn't very likely. Perhaps it truly is the same cultivator that has done this. Oh. Could you perhaps tell us about this? A young woman's lazy voice came from the direction of a large tree. Then in a blur of white light, two beautiful white-clothed women appeared before them. 1. The soul control technique was used in Chapter 293, only usable against mortals. The worry-free needle is a mortal technique that Han Li learned from Dr. Mo used in Chapter 203 against Han Yunji. Chapter 658. Former Residence's Spirit. While the four green-robed cultivators were shocked upon seeing the two white-clothed women that just appeared, but quickly rushed to salute them, Martial Aunt Han, Martial Aunt Lu. The frail woman with a pale face and wide eyes softly said, "That's enough. No need to be overly polite. Junior Martial Sister Lu and I have heard a bit of what you've said. Tell us about it and include all the details." Her voice sounded otherworldly. This woman was Han Yunji, a woman Han Li had encountered many times in the past. 1. Although her face was entirely the same as before, her body now appeared fragile and well-developed. Along with her beautiful body transformation, her cultivation had made great leaps as well, rising to early core formation. "Many thanks, Martial Aunt Han. Martial Nephew will obey orders." The old man in charge of the four green-clothed cultivators replied on the group's behalf. Han Yunji nodded with a smile and stepped forward. After finding a clean spot on the ground, she took a seat. The other beauty had phoenix eyes and long eyebrows. She was a beautiful woman with a carefree expression. With a smile she said, "Your crimes are not light. If you truly are incapable of finding the spirit Nascent, I fear your master wouldn't be able to plead for your lives." Her words startled the female cultivator among the group of four. The old man bitterly laughed and wore an earnest expression. "Martial Nephew knows that his guilt is inescapable, but we were truly treated unjustly. I hope Martial Aunts will be able to speak a few words to the Martial Ancestor in our favor." The woman stretched herself while her lips glistened as she spoke. "Oh? Then how about you give an explanation? The person who restricted the nascent soul is now 500 kilometers away and we won't be able to catch up to him anytime soon. We are in no hurry for now. Yes, when we brought the spirit Nascent to the Kunmu Mountains, Martial Uncle Ding used an excuse." The old man respectfully gave a detailed explanation of the spirit Nascent's escape, the spirit Nascent's later capture and the Fu clan's extermination. Han Yunji calmly listened, but her face remained completely still as if her heart was already steeled. In contrast, the woman surnamed Lu occasionally revealed a curious expression and her gaze flickered as if she held great interest in the old man's words. A streak of azure light flickered over the border between the state of Yuanwu and the state of Yu. According to information Han Li had acquired, the state of Yu had fallen under the rule of the Ghost Spirit sect, and their headquarters were at the previous location of the Masked Moon sect. As for the Taiyu Mountains of Yellow Maple Valley, it had become the location of a side branch. After Han Li entered the state of Yu, he flew straight in the direction of the Taiyu Mountains. Nothing has changed. As Han Li stood on a huge pile of rocks, he felt an expression of faint loneliness. In the past, he had destroyed the mountain housing his previous cave residence over fear that the Devil Dao cultivators would discover it. Now that so many years had passed, it appeared to have become a desolate area. Of course, who could have possibly thought that there was a cultivator's residence concealed underneath the rubble? After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li raised his arm as his eyes flickered with white light. Several huge ape puppets were released that began to quickly clear away the rubble before them. The puppets cleared away the rubble by blasting a path through it with various colored beams of light, quickly clearing a way down towards the cave residence that lay beneath. With a narrow passageway formed, Han Li ordered the puppets to stand guard as he flew inside. The cave residence remained exactly the same as when he hastily left it. He couldn't make out any signs of entry, much to his relief. He didn't come here solely for nostalgia but for the spirit well spring that was located in his hidden room. Although he already had the Jade Spirit Well as well as the highest-ranked Spirit Well, the Spirit Well tree, one always had more room for another Spirit Well. Although this Spirit Well was somewhat small, he naturally wished to bring it along with him since he was already in the state of Yu. The Spirit Well spring was intact and emitting strands of white spiritual qi. Han Li wore a complicated expression as he looked at the Spirit Well and unconsciously recalled when he had just entered the Foundation establishment stage and how he discovered the Spirit Well when he carved out the cave residence. He vividly remembered it as if it had happened yesterday, raising all sorts of emotions in his heart. Han Li remained in a daze for a short while before recollecting himself. He then grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and struck the Spirit Well with several magic seals, instantly causing it to glow brilliantly and quake the nearby ground. Han Li then sat down with an unchanged expression and formed a strange hand seal as he stared at the Spirit Well. Water from the Spirit Well began to whirl as if an invisible hand was stirring it, causing the water surface to rise and form a profoundly deep black whirlpool. An astonishing wave of spiritual qi spread throughout the room. Han Li's expression stirred. This spiritual qi was beyond what he had anticipated. But after a short moment he recovered from his surprise and quickly began to resume the extraction. The trembling of the nearby ground became increasingly severe and a blinding yellow light began to envelope the Spirit Well. This yellow light faintly deformed as the Spirit Well shrank and shined even more brilliantly. A short moment later the light faded away and Han Li let out a sigh. The deep yellow fist-sized ball floated in the air. There was now a huge pitch-black hole beneath it where the Spirit Well had been. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, but his expression suddenly changed and became sullen. The puppets he had placed outside were under attack. Although they had not yet been destroyed, they were at a clear disadvantage and wouldn't last for long. Han Li instantly took out a jade box and carefully placed the yellow ball inside. He then flew out as quickly as he could. Once he arrived outside, he saw several black-clothed cultivators that had surrounded his 8 puppets about 100 meters away. A sullen, gray-clothed middle-aged man wore a puzzled expression as he observed the battle. Han Li's sudden appearance instantly shocked the cultivators at the scene and the gray-clothed cultivator shouted for the attack to stop. The black-clothed cultivators hastily ceased their actions and withdrew to the man's side. An azure light arrived in midair and faded away to reveal Han Li. He expressionlessly gazed at the several cultivators in silence and revealed his nascent soul cultivation in an imposing manner. The gray-clothed man glanced at Han Li and felt his heart drop. His shock was soon replaced by a smile. "Senior, please do not misunderstand. Us juniors hold no malice. We merely felt that the spiritual qi here became abnormal and we curiously thought to take a look. I am the ghost spirit Sex Yu Hun, disciple of Master Splintered Soul. We do not hold any bad intentions." Master Splintered Soul. Han Li frowned and felt as if this name sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, Han Li suddenly recalled something. Wasn't this the name of one of the ghost spirit sect Nascent Soul eccentrics? He recalled that the Drifting Cloud sect's silver-haired old man had mentioned that this person was ruthless and wasn't to be trifled with. As Han Li's mind wandered, the gray-clothed old man noticed that Han Li reacted to his master's name and he grew far more at ease. However, he was still apprehensive and forced a smile. "Senior recognizes my master. Could he be an acquaintance of him? I must have acted far too rashly. I had no idea that Senior was handling business here, else I wouldn't have dared to bother you. If there is anything that I may do to assist you, I will do my utmost to obey. Otherwise, I would like to ask for myself to be excused so that I may get out of your way." Although the gray-clothed man had an intimidating appearance, he was rather cunning and sly. After asking a few probing questions, he acted extremely deferential. In the end, the appearance of an unknown nascent soul cultivator had caused his back to run with cold sweat. Han Li expressionlessly stared at the gray-clothed man and didn't respond. Instead, he released his spiritual sense within the scope of 100 meters and found that there were no other cultivators. It seems that this party had truly discovered the nearby disturbance by chance, and they had come alone. If that was the case, Han Li suddenly felt an urge to kill. Regardless of his previous identity as a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator, he was now a drifting cloud sect elder. He couldn't possibly release these ghost spirit sect cultivators from his grasp. In addition, the young master of the ghost spirit sect had once nearly taken his life, and the stifled grudge was still buried within his heart. There was also the fact that he had entered the State of Yu in secret. If his entrance to the State of Yu reached the ears of the ghost spirit sect's eccentrics, he would attract their attention, producing nothing but trouble. He didn't wish for several nascent soul cultivators to chase him throughout the State of Yu. This person is. Just as Han Li prepared his silent attack, an old man amongst the party of black-clothed cultivators suddenly cried out in shock at the sight of Han Li. Last seen at the end of the Trial of Blood and Fire in Chapter 203 when Han Li removed her memories. They previously met when Han Li acquired the golden sincerity brush from her. Chapter 659. The Disciples of Splintered Soul. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the State of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders, as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble Brotherly to take action. The martial sky escort should be able to handle it. Haha. If those 3 leaders of the black scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the martial sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 black scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. Brotherly, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father. The large man responded with a helpless smile. Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. It is just like how your Han clan has always been one of great literary repute, and how there is always 1 or 2 from your clan that manages to enter the imperial court as an official. The large man then crossed his hands and said, Still, I am quite puzzled as to how our Han and Li clans have managed to form such bonds despite having so little in common. This friendship has lasted deeply for many generations and has yet to fade with time. The scholarly man smiled and said, "Huh. In the past few days I flipped through a few letters and unintentionally discovered a few events from the past. If Brotherly wishes to know about them I can tell you about them, but I don't know how much of it is true." When the large man surnamed Li heard this, he said with a curious expression, "Really? Our Li clan has no custom of recording our ancestry. Apart from leaving behind a few martial teachings, there is little else left behind, let alone the history behind our clan's friendship." The large man gazed into the distance and his expression changed. "Not good, those three leaders have decided to attack. We'll have to put this off for now. Tell me about it after I take care of those three." He then shot out of the carriage as if he were being launched from a crossbow. Soon after, the large man's howls of laughter could be heard, followed by mournful screams. The scholarly man sighed and shook his head before closing the curtain. He didn't feel the need to look outside as he held complete confidence in the large man. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the sounds outside came to a sudden halt. The carriage's curtain fluttered for a moment, and the large man reappeared in the carriage with a blur. He appeared a bit worse for wear. His shoulder was bloodied as if he were slightly wounded, but nonetheless he heartily laughed to the scholarly man and said, "Those three were truly skilled. They had to make me do quite a bit, but having witnessed my might, the Black Scarf bandits have disappeared from the Jing province." The large man appeared to have enjoyed himself. When the scholarly man heard this, he wore an apologetic expression. "If I hadn't brought Brotherly along, I fear I would have passed on to the other side, with this route being my place of death. Due to the great hatred those enemies hold for me, I was forced to involve Brotherly." The large man surnamed Li casually said, "What do you mean involve?" The Li clan steadily established themselves at the top of Jianghu only because of the Han clan's great assistance. Helping each other is by no means an external affair. "That is true, but I was merely being contrary." The scholarly man's smile was replaced with an expression of calm. It seemed he was one of flexible mind. As the large man smeared a bottle of ointment on his back, he suddenly recalled the matter before the battle. "However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about our clan's past. I am quite curious about this." "Of course. When mentioning it, our clan's friendship is quite unfathomable. Do you recall the Seven Mysteries sect, the hegemon of the Jing province many decades ago? Our ancestors were martial brothers inside this Jianghu faction. According to what was said in the letter, my great-uncle was sworn brothers with your ancestor. Our clan's friendship stemmed from their own friendship. It was also said my great-uncle was quite the formidable character." It was said. As the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke, the azure-clothed men buried the corpses from both sides and had the carriages move once more. The carriages soon grew distant and disappeared from the desolate road. Green Ox Village? Han Li floated a kilometer in the air with his body covered in azure light. He looked down at the village below with a trace of doubt. Although this village was once pathetically small, only spanning a few kilometers in area, he was no longer able to draw any similarities to the streets that he remembered, but he did manage to remember its surroundings. It did seem to truly be his home village. In his many years of absence, the village had turned into a bustling town. After staring at it from the sky, he hesitated for a moment before descending into a desolate alleyway under the guise of a concealment technique. Afterwards he walked out of the alleyway with a swagger and slowly headed down the street. Seeing the unfamiliar houses and buildings as he walked down the street, Han Li muttered to himself, "It is quite different." For some unknown reason he knew that if he were to head west, he'd be able to see the forest and verdant mountain where he had spent his childhood. However, his steps grew hesitant and slow as he took in the vast changes that had occurred to Green Ox Village. At that moment Han Li's expression was calm, but he hoped that he would soon find something familiar. However, Han Li was only disappointed until he arrived at a three-way intersection. He stopped and stared at a small shabby restaurant at the side of the road. The restaurant was worn and only 2 stories high with a yellowish signboard that had the words "Spring Fragrance." It was the restaurant that Han Li's third uncle Fatty Han had once managed. Han Li glanced at the restaurant and faintly remembered walking through its sliding doors. There was the round face of his third uncle, the narrow courtyard behind the restaurant, the dimly lit side room and the tasty food, the black carriage with the banner Seven Mysteries sect, and many more memories began to clearly appear in Han Li's mind. Han Li glanced at the restaurant with a complicated expression. A trace of sadness was betrayed within his eyes. He stared at the restaurant for a moment before discovering that a few strangers on the road were glancing at him with an odd expression. Came as no surprise. A youth was motionlessly staring at an old shabby restaurant after all. With a moment more of thought, he calmly walked into the restaurant with his hands held behind his back. Chapter 660. Hometown. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders, as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble Brother Li to take action. The martial sky escort should be able to handle it. Haha. If those 3 leaders of the black scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the martial sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 black scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. Brother Li, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father. The large man responded with a helpless smile. Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. It is just like how your Han clan has always been one of great literary repute, and how there is always 1 or 2 from your clan that manages to enter the imperial court as an official. The large man then crossed his hands and said, Still, I am quite puzzled as to how our Han and Li clans have managed to form such bonds despite having so little in common. This friendship has lasted deeply for many generations and has yet to fade with time. The scholarly man smiled and said, In the past few days I flipped through a few letters and unintentionally discovered a few events from the past. If Brother Li wishes to know about them, I can tell you about them, but I don't know how much of it is true." When the large man surnamed Li heard this, he said with a curious expression, "Really? Our Li clan has no custom of recording our ancestry. Apart from leaving behind a few martial teachings, there is little else left behind. let alone the history behind our clan's friendship. The large man gazed into the distance and his expression changed. Not good, those 3 leaders have decided to attack. We'll have to put this off for now. Tell me about it after I take care of those 3. He then shot out of the carriage as if he were being launched from a crossbow. Soon after, the large man's howls of laughter could be heard, followed by mournful screams. The scholarly man sighed and shook his head before closing the curtain. He didn't feel the need to look outside as he held complete confidence in the large man. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the sounds outside came to a sudden halt. The carriage's curtain fluttered for a moment, and the large man reappeared in the carriage with a blur. He appeared a bit worse for wear. His shoulder was bloodied as if he were slightly wounded, but nonetheless he heartily laughed to the scholarly man and said, "Those 3 were truly skilled. They had to make me do quite a bit, but having witnessed my might, the Black Scarf bandits have disappeared from the Jing province." The large man appeared to have enjoyed himself. When the scholarly man heard this, he wore an apologetic expression. "If I hadn't brought Brotherly along, I fear I would have passed on to the other side, with this route being my place of death. Due to the great hatred those enemies hold for me, I was forced to involve Brotherly." The large man surnamed Li casually said, "What do you mean involve?" The Li clan steadily established themselves at the top of Jianghu only because of the Han clan's great assistance. Helping each other is by no means an external affair. "That is true, but I was merely being contrary." The scholarly man's smile was replaced with an expression of calm. It seemed he was one of flexible mind. As the large man smeared a bottle of ointment on his back, he suddenly recalled the matter before the battle. "However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about our clan's past. I am quite curious about this." "Of course. When mentioning it, our clan's friendship is quite unfathomable. Do you recall the 7 Mysteries sect, the hegemon of the Jing province many decades ago? Our ancestors were martial brothers inside this Jianghu faction. According to what was said in the letter, my great-uncle was sworn brothers with your ancestor. Our clan's friendship stemmed from their own friendship. It was also said my great-uncle was quite the formidable character. It was said." As the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke, the azure-clothed men buried the corpses from both sides and had the carriages move once more. The carriages soon grew distant and disappeared from the desolate road. Green Ox Village? Han Li floated a kilometer in the air with his body covered in azure light. He looked down at the village below with a trace of doubt. Although this village was once pathetically small, only spanning a few kilometers in area, he was no longer able to draw any similarities to the streets that he remembered, but he did manage to remember its surroundings. It did seem to truly be his home village. In his many years of absence, the village had turned into a bustling town. After staring at it from the sky, he hesitated for a moment before descending into a desolate alleyway under the guise of a concealment technique. Afterwards he walked out of the alleyway with a swagger and slowly headed down the street. Seeing the unfamiliar houses and buildings as he walked down the street, Han Li muttered to himself, "It is quite different." For some unknown reason he knew that if he were to head west, he'd be able to see the forest and verdant mountain where he had spent his childhood. However, his steps grew hesitant and slow as he took in the vast changes that had occurred to Green Ox Village. At that moment Han Li's expression was calm, but he hoped that he would soon find something familiar. However, Han Li was only disappointed until he arrived at a 3-way intersection. He stopped and stared at a small shabby restaurant at the side of the road. The restaurant was worn and only 2 stories high with a yellowish signboard that had the words "Spring Fragrance." It was the restaurant that Han Li's third uncle Fatty Han had once managed. Han Li glanced at the restaurant and faintly remembered walking through its sliding doors. There was the round face of his third uncle, the narrow courtyard behind the restaurant, the dimly lit side room and the tasty food, the black carriage with the banner 7 Mysteries sect, and many more memories began to clearly appear in Han Li's mind. Han Li glanced at the restaurant with a complicated expression. A trace of sadness was betrayed within his eyes. He stared at the restaurant for a moment before discovering that a few strangers on the road were glancing at him with an odd expression. Came as no surprise. A youth was motionlessly staring at an old shabby restaurant after all. With a moment more of thought, he calmly walked into the restaurant with his hands held behind his back. Chapter 661. Han Family Shrine. After entering the small restaurant, a sharply dressed waiter welcomed Han Li. Han Li didn't head to the second floor and chose to sit in a remote corner of the first floor. He ordered a few dishes and silently observed everything that was occurring in the restaurant. There were people from all backgrounds sitting on the first floor. It was as Han Li saw from other restaurants. Regardless whether it be hard laborers or small business merchants, they were all present. The only thing that stood out of place was the table full of burly men. These 6 burly men were all effortlessly carrying a meter-long cloth bag at their side. Han Li didn't need to use his spiritual sense to guess that they were blade weapons. From their similar uniforms, they clearly belonged to some sort of organization. However, this greatly aroused a feeling of familiarity from Han Li, recalling his days in the Seven Mysteries sect. He swept his spiritual sense past the people and he clearly heard their words. As expected, they were killers belonging to an organization. Han Li soon lost interest and turned his gaze to examine the others. At that moment, 2 young scholars walked into the restaurant. They were walking slowly and were chatting with smiles on their faces. I heard that Assistant Minister Han had arrived back to the home village to pay his respects to his ancestors. Not only are grand characters of the province coming to pay an official visit, but the Fan and Li clans are also sending men over. It seems the Han clan truly wish to have this matter to be bold and grand. Exactly so. I heard that for this ancestral offering, the Han clan sent out many letters summoning their side branch clansmen regardless of distance. Even the government officials of little repute are each sending men to pay their respects. From how I see it, the Han clan, Fan clan and Li clan will soon become the 3 great families of the Jing province. TCH. It is rather inconceivable that the Han clan's abrupt rise in power took place over a span of just over 100 years. What is so odd about that? Ever since a member in the Han clan managed to rank first in the imperial exams, their rise in power was momentous. Each of their later descendants began to achieve great ranks in the imperial exams. With several generations of success, it is no wonder why they are currently so impressive. Still, it would be better for us to later. The 2 scholars casually sat down at a table next to Han Li. The Han clan. When Han Li heard them, he hastily thought to continue listening to them, but the 2 scholars quickly changed the subject and began to discuss literary works, much to Han Li's annoyance. After some thought, he suddenly stood and walked towards the scholars. Brothers, my name is Han Li. Might I ask which Han clan you were referring to? I've arrived here after receiving an invitation to pay my respects to the clan's ancestors. However, I've grown up from a small countryside and am extremely unfamiliar with the main clan, nor do I know where to pay my respects. Could you 2 brothers give me a few directions? The 2 scholars were stunned, but after seeing that Han Li also wore a scholar's robes and spoke with refined words, the 2 replied without any suspicions. So it turns out that brother is a Han clan disciple. We've been quite rude. However, this is only one Han clan, the Han clan of the 3-kilometer valley. The 3-kilometer valley. This entire area was the small village where the Han clan once resided. Because the entire village only spanned 3 kilometers over the mountains, it received this unsophisticated name. It seems the Han clan they spoke of most likely were related to him. With a calm expression, Han Li insipidly said, "If that's the case, then this Han clan is truly my own. Could you 2 tell me about the finer details of the clan? I've never participated in the clan's ancestor offering. I'd rather not make a fool of myself." The 2 scholars glanced at each other and then examined Han Li. Feeling that he wasn't holding any ill intentions, he agreed. We can only give a few general details. They are things that are known by everyone. Many thanks. Han Li smiled. One of the scholars began to speak. If brother is participating in the ancestral offering, it would be best for you to not immediately head to the 3-kilometer valley. Several decades ago, the Han clan have changed their location to the Han clan castle. They will only return to their ancestral home in 3-kilometer valley on the day of the ancestor offering. The Han clan. Han Li's expression remained calm as he listened, but his heart stirred with excitement. For hours later, Han Li appeared above the verdant mountains of the past. He didn't descend, merely glancing down below in silence. Was this the same small village from the past? The yellow earth roads, short walls, thatched huts and village children could no longer be seen. Instead they were replaced with large courtyards, roofed buildings, pebbled roads and well-clothed servants. Not a single sign of the past remained. Han Li shook his head at the sight and thought to depart when his gaze suddenly arrived at the building at the very center of the residence. This building wasn't larger than the others, but it was only building to have more than a single story. It was rather eye-catching. The building's doors were closed shut and a pitch-black signboard appeared on the outside. The words Han Clan Shrine were written on it in silver paint. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. After some thought, he reappeared in front of the building in a blur. Several burly shrine attendants stood in front of the shrine, but with Han Li's invisibility technique, they were incapable of spotting him. He casually swept his gaze past them and entered without further thought. Once he entered the shrine, he spotted rows of memorial tablets, numbering over several hundred. They were arranged on long tables and had empty spots on them for future generations. After sweeping his gaze, he found many names, but none that he were familiar with. Without any further thought, he climbed to the second floor. The memorial tablets on the second floor were clearly more grand and important. Not only was there many lit incense burners, there was also a huge cauldron at the center. It was filled with scented oil and had a huge candle wick that was brightly burning from it. It made for a solemn sight. This time Han Li blankly stood in place as he read the several memorial tablets at the center. Hanju, Hantai, Han Tianxing. These familiar names were all coldly written on the pitch-black memorial tablets. Han Li's heart grew heavy and he found it difficult to breathe. As the saying goes, the great Tao was emotionless. However, that was only a self-deceiving lie. Han Li may be an immortal from this land, he was incapable of severing his emotions. He was only able to bury them deep inside his heart. Han Li eventually moved, slowly walking towards the memorial tablets at the center of the room. He stopped and expressionlessly stared at the memorial tablets as images of his close relatives began to continuously appear in his mind. An unknown amount of time slowly passed by. The heavy sound of the opening building door woke Han Li up from his reminiscent mood. However, he merely stood in place without making any moves. At that moment, the footsteps and voices of two middle-aged men could be heard. "Brother Li, you are far too impatient. Didn't I say that I would lend you the record for reading after the shrine visit? There is need to be so anxious." This man spoke with a helpless tone. In this person's embarrassment he responded, "He. Esteemed Brother Han, who was it that had you mentioned that the later portion of the record had a set of nameless martial arts left behind by your ancestor? I am rather baffled as to why our Li clan knows nothing of this matter despite the fact that our ancestors created it. It is only natural for me to wish to see it as soon as possible. However, why is it that you enshrine the record? It would be an absolute shame for someone to steal it." The first voice sighed and spoke with a voice of complete confidence. "Who would possibly think of stealing something from a clan's ancestral hall? While our Han clan isn't necessarily a nest of dangerous characters, we have many skilled martial artists standing guard. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to approach it. Even if they succeeded, they would also have to fear our retaliation." "That's true," the other man agreed. As the thuds became clear, a scholarly man and a man with thick facial hair appeared on the stairs of the second floor. The two initially arrived with a smile, but after spotting Han Li, their expressions froze. In their alarm, the large man stepped forward and covered the front of the middle-aged scholar. With a fluttering mustache and beard, he softly roared, "What a clever villain to think OT waiting here in ambush, but you will not be leaving alive." Once that was said, the man's hands tightened into a fist and he ferociously pounced towards Han Li. But before he arrived, a gale with astonishing pressure suppressed him. Han Li remained motionless as he stood in place with his back facing them. Chapter 662, Fourth Great Uncle. With a muffled thump, the large man's fist struck Han Li's back. The large man was stunned, but his face vastly changed upon seeing an azure light flicker from Han Li's body. As the man attempted to land another blow, he was sent flying. The middle-aged scholar instantly revealed an expression of amazement. Just as the large man's enormous frame fell, his body suddenly slowed and he landed on his feet as if he was light as a feather. He appeared completely uninjured. "Brother Li, are you all right? Did you sustain any internal injuries?" Although the scholarly man possessed little strength, He knew there were many ways that Jianghu martial arts could injure without any external signs. As such, he revealed worry. The large man surnamedly took a deep breath and felt that his body had no injuries. He couldn't help but whisper in bewilderment, "It's nothing, I am fine." His skills are unfathomable, but it doesn't seem he's hostile. When the scholarly man heard this, he nodded and felt slightly more at ease. He then turned his gaze to Han Li and serenely said, "Great warrior, I am the Han clan master, Han Tianxiao. Did this great warrior come here specifically for me?" "The Han clan master?" Han Li slowly turned around. "Ah, you. Impossible." "Humph. What did your esteemed self mean by that?" Before Han Li could speak, the scholar and the large man couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Han Li's appearance. The scholarly man soon thought of something and his expression grew sullen. After the large man recovered from his alarm, he also came to a realization and wore an ill expression. "You recognize me?" Han Li asked with a frown. He glanced at the two and found that the two seemed faintly familiar. However, he left the matter alone with a wry smile in his heart. The scholarly man stared at Han Li and deliberately said word by word, "Your esteemed self asks despite knowing the answer? Your appearance resembles that of our Han clan's fourth great-uncle. Why wouldn't I recognize you?" "Fourth great-uncle?" When Han Li heard this, he wore a mysterious smile. Since he was the fourth eldest amongst his siblings, it was naturally referring to him. However, it was unclear how they would know of his current appearance since he hadn't met face-to-face with any of his relatives ever since he left when he was small. Han Li smiled and said, "Oh? When did I say that I was like your fourth great-uncle? Couldn't this just be my natural appearance?" The scholarly man quickly grew angry and he coldly said, "There are many similar faces in this world, but not only does your face bear a striking resemblance, here you are in the Han clan's ancestral hall. What else does that leave for your esteemed self?" Han Li's expression relaxed and he said with an impressed tone, "Your reply is spot on. You are worthy of being an official of the royal court. The Han clan's current prosperity is undoubtedly a result of the later generation's efforts." A harsh expression flickered over the man's face and he angrily said, "What? Does your esteemed self truly plan on pretending to be my ancestor?" "Pretend? Why would I want to do that? How about you mention how you know of my appearance? I seem to recall that ever since I left home, my family had never seen my appearance. Could it be the members of the Seven Mysteries sect drew a portrait for you?" Han Li's gaze then dropped onto the large man with thick facial hair. He narrowed his eyes, eventually realizing why he found the man to be familiar. Your surname is Li. Could you be related to Li Feiyu?" The large man revealed furious alarm. "You? How do you know the name of my clan ancestor? Turns out you know quite a bit about my Li clan." When Han Li heard this, he nonchalantly smiled. The scholarly man was alarmed upon hearing the words, Seven Mysteries sect, and Li Feiyu. He bewilderedly said, "Since your esteemed self repeatedly claims that you are my ancestor's younger brother, you must certainly know that our Han clan's great-uncle has disappeared. But now your esteemed self has shown up 200 years later, but I fail to see any indication of your great age." The scholarly man had only recently found out about the Han and Li clans' history from a letter. Could it be that this person had also seen this letter? With that thought, the scholarly man couldn't help but look at the table with the memorial tablets. The letter was hidden somewhere between them. Seeing that the scholarly man's gaze grew odd, he swept past the memorial tablets with his spiritual sense and discovered the letter hidden within. Han Li raised his hand without any reservations and beckoned towards the table. The two men were dumbstruck by what happened next. Light flashed from the table and a yellow booklet enveloped in a mist of azure light flew out from the table towards Han Li. Han Li grabbed the booklet and the light scattered with a faint shake of his hand. He then casually flipped through it. As the scholarly man had long since been part of the bureaucracy, he was long accustomed to keeping his calm in the face of astonishing events. However, he couldn't help but dryly swallow in a panic as he glanced at the large man. The large man wasn't faring much better, but his expression grew odd as if it contained both happiness and fear. While the scholar still felt confused, the large man cupped his hands and deeply bowed towards Han Li as he hesitantly said, "Might I ask if your esteemed self is an immortal cultivator of legend? As an immortal, you are unlikely to trifle with the affairs of us mortals. Would Senior happen to have any keepsakes to verify his identity? After all, this matter is rather significant. My esteemed brother Han and I cannot easily believe others based solely on words. The scholarly man was stunned upon hearing the large man, but the legend soon came to mind and he felt his blood run cold. He began to look at Han Li with an expression of awe. Oh. I didn't expect for you to know of immortal cultivators. Impressive. From the record, it seems that you truly are Li Feiyu's descendant. Truly inconceivable for Li Feiyu's children to form a bond with my Han clan. As for regards to keepsakes, I can't recall having any. At the time, I was in complete pursuit of the Dao and departed from my homeland in a hurry. I even left without bidding goodbye to Brother Li. I merely left behind a slip of paper for him and a few bottles of medicine pills. Han Li casually said. The large man surnamed Li spoke with slight astonishment. Medicine pills? Were the bottles that we enshrined at our sect's shrine left behind by Senior? Han Li sighed and dimly said, long ago your ancestor used essence extraction pills without any hesitation in order to excel in martial arts. Even with the medicines I left behind, I fear he wouldn't have been able to live to an old age. After a moment of hesitation, the large man carefully said, I don't know of this matter. However, my father still lives and perhaps he might know something of the deceased ancestor. After all, these secret matters are only known by each generation's clan lord. If Senior will allow it, I will quickly send word to inquire whether or not these words are true. At that moment he was already mostly convinced. The Li clan's establishing ancestor had met with an untimely death at an early age. Han Li waved his arm and spoke with a tone of melancholy. There is no need. I didn't come back to make a disturbance. I merely wished to free my mind of mortal worries. Now that I see both the Han clan and the descendants of my dear friend are doing well, I am well at ease. Having heard this, the large man instead became nervous and began to wildly signal to the scholarly man with his eyes. He clearly knew what it meant to the Han and Li clans to have an immortal cultivator ancestor. The scholarly man naturally knew far better of what there was to gain or lose from this. After pondering for a moment, he respectfully said, if your esteemed self is truly my great-uncle, I have a method of immediately verifying your identity. Our Han clan shrine contains a few possessions of our ancestors from the past. If Senior is able to identify these items, Junior will naturally be convinced of your background. Only the Han clan master from each generation is qualified to personally care for them, and they are incapable of being identified by others. Past possessions? Let's take a look at them. It's only that I left home at a rather early age, so I may not be able to identify them. Han Li indifferently said. If it wasn't too troublesome, he definitely wouldn't refuse to be recognized by the descendants of the Han clan. Please be at ease, Senior. These items were left behind as keepsakes from their times of poverty, so Senior should be able to recognize them. I will bring them now. After bowing to Han Li, the scholar descended from the second floor. After a bit of clamor from down below, the scholarly man shortly walked back up with a tray covered by red cloth. He then respectfully presented it to Han Li. Han Li took the plate and removed the red cloth, revealing the worn items before him. Han Li spoke with pleasant surprise. Oh, so it turned out to be these items. I didn't expect to see them again in this lifetime. Senior recognizes these items? The scholar cautiously asked with a nervous expression. I know a majority of these items, but there were 3 that were acquired after I left home. I don't know who they belong to. The slingshot and small bow belonged to my second elder brother Han Tai. He enjoyed playing with them when he was small. The wooden hairpin was my mother's most cherished possession. The tobacco pipe was. Han Li picked up each of these items and spoke as if he were rather familiar with them. After hearing Han Li examine half of them, the scholar felt there was no longer any doubt. Without waiting for Han Li to finish, he immediately dragged the large man forward and they deeply saluted to Han Li. This unfilial descendant Han Tianshao recognizes fourth great-uncle. I sincerely wish that great-uncle will forgive my unfilial actions from before. With that said, the scholar didn't dare to meet Han Li's gaze and wore an expression of embarrassment. The large man mirrored the solemn and respectful display. Chapter 663. Gold Devouring Spirit Sword. When the two acknowledged Han Li, he felt an indescribable feeling well up inside him. After a moment of silence he slowly said, "On the year I left the village to pursue the Dao, I didn't expect for the Han clan to become such an influential clan. Seems the saying is true. The affairs of the world are truly hard to predict. Stand up you two. With the many years I haven't returned home, I can be considered a complete stranger to the Han clan. There is no need to be so polite." The middle-aged scholar stood up and spoke with great reverence. "Great uncle's words are untrue. Had we unfilial descendants known that you were still alive, we would have certainly sent men to fulfill our filial duties." Han Li waved his arm and calmly said, "Filial duties? There's no need. I've come only to take a look. I won't be staying long. As a pursuer of immortality, it is better for me to have fewer ties to the mortal world." The scholar spoke with alarm. "Great uncle, you are leaving so soon? Will you not stay a while and take a look at the other Han clan juniors in the castle?" Han Li sighed and regretfully said, "When I arrived I flew over the Han clan castle and swept my spiritual sense past everyone inside. Unfortunately, while there are many Han clan members, none of them possess any spiritual roots. They have no fate with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking one or two clan descendants along with me on the path of cultivation." A trace of disappointment appeared on the scholar's face as he bitterly smiled. "It seems despite our clan's prosperity, none have the fate to follow great uncle on the path of immortality." Han Li shook his head and said, "Only those who possess spiritual roots may become immortal cultivators. Such a person might not even appear once among 10,000. For the several hundred Han clan members to possess no spiritual roots is to be expected. Besides, from the way I see it, it would still be better for the Li and Han clan to remain out of the cultivation world. As of current, the cultivation world is chaotic where even entire clan exterminations are possible. It would be terrible if the Han clan were to be implicated." The scholar was initially surprised and sincerely replied, "This one acknowledges all fourth great uncle has said." Han Li's gaze then turned to the large man with thick facial hair. "Which generation of Li Feiyu's descendants are you? What's your name?" The large man hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Junior is Li Feng. I am an 11th generation descendant of Li Feiyu. I pay my respects to great uncle Han. Given the close relationship I had with Li Feiyu back then, I find it acceptable for you to call me great uncle. You were rather protective of Tianshao just now. It seems in these past years the Li clan has shown our Han clan much consideration. As the younger brother of the Han clan ancestor, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Here are some medicine pills. They will be of great use to martial artists. They will be able to save your Li clan youth much effort in their cultivation of inner strength. Accept them for the time being." Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took 8 various colored bottles into his hands before offering them to the large man. The large man was overjoyed and hastily accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. Although Jianghu martial artists cultivated inner strength and it wasn't as drawn out as cultivation's spiritual power, they spent much of their youth in dedication to this pursuit. With these medicine pills, a large number of experts would emerge from the Li clan. The middle-aged scholar felt happy for his good friend, but his gaze towards Han Li unconsciously revealed a slight hint of expectation as well. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and calmly took a spirit beast pouch off from his waist and lightly slapped it. A short moment later, over 1,000 black-tainted gold devouring beetles were released and formed a dazzling 3-meter-wide cloud of black, silver and gold. It appeared almost as if specks of sunlight had appeared before them. The scholar and the large man were left completely amazed. Without any further words, he pointed to the insect swarm above him and had them concentrate into a tricolored sword. Han Li then extended his arm and had the sword fall into his hand with a buzz. This strange scene left the two at an even greater loss for words. Han Li caressed the sword while his expression wavered for a long while. Then with a sigh he spat an azure mist onto the sword. In a flash of azure light, a simple green scabbard appeared on the sword's blade. Han Li then horizontally held the sword in front of him with both his hands and took out a piece of fine, polished jade. Han Li gravely said, "This sword is something I refined from spirit beetles. It is capable of killing others of its own accord. I will be leaving it inside the clan shrine in case the Han clan one day faces extermination. The Han clan will be able to hide inside the shrine and rely on this sword to escape calamity. However, you had best remember that this sword isn't something that I personally control. Once the sword is drawn, Anybody outside of the ancestral shrine that is within a 5-kilometer radius will be killed. As such, you must treat it with the utmost caution. This is a jade pendant that holds a sliver of my essence. Without it, the sword cannot be drawn. Leave the jade pendant in the care of the Han clan's later generation clan lords. Having seen this inconceivable event occur before him, the scholar no longer held a trace of doubt towards Han Li. He hastily replied with delighted surprise, "This nephew will commit great-uncle's instructions to memory." Han Li smiled in response, but he didn't immediately hand over the sword and the jade pendant. Instead, he continued speaking with a solemn tone, "There is something else you must remember. Because the scabbard sealing the sword is made from spiritual qi, the gold devouring sword may only be drawn 3 times. The scabbard will thin with each use and disappear on the 3rd. Afterwards, the sword will turn back into spirit beetles and disappear. I'm sure that giving the Han clan 3 opportunities to escape calamity is a worthy gift as your ancestor's younger brother. After all, there are no fortunes in this world that last eternally. In order to prevent the sword from being used for any evil intentions or opportunistic tricks, the sword will be incapable of leaving the ancestral shrine while it is sheathed. Else, it will disappear from existence. As such, I hope you will properly use this sword to allow the Han clan to flourish for many years to come. Even if the Han clan were to later return to their status as commoners, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing." Once that was said, Han Li handed the sword and jade piece over to the scholar. The scholar repeatedly uttered his thanks and accepted the items with a bowed head. He carefully placed them at the center of the memorial table before returning to await further instructions from Han Li. Han Li was rather satisfied by the scholar's deferential attitude. After some thought, he took out 2 faint yellow medicine pills and handed one to both the scholar and the large man. He smiled upon seeing their surprise and said, "Those 2 items were left for the Han and Li clans. Since you 2 are also my juniors and have personally recognized me as your great-uncle, it can be considered that you have some fate with me. I will also give you 2 a few benefits as well. While these 2 bottles of medicine pills have no effect on me, they will extend the lifespan of mortals who take them and strengthen their bodies. When you 2 take them, you will both live to at least 100 years. Many thanks, 4th great-uncle." "Many thanks, great-uncle Han." When the scholar and the large man heard this, they accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. They both appeared pleased beyond expectation. Han Li nodded his head and took another look around. Then with a curious expression he asked, "From how you 2 recognized me, it seems there should be a portrait of me left behind. If it is in the ancestral shrine, could you let me take a look at it and tell me who drew it?" The scholar immediately replied, "The portrait is actually on this floor. Please wait a moment." He walked up to what seemed to be a common wall and gave it a push. With a creak and a thud, a portion of the wall flipped over to reveal 6 suspended silk portraits. Han Li stepped forward and examined the portraits with complete stillness. He saw the image of a smiling 17-year-old youth. It was a portrait of Han Li from long ago. The middle-aged scholar stood behind Han Li and gave an explanation with a soft voice. It was said that this portrait was given to our Han clan by the deceased Li clan ancestor. However, no one knows of its creator. As if he hadn't heard, Han Li's gaze shifted several times and it fell onto a portrait of Han Li's father wearing noble clothing. Although he appeared far more aged than when Han Li left the village, he appeared completely happy. A trace of sadness appeared on Han Li's face. He then swept his gaze past each of the other portraits. The other portraits were all of white-haired old men. It took him quite some effort before he could match their appearances with his brothers as he remembered them. He felt a flood of emotions storm within his heart as he stood in place. The scholar and the large man both tactfully kept silent. Some time later, Han Li began to mutter to himself in a whisper. The 2 wished to hear what he had to say, but the 2 were blinded by a sudden surge of azure light. By the time they refocused their gaze, Han Li could no longer be seen, but his voice echoed in their ears. "Although I am a rather capable immortal on this continent, I also have many ferocious enemies. Do not speak of today's matters with anyone else. So long as this matter does not spread and you do not allow the gold devouring spirit sword to be seen by outsiders, those from the immortal world will pay you no notice and will not bother you. I will now absorb myself in the pursuit of the great Tao and immortality, so I won't be involved with the affairs of the Han clan. Take care of yourselves." Once that was said, Han Li's voice came to an abrupt end, leaving behind what seemed to be echoes. The scholar and the large man were left staring at each other in dismay. Chapter 664. Exposed tracks. By the time the last word was spoken, Han Li was already 10 kilometers away from the 3-kilometer valley while flying across the sky in a streak of azure light. Although he had something of a relationship with the Han clan members, he had always viewed his true family to be his parents and siblings. Although the scholar and the large man had treated him with great respect, Han Li felt no real intimacy towards them. After all, the distance of many generations and the vast changes to Green Ox Village and the 3-kilometer valley caused Han Li to strongly feel as if he were an outsider. However, this trip to his hometown had weakened the last worries he held in his heart. He was sure that with the passage of time, these worries would truly disappear and his distant ties with these descendants would truly fade away. As such, Han Li quickly gained his bearings and set off. Several days later, Han Li passed through the Lan province, specifically making a detour at Jiayuan City. Little had changed about the city apart from its inhabitants. Not only did Sun Ergu and the 4th-level gang disappear, but even the Rainbow Sect had disappeared over 100 years prior. It had been replaced with a newly emerged gang by the name of the United Heavens Union. If he remembered correctly, the Rainbow Sect had had the backing of Spirit Beast Mountain in the past, but at the climax of the war with the Devil Dao, Spirit Beast Mountain defected to the controlling Spirit Sect. Now that the State of Yu was under the control of the Ghost Spirit Sect, the fall of the Rainbow Sect came as no surprise. Additionally, he had no idea if Mo Yuzhu or her daughter had met with any mishaps. It was a pity that so many years had passed, as even if Han Li asked around, there would be no information to be found. Han Li could only sigh and hurriedly depart. As for Sun Ergu, he didn't manage to find any information on his clan. Han Li didn't mind this in particular since he didn't hold them in much regard. Although he had given Sun Ergu many benefits, Han Li had received little in return. As such, Han Li left the city of Jiayuan and thought to fly in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Once he passed through the state of Yuanwu, he planned on returning to the Drifting Cloud sect. But half a day after he departed Jiayuan City, his expression froze and he stopped in mid-air. He turned his head and gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At that moment, a party of cultivators suddenly stopped 100 kilometers away. The two white-clothed women hesitantly glanced at each other as their expressions grew heavy. The old man standing behind them nervously asked, "Martial ants, did something happen?" "Yes, I just felt the Spirit Nascent's position suddenly stop. I don't know whether or not we've been discovered." The sharp-eyed, white-clothed woman surnamed Liu no longer wore her normal lazy expression, which had been replaced with an incisive air. The burly man spoke with an odd expression. "That's impossible. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot sense something at this distance. Could it be that Martial Ant's secret technique disturbed the Spirit Nascent and alerted him?" The woman surnamed Liu shook her head and firmly said, "That can't be. Our technique was something that was passed down by your martial ancestor. It only allows for the one-sided detection of the wood Spirit Nascent. So long as the other party hasn't yet reached late nascent soul stage, he shouldn't be able to perceive anything strange. After all, it would be considered fearsome for nascent soul cultivators to see within even a 50-kilometer radius, even if their spiritual sense was exceptionally powerful. Could it be that we are chasing after a late nascent soul eccentric?" The green-clothed woman amongst the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators seemed to have thought of something and worriedly said, "But Martial Ant Liu, why is it?" Suddenly, Han Yunji broke her silence as she was tracing the Spirit Nascent's location and spoke with an alarmed expression. "Not good. The Spirit Nascent's position is moving towards us." "What? It's coming over in our direction? Has that cultivator truly discovered us?" The woman surnamed Liu turned pale and she hastily clutched her hands in an incantation gesture. After a short moment, the woman grimaced and spoke with certainty. "The cultivator who restricted the Spirit Nascent is indeed moving towards us at an extraordinary speed. He is certain to be a nascent soul cultivator." After muttering to herself for a moment, Han Yunji slowly said, "Quickly run. Fighting means certain death. I recall that a branch of the Ghost Spirit sect is located in the nearby Lan province. Let's flee there. Although we do not get along well, we are still on the same side. We will draw on the support of their spell formations to fight this unknown Nascent Soul Cultivator. Besides, the Nascent Soul Cultivator might not necessarily dare to brazenly attack the Ghost Spirit Sect branch. It will greatly increase our chance of escaping. Martial Ant Han speaks true. Let us quickly go or else it will be too late. When the large man heard that a Nascent Soul Cultivator was about to arrive, he felt his mouth turn dry in alarm. The woman surnamed Liu raised her eyebrows and coldly glanced at the large man. Humph! Panicking and spouting unnecessary words. We will use the spirit joining arts to combine our magic power into one. This way we will increase our speed by nearly half. Let us hurry. The large man felt his heart drop and he didn't dare to say any more. Under the lead of Han Yunji and Cultivator Liu, the six immediately made use of the spirit joining arts and flew off on their magic treasures and tools as a single streak of yellow light. With their united spiritual chi, their speed was amazingly fast. At that moment, Han Li immediately noticed this and his expression grew sullen as he flew forward at full speed. Han Li didn't entirely understand just how powerful his spiritual sense currently was. He merely knew that by utilizing the fourth layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was able to envelop a 50-kilometer radius around himself. Past that, he wouldn't be able to observe anything in detail. He would only have a vague observation of anything within 150 kilometers. A moment ago, Han Li suddenly felt a sliver of strange, concealed spiritual power linger near his body that had greatly alarmed him. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't have been able to easily detect it with their spiritual sense. Although he didn't know exactly what this was, Han Li knew that trouble had arrived at his door. He guessed that it was more so the matter that he had casually tidied up with the Ghost Spirit sect rather than his extermination of the Fu clan back in the state of Yuanwu. As a result of this discovery, Han Li spread out his spiritual sense and discovered that 100 kilometers behind him there was a party of several cultivators that were stealthily following him. Although it was too far away for him to clearly see their faces, Han Li surged with killing intent and flew towards their direction without any hesitation. As cultivators that were capable of tracking him, he absolutely couldn't allow them to continue following him. Eradicating them would prevent future troubles. And since there were only 2 core formation cultivators in their party, it should prove to be an easy affair. In the following instant, a dazzling 30-meter-long streak of azure light quickly chased after a dense beam of yellow light, producing waves of clear rings from their wake. In only a short moment, Han Li had already closed the gap by 50 kilometers. When Cultivator Liu sporadically detected Han Li's position through her techniques, she couldn't help but grow pale in terror. At this speed, the 6 wouldn't even reach half the distance to the Ghost Spirit Sect branch before being chased down by the Nascent Soul Cultivator. With great worry, the woman turned her head to Han Yunji and thought to discuss further plans to flee when Han Yunji suddenly smiled and whispered, "Quickly look ahead. There is a party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators that seem to be heading towards us." Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators? Han Yunji's soft voice roused the spirits of not only Cultivator Liu but the other 4 Foundation establishment cultivators as well. Although they didn't dare to imagine that they would have enough strength to fight a nascent soul cultivator, they would be able to assist them in buying more time. As expected, they soon saw over 10 black dots approach them from the distance. Cultivator Liu felt somewhat at ease when she saw them. Nevertheless, she snuck a glance at Han Yunji, shaken that her senior martial sister Liu had discovered the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators far earlier than she had. Since there was only one Wood Spirit Nascent, they were actually rivals despite their appearance as martial sisters. While they would ordinarily call each other martial sisters with great familiarity, they felt a great competitive spirit in their hearts, hoping for the opportunity to fuse with the Wood Spirit Nascent. It was only natural to covet an opportunity to reach for greater heights. At that moment, the 6 had arrived before the party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators and scattered the spiritual chi around them to reveal their true appearances. The Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had long discovered the controlling Spirit Sect cultivators. Although they didn't take any malicious actions, they each assumed a cautious attitude. Isn't it junior martial sisters Han and Liu from the controlling Spirit Sect? A truly rare visit indeed for you to have arrived at the state of you. A surprised voice spoke out from among the black-clothed Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. 3 core formation cultivators then walked out from the group, 2 men and 1 woman. Chapter 665. Alarmed escape. These three ghost spirit sect cultivators consisted of a black-clothed man with a resolute appearance, an embroidered-robed scholar with flickering eyes, and a middle-aged woman who still retained the beauty of her youth. When the woman surnamed Liu saw the three disciples of Master Splintered Soul, she sweetly smiled. Senior Martial Brother Sun. So it turned out to be the disciples of Senior Splintered Soul. How timely. But when the three black-robed cultivators heard this, they coldly examined them and their expressions grew sullen. The woman amongst the three wore an unfriendly expression and asked, "Timely? Why have our two junior martial sisters from the controlling spirit sect snuck into our state of you? Could it be you hold our ghost spirit sect in contempt?" Cultivator Liu explained with a smile. "Senior martial sister misunderstands. Senior martial sister Han and I came to the state of you under orders from our sect ancestor. Because the matter was urgent and couldn't be delayed, we were unable to inform your esteemed sect of the matter. Moreover, we've only arrived in the state of you for a few days. We had no intentions of neglecting your sect." The black-clothed cultivator stared at Cultivator Liu and expressionlessly asked, "Regardless of why you've arrived at the state of you, there is only one question we wish to ask you. Did you take anything from the Taiyu Mountains a few days ago?" Han Yunji frowned and an odd expression appeared on her face. The Taiyu Mountains? The mountain range that originally belonged to Yellow Maple Valley? Did you two junior martial sisters truly pass by there? Although the black-robed cultivator's expression remained calm, a cold glint appeared within his eyes. The embroidered-robed scholars and the woman's expressions tensed, their faces revealing traces of hostility. When Han Yunji and Cultivator Liu saw this, they unconsciously exchanged glances. The two weren't fools. It was clear the other party revealed hostility. However, the party of controlling spirit sect cultivators truly hadn't entered the Taiyu Mountains. They merely probed the spirit Nascent's position from a distance and discovered that the cultivator who captured it seemed to have stayed at the Taiyu Mountains for half a day. Cultivator Liu's gaze flickered for a moment and she probingly said, "We hadn't crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. However, the cultivator that is 50 kilometers behind us had crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. It did seem that person was there during that time. Could Senior Martial Brother Sun be looking for him?" The embroidered-robed scholar boldly stared at the two women and suddenly smiled. 50 kilometers behind you? Are you making this up? How did you know that person stayed at the Taiyu Mountains? Could he be a cultivator of your sect?" Cultivator Liu blushed and spoke with luminous eyes. "Senior Martial Brother K must be joking. How could we dare to so brazenly lie to our senior martial disciples while we are in the state of you? If you don't believe me, then this junior martial sister will make a heavenly pledge to answer your questions. You should now know my answers to be true. We don't know this person. As for how we know of the matter with the Taiyu Mountains, it's a bit complicated. Since this little sister has urgent matters to attend to, I would rather give you senior martial brothers a more thorough explanation on another day." As she spoke, she revealed a flirtatious charm that seemed to stun the scholar. The black-clothed cultivator frowned after seeing her expression and grew doubtful. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression relaxed and he calmly said, "Were this an ordinary matter, I would believe you without doubt. However, our sixth junior martial brother and his disciples were exterminated in the Taiyu Mountains and not even a speck of dust remained. My master was enraged by this and assigned us to investigate any high-grade cultivators that had recently entered the state of you. Since the movements of Junior Martial Sisters Party are rather strange, would it not be better for us to confront this cultivator together? I wish to hear this cultivator's story. If he is truly the killer of our sixth Junior Martial brother, we will greatly thank you too." The black-clothed cultivator then rigidly stared at the party of controlling spirit sect cultivators. "Confront." Cultivator Liu's expression grew unsightly. "What? Are you two junior martial sisters too busy to help us?" The black-clothed cultivator seemed to speak lightly of the matter, but the group of ghost spirit sect cultivators behind them all formed a semicircle blocking their front. It appeared that if the controlling spirit sect cultivators didn't agree, they would be attacked. Upon seeing this, Cultivator Liu's expression changed and she thought to say something, but suddenly she turned her head around with fright. It wasn't just this woman, but all the cultivators present felt an icy spiritual sense suddenly sweep over them, enveloping them all within it. Although the spiritual sense's owner wasn't yet seen, they unmistakably felt a harsh bone-chilling intent. In furious alarm, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but shout, "A nascent soul cultivator! The person you spoke of was actually a nascent soul cultivator. You wanted to lead us to our deaths. Cut the rubbish. Immediately flee. Everyone escape if you can." Although the black-robed man surnamed Sun was also furious, he knew that now was not the time to pursue the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew off as a streak of black light. In the embroidered-robed scholar's alarm, he hesitantly said, "That person isn't necessarily the killer of 6th Junior Marshal Brother. There's no need to fear him." The woman snorted and coldly said, "If Senior Marshal Brother wishes to leave his life at the mercy of others, then please forgive your Junior Marshal sister for not joining you." She then tore through the skies as a streak of red light. The scholar's expression grew extremely unsightly and he regretfully glanced in the direction of his fellow Ghost Spirit Sect members before flying after the other two. When the Ghost Spirit Sect Foundation establishment cultivators saw this, they scattered, fleeing for their own lives. They were fundamentally incapable of withstanding the fearsomeness of a nascent soul cultivator. With a raised brow, Cultivator Liu furiously whispered, "Those people were truly useless. Not only did they not help us, but they also wasted time for us to flee. No, it is far better now. There are more people to give us cover, greatly increasing our own chances of escape. May each of our fates be safe." Han Yunji revealed an extraordinarily calm expression and patted the storage pouch at her waist, summoning a large snow-white bird in the air. Cultivator Liu and the other controlling spirit sect cultivators also moved quickly. They each fled using either their magic tools or their own spirit beasts. But regardless of whatever method they used to escape, no one ran in the same direction as another. In their fear, they hoped to use their numbers to avert the gaze of death from behind them. According to their thoughts, the nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to pick them all off one by one, fast though they may be. As such, the many cultivators fled as quickly as they could. Having arrived 50 kilometers away, Han Li was amazed to discover that yet another wave of Devil Dao cultivators had appeared. But when he saw them scatter, he couldn't help but frown. He felt the matter had become far more troublesome. A harsh expression appeared on his face and he took a deep breath. Silver lightning arced from his back, followed by roars of thunder as two silver wings emerged from his back. After infusing a sliver of divine Devilbane lightning into the thunderstorm wings, Han Li instantly disappeared in an arc of lightning. A moment later he reappeared several kilometers away. Traveling great distances in a mere flicker of lightning, Han Li shortly appeared at the area where the cultivators had recently scattered. Han Li expressionlessly used his spiritual sense to immediately find the Devil Dao cultivators that fled. At that moment he discovered that the farthest to flee was already over 20 kilometers away. The closest was only 5 kilometers away. Han Li sneered and immediately set his target on the farthest core formation cultivator and disappeared in a flash of light. The cultivator farthest away wasn't the one who fled first, the black-robed man surnamed Sun. Rather, it was the middle-aged woman instead. Her body pulsed with red light as she tore through the sky as a huge fireball, much like one would imagine of a demon spirit. This strange technique allowed her to travel the fastest amongst her peers despite being only an early core formation cultivator. There were several varied length ribbons of light directly extending from her body. With each twinkle of azure light from a ribbon, the woman was propelled 100 meters forward, resulting in an astonishing speed. The woman was basking in the pride of her rarely seen windfire movement technique that she reckoned to be on par with others' top-grade techniques. Combined with the wind attribute treasure she cultivated, the floating spirit ribbon, her speed was increased even further. She believed her current speed to match even early nascent soul cultivators. If one were to speak of the cultivator that was most likely to make it out safely, it would be her. As the woman thought to herself, she suddenly heard rumbling nearby. Although the sound wasn't loud, she couldn't help but turn her head around in alarm. Chapter 666. Sweeping wind. When the woman turned her head around, she couldn't spot even the slightest trace of a person, but the deep rumbles only became louder as if something was on the verge of approaching her. Her face instantly paled and she wildly looked around in terror. In that moment something suddenly came to mind and she flew off with even greater speed than before. Just a second later, silver light flashed from the empty space, only to soon fade away. When the silver light flashed once more, it reappeared over 300 meters away. Han Li's winged silhouette could be faintly made out from within the light. Han Li glanced at the woman within the red light flying and felt a trace of surprise at her amazing speed. The woman's fearsome movement technique was actually comparable to his own thunderstorm wings lightning movement. It seemed that there were truly an unfathomable number of techniques within the world. Han Li felt a trace of sorrow from his heart before spreading out the wings behind him. With a single fan, Han Li turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared at the woman's front. He then calmly raised his hand and spread out his fingers, shooting a streak of azure sword light from each of his fingertips. With an expression pale from fright, the woman loudly yelled, "Senior, please spare me." Soon after, the red light surrounding her body shined brilliantly, combining with her several azure light ribbons to form a dense light barrier around her. Han Li slightly frowned and glanced at the woman in silence. The 5 streaks of sword light then condensed into a thread and began to strike the light barrier. Several muffled bangs sounded out. This fire-wind attribute barrier was truly powerful to be able to repeatedly block the attacks of the first 3 strands of sword chi. But when the 4th strand of sword chi struck, the barrier was shattered to the woman's despair. 2 streaks of sword chi then struck her vitals before she could react. Han Li glanced at the woman's falling body and shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a fireball shot out, turning the woman's corpse into ash, and he summoned the woman's light ribbons and storage pouch into his hand. "If I didn't kill you, those Devil Dao nascent soul cultivators would pursue me." Han Li sighed and his body flickered with lightning once more while his spiritual sense locked onto another fleeing figure. The next target was the black-robed cultivator who held the deepest cultivation. He was at the peak of the mid-core formation stage and was just a step away from entering late-core formation stage. As Han Li flew in that direction, he patted his spirit beast pouch and released large quantities of black-tainted gold devouring beetles. Under the orders of his spiritual sense, the beetles immediately condensed into over 10 tricolored blades before chasing down each of the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators. This lot had meager cultivation and speed, so Han Li was disinclined to personally slay each of them and merely used his beetles to take care of them in one fell sweep. He would only personally deal with the core formation cultivators. After all, these core formation cultivators were extremely fast. The beetles would have no chance of pursuing them. Gold devouring beetles were adept at closing short distance, but stood little chance in a long-distance chase. The black-clothed cultivator was standing underneath on a shining dagger, while hurrying on his way with a sullen expression. He didn't expect to come across a nascent soul cultivator when he went looking for the murderer of his 6th junior martial brother. While he didn't know whether or not this cultivator had anything to do with the death of his 6th junior martial brother, he did know that the controlling spirit sect cultivators had something to do with him. It appeared that this nascent soul cultivator was chasing after the controlling spirit sect disciples. It was likely that they had provoked him in some way, drawing their ghost spirit sect into the crossfire. Even if the nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any ill intent toward them, it was likely that they would be killed in order to be silenced. Regardless, there was now a nascent soul cultivator involved in the investigation of his 6th junior martial brother's death, meaning it was no longer something he could deal with. After he returned, he would make a report to his master and have him deal with the matter. Since this cultivator dared to pursue Devil Dao core formation cultivators such as themselves, this nascent soul eccentric shouldn't be affiliated with any faction. He must have been a vagrant cultivator, else he would have shown consideration to the vast powers of the Devil Dao. As the black-clothed cultivator worriedly pondered, he suddenly heard a series of strange rumbles from his side. They were intermittent and faded away as quickly as they appeared. Alarmed, the black-clothed cultivator hastily turned his head around, only to see a flash of azure light before all went dark. Han Li expressionlessly waved his hand and retrieved the giant azure sword from the corpse. Although this person had cautiously flew with a light barrier surrounding him, it was as powerless as thin paper against the strike of his combined bamboo cloudswarm swords. Both man and light barrier were cut through in a single blow. Han Li's gaze now turned to yet another distant location. While being pulled forward by 2 dark green skulls, A scholarly cultivator wearing embroidered robes was nervously glancing at his surroundings. Despite having fled so far away, he clearly understood that so long as the nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense enveloped him, it was only a matter of time before they would pursue him. As a result, he simultaneously spread out his spiritual sense to its greatest extent while he flew forward as fast as he could. He could feel his thumping heart rise into his throat. When a sudden sense of unease gripped him, he turned his head around and felt his heart drop into a deep abyss. Not far away, a youth in his 20s had appeared at an unknown time. He wore azure scholar robes and smiled towards him, revealing glints of his perfect teeth. But before the embroidered-robed cultivator could turn his head back and run, the youth said with a friendly tone, "It must have been quite taxing for fellow Daoists to have run so far. It's only proper for me to send you on your way." When Han Li said this, he flung his sleeve and scattered countless gold specks across the sky. These specks instantly formed a huge golden cloud and enveloped the sky with a fearsome presence. The embroidered-robed cultivator released a wretched scream and was engulfed by the golden cloud alongside his magic treasure. A moment later, the golden cloud scattered, leaving no trace of the cultivator behind. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this and he muttered, "The evolved gold-devouring beetles are far more fearsome. In a mere instant they were able to even clearly devour magic treasures. Their repute of being able to devour anything is well deserved." Soon after he flung a spirit beast pouch from his sleeve, and the gold-devouring beetles reluctantly flew into the bag after spiraling through the air several times. Han Li frowned at the sight and inwardly sighed. With their vast increase in strength, the beetles could no longer be as smoothly controlled as before, resulting in a trace of helplessness dampening his previously high spirits. Leaving another wave of thunder in his wake, Han Li disappeared yet again in a flash of silver light. Han Yunji was mounted atop a pure white spirit bird that was hurriedly rushing through the sky as a 15-meter-long streak of white light. At that moment, both bird and rider were enveloped in a soft light. When combined with the woman's flawless appearance, she appeared all the more otherworldly. However, her brow was currently furrowed and she held a palm-sized jade disc in her hand. She was carefully examining it with a fluctuating expression. The polished jade disc pulsed with an astonishing emerald chi and was deeply engraved with many decorative designs. It also glowed with lines of ancient silver-gold talisman characters. One could tell that it was an unordinary treasure from a single glance. The center of the jade disc was as sleek as a mirror, and there were 6 specks of red light that were intermittently flickering from within it as if they were fireflies. At that moment, a speck of light brightened and suddenly disappeared from sight. When Han Yunji saw this, she pursed her lips in concern and attentively stared at the disc in her hand. However, after a short moment, 2 more lights brightly flashed and disappeared from sight. Han Yunji's calm demeanor suddenly changed. When yet another red speck of light disappeared, there were now only 2 specks that still remained on the jade disc. Han Yunji gently brushed away a strand of her hair from her face and bitterly smiled, muttering in an inaudible voice, "Apart from junior marital sister Liu and I, there are no other survivors. The 4 Foundation establishment disciples have already died. Could it be that this person is capable of doppelganger techniques or possesses some other inconceivable technique? It seems we've underestimated what a nascent soul cultivator is capable of. I reckon those ghost spirit sect cultivators aren't any better off. Had I known of this earlier, it would have been better for us to travel together and stake it all together." Chapter 667. Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Although Han Yunji felt slight regret at her previous decision, she knew there was nothing she could do about it now. She could only put away the jade disc with a sigh. She then spat out a translucent, glowing pearl. The pearl revolved once around her and then fell onto the large bird's head, rigidly staying in position without any movement. The woman clutched her hands in an incantation gesture and pointed to the pearl with a solemn expression. As the pearl released a blinding radiance, the bird raised its head and cawed. With a shake of its wings, the giant white bird left a trail of white light in its wake, shooting forward with even greater speed. Han Yunji didn't cease using the technique, and her complexion paled as a result. It was obvious this secret technique sapped much of her vitality, but given how dire the current circumstances were, she had no choice but to make use of it. Not long after she made use of this secret technique, she suddenly heard rumbles of thunder. Alarm appeared on her face, knowing that the nascent soul cultivator had finally caught up to her. She had already reached the greatest speed she could muster. There was nothing else she could do apart from hastily covering herself in a barrier. In order to easily enter core formation, she had previously cultivated a cultivation technique lacking any powerful abilities. With 2 further claps of thunder, an arc of silver lightning flashed at the woman's side. A winged silhouette appeared about 40 meters ahead of her, while an azure light obscured the man's face. The man wordlessly raised his arm, summoning several streaks of blinding azure light. Han Yunji revealed an expression of despair and closed her eyes in the face of certain death. When the silhouette clearly saw Han Yunji's appearance, he shouted out in surprise. The light from his arm dimmed in an instant. Han Yunji was baffled by this. When she thought to examine the other party's appearance, his figure flickered with silver light and disappeared. Han Yunji was at a loss for a moment, but when she heard thunder roar from behind her, she regained clarity of mind. Just as the woman thought to hastily turn around, her light barrier was shattered, followed by the strike of a sliver of golden lightning. Han Yunji suddenly felt herself turn numb and her limp body fell off the bird. At that same moment, she felt as if she were being carried in a man's embrace. With shameful fury stirring inside her, she fell unconscious. Han Li glanced at the woman in his bosom and wryly smiled with a trace of helplessness. After an unknown amount of time passed, Han Yunji slowly opened her eyes to a blue, cloudless sky. She then glanced around in alarm and hurriedly stood up, discovering that she was currently at some small mountain. Her large white bird was crouching nearby as if it had lost consciousness. Han Yunji hastily walked over to take a look at it. Fortunately, the bird was merely affected by a simple restriction that was easy to dispel. The woman then awakened the bird with a breath of relief and flew it into the air, intending to observe her surroundings. She didn't seem to be far from where she had lost consciousness, and it appeared that not much time had passed either. Han Yunji appeared to be at a loss for a long while, before suddenly recalling a dreadful matter. She hastily examined her clothes and body. They appeared ordinary, as if nothing strange had occurred. Additionally, the magic treasures within her body and her storage pouch were untouched. This truly dumbfounded Han Yunji. Not only was she not killed, but she wasn't assaulted either. She was completely lost as to what was going on. Han Yunji recalled that before she fainted, the nascent soul cultivator yelled in shock, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Could it be that nascent soul cultivator had recognized her? Were they friends? However, she couldn't recall ever having met any nascent soul cultivators from another sect. Unfortunately, this person moved far too quickly and she wasn't able to see his appearance while his stature appeared rather ordinary. However, she wasn't able to make out anything from his cry of alarm. Han Yunji pondered for a while, but she was unable to come up with any answers. She soon took out the jade disc from her robes and formed an incantation gesture with a single hand. After muttering a few words, a streak of white light struck the jade disc and a flicker of green light revealed that only single speck of red light remained. Han Yunji tensely frowned at the sight. She began to feel trepidation when she recalled how she had been effortlessly restrained by the nascent soul cultivator. Her junior martial sister Liu was either killed or left the range of her magic treasure. From the nascent soul cultivator's previous killing spree, it seemed likely to be the former. She faintly sighed and put away her magic treasure before flying away on her bird. At that same moment, in a faraway place, Han Li was flying through the air as he held a young woman in his arms. He looked down at the intact woman in his arms with an entirely calm expression. Not long after he knocked Han Yunji unconscious, he immediately changed direction and chased down the other controlling spirit sect cultivator. When this woman saw Han Li chasing after her, she wore an expression of despair and threw several foot-long winged centipedes into the air. This centipede was quite unordinary. Its body glowed with a pitch-black light and had 2 snow-white wings on its back. As soon as they left the spirit beast pouch, they spouted out large breaths of frost, resulting in a fierce appearance. Han Li was initially stunned upon seeing them, but he soon grew elated. If he wasn't mistaken, these exotic insects were the 18th rank winged frost centipedes. These centipedes were the same as his gold-devouring beetles. They were also an insect species that existed during times of antiquity. Due to their partial lineage from frost attribute dragons, their bodies became snow-white upon full maturation, grew 6 wings, and could spew enough icy chi to freeze anything within 50 kilometers. However, these centipedes were exactly the same as his original gold-devouring beetles. They were still only fledglings. The icy chi they spouted might prove difficult to common cultivators, but to Han Li, who previously refined a trace of celestial ice flames, it was nothing to fear. Han Li immediately began to circulate his cultivation. He easily swept up the icy chi with his sleeve and brought it towards his body without the slightest hesitation, much to cultivator Lu's shock. He took advantage of this opportunity to restrain the woman through the use of lightning movement and knocked her unconscious. With the absence of spiritual sense commands, the winged centipedes flew back into their spirit beast pouches. Han Li glanced at the beautiful woman in his grasp and wore a trace of hesitation. Killing the woman would only take a very slight effort. But in that case he'd be incapable of acquiring the 6-winged frost centipedes. Ordinarily, users of spirit beasts and insects placed down self-detonative restrictions to safeguard against having their animals falling into the hands of their killers. Once their master met an unexpected death and their soul scattered, the spirit beast would follow suit and self-destruct. Naturally, if cultivators felt that their lifespan was drawing close to the end and wished to impart these animals onto their successors, they would get rid of these restrictions. Han Li's gold-devouring beetles, for example, were also placed under similar restrictions. Since Han Li wished to acquire these centipede eggs, he couldn't kill the woman. He was also interested in the controlling spirit sect's method of controlling insects. After all, the controlling spirit sect was renowned in the entire heavenly south for its beast and insect use. They were certain to have great experience in controlling insects, and were certain to possess a secret technique capable of better controlling his gold-devouring beetles. With that thought, Han Li placed several talismans on her body to restrict her spiritual power and prevent her from waking up. He then carried the woman off in a streak of azure light across the sky. As for Han Yunji, when he recalled that young girl that he met in his youth, he couldn't bring himself to strike her down. In the end, he wasn't a heartless man by nature and could only leave the woman alone. In any case, Han Yunji hadn't seen his true face and would have little to report once she returned. And by the time he headed back to the state of Shi, even if these matters were all revealed, what could the controlling spirit sect and the ghost spirit sect do to him then? The Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Devil Dao were already hostile with each other. With the Heavenly Fiend sect master personally attacking the Dreamcloud Mountains sacred area, there were surely grievances being nursed by the 3 sects of Dreamcloud Mountains. So long as they were incapable of trapping the other, all the 2 powers would be able to do was menacingly glance at each other and speak boldly. These circumstances were fully known to Han Li, but for the time being it would be best for him to hurry on his way to avoid being surrounded by other nascent soul cultivators. With that thought, Han Li unconsciously increased his speed. Chapter 668. 5-Element Spirit Nascent. When the several ghost spirit sect cultivators met their end, an isolated room in the old base of the masked moon sect opened to reveal a black-robed cultivator leaving seclusion. When his many capable disciples simultaneously met a bitter end, the nascent soul eccentric was unable to continue seclusion in feigned ignorance. He wordlessly released several message talismans, delivering the news of his disciples' tragic end to several ghost spirit sect branches across the state of Yu. He was about to personally set off and discover who it was that was so bold as to have killed Splintered Soul's disciples. However, his actions were too little too late. Before the ghost spirit sect and Devil Dao cultivators even started their large-scale search, Han Li had already left the state of Yu and began to head north in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Daoist Splintered Soul ultimately gained nothing. He merely had a rough impression that his disciples had been killed by an unknown nascent soul cultivator that had already left the country. As a result, he could do nothing despite his raging fury. 10 days later, Han Yunji returned to the Grand Spirit Mountains in the state of Tianluo, where she kowtowed in front of a pitch-black stone room. She had personally delivered a rough explanation of what had happened and had presented herself before the old man, begging for forgiveness. "You were detected over 100 kilometers away?" And you were the only survivor amongst our sect and the ghost spirit sect cultivators as well? The old man's words were asked with an odd tone. That is right, Marshal Senior. I and Junior Marshal Sister Liu each fled for our lives, but I was the only one who managed to escape. The others' whereabouts are unclear, but it is likely that they were also killed. For some unknown reason, Han Yunji decided to conceal the fact that this unknown nascent soul cultivator had recognized her. She merely mentioned her escape vaguely. Since this person was able to confine the spirit nascent, this person is most likely a nascent soul cultivator. But to be able to sense your movements past 50 kilometers is a fearsome feat indeed. According to what I know, there are but a few late nascent soul cultivators in the entirety of the Heavenly South. Could it be this person is one of those undying bastards? The old man's voice grew sullen and contained a trace of deep dread. This is something that is unknown to Marshal Nice. Because of this person's immensely powerful spiritual sense, I didn't dare to closely pursue him. I merely felt him leave the state of Yu from far away. He headed north through the state of Yuanwu, towards the direction of the righteous Dao and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As such, Marshal Nice didn't dare to follow him. In the end, I was unable to identify who it was and could only return to the sect. Please forgive me, Marshal Senior. You aren't at fault. What is there to forgive? If this person was truly a late nascent soul cultivator, the result would be the same even if I personally went. It must have been hard to survive. Because I didn't give it enough thought, I sent you and Liu Yu to track down the other party because of your secret sensing techniques. I didn't think of the possibility that you'd encounter a late nascent soul cultivator. As of current, we are incapable of detecting the spirit nascent's location, as wondrous as your secret technique may be. For the time being, just take some rest. Additionally, it seems Junior Marshal Brother Han has left seclusion. Why don't you pay him a visit? Many thanks for Marshal Senior's understanding. Marshal Nice will be taking her leave. With a curtsy and an inward sigh of relief, she respectfully departed. When Han Yunji was no longer in sight, silence filled the room. A moment later, the old man turned to an empty corner of the room. Do you believe your Junior Marshal sister to be telling the truth? If a late nascent soul stage cultivator truly appeared, there was no way that girl would have been able to escape by a fluke. The old man's voice became void of emotion as if he were someone entirely different. A flash of light appeared from the corner as soon as the old man finished talking. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes respectfully answered, Marshal Senior, I used a secret technique to sense Junior Marshal Sister Han's mood. It was calm for the most part. It was merely when she mentioned her escape that her heart was in turmoil. I reckon she was concealing something that had to do with her escape. The old man released a long sigh and snorted. He gloomily said, I thought the same. Were she not a descendant of Junior Marshal Brother Han, I might have used a soul search technique on her to see what she is concealing. But out of consideration for her relationship with Junior Marshal Brother Han, this vicious soul-damaging technique cannot be used on her. After all, Junior Marshal Brother Han is exceptionally fond of this particular descendant. He even exhausted much of his vitality to employ heaven-defying arts to cleanse her essence for the sake of allowing this girl to reach core formation. But since she didn't conceal anything particularly crucial, I am disinclined to pursue the matter. However, it is quite troublesome for the wood spirit nascent to fall into this old fellow's hands. It is but a silver lining that it was the wood spirit nascent that was captured, and not the other two spirit nascents. I recalled the wood spirit nascent to only be a spare. Although it was slightly inferior, it was nurtured at the time for observation. I truly don't know whether or not there will come a day where a 5-element spirit nascent will come into existence. The middle-aged man earnestly said, the secret art of the 5-element spirit nascents is a magnificent technique that was originally lost by the sect. Were it not for the earth spirit nascent that Marshal Senior unintentionally refined a few years ago, I fear that the sect would still be unable to gather together the 5-element spirit nascents. So long as the spirit nascents are properly prepared, they are able to merge into a single disciple's body through the use of a secret technique. Not long from now, our controlling spirit sect will come to suddenly possess 5 nascent soul cultivators, allowing us to contend with the harmonious bond sect for the chief position in the Devil Dao. However, it is a pity that while they will possess a nascent soul cultivator's abilities, they will lack the lifespan of one. As for the wood spirit nascent, It turned out that the spirit Nascent was truly refined too early. It was the most violent amongst them and was tremendously brutal and difficult to tame. It was reported to have devoured the nascent soul of one of our sect's nascent soul cultivators long ago. It would have been extremely difficult to fuse it with a body, so it's actually rather fortunate that it was the one that was lost. Hee. I am well aware. That wood spirit Nascent had somewhat managed to gain a consciousness over 1,000 years ago. Moreover, it had snuck into the hidden scriptures pavilion and snuck a glance at many secret techniques, allowing it to acquire vast and powerful abilities and escape its restrictions. If there hadn't been a late nascent soul cultivator elder that was standing guard at the time, and had he not suppressed it in one fell swoop, a calamity would have been unleashed upon this world. However, I reckon that if this spirit nascent were to fuse with a disciple, they would possess the abilities of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Although it isn't very likely to occur, it still isn't something that can easily be given up. It's rather funny. Not only is it impossible to strengthen the 5-element spirit nascent's spiritual power, but it is actually required to constantly weaken the spirit nascent's cultivation to prevent backlash to the disciple's soul when they merge with it. For that very reason, we sent a party to bring the wood spirit nascent to cleanse its body of gold and wind in Gold Scarce Valley in the state of Yuanwu. When the middle-aged man heard this, he thought to say something as consolation, but he thought better of it and remained silent with a bitter smile on his face. A month later, Hanli had finally arrived in the state of Shi and returned to his own cave residence. Hanli sighed and placed the woman surnamed Liu inside a meditation room before paying a visit to Mu Peeling. Greatly satisfied to see that she was still in secluded cultivation, Hanli decided to pay a visit to the 2 elders of Drifting Cloud Mountain instead and let them know that he had returned. The 2 nascent soul cultivators were happy to see Hanli and asked him what he was doing on his travels. Hanli skirted around the question and merely mentioned that he had killed a few Ghost Spirit Sect and Devil Flame Sect core formation disciples on his travels. Rather than display any sign of worry, the 2 nascent soul cultivators praised him instead. It appeared the 2 held deep grudges against the righteous and Devil Dao. The silver-haired old man in particular had been forced to use a secret technique to preserve his life in a previous battle. This had caused great harm to his vitality that still hadn't recovered, so Hanli's actions had allowed them to vent their resentments vicariously. Hanli felt even more at ease about the matter and had a chat with them for a long while before he returned to his cave residence. On his way back, he began to ponder over how he should deal with the white-clothed beauty. When cultivator Liu slowly awakened, she was absent-minded and her eyes were half-opened. When she saw that there was a face so close to her own, she couldn't help but jump up and walk back until her back hit a wall. At that moment, she discovered the owner of the face belonged to a beautiful young woman that was sweetly smiling at her. She glanced around to find herself in a sealed room. There was nothing in the room apart from a circular praying mat. The woman happily said, "Fellow Daoist has awakened. If there is nothing wrong, I will be taking you to see Master." Liu Yu's mind was still fuzzy and she still hadn't realized what was happening. She hesitantly asked, "Master? Who is he? Where is this place?" Silvermoon examined the woman's startled figure and slowly said, "If you follow me, you'll have your answers. As for this place, it is the Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Shi. You should know where that is." After a moment of thought, she immediately realized something and couldn't help but shout, "Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Shi? You're a Heavenly Dao Alliance member." Chapter 669. Liu Yu. Silvermoon's eyes flickered and she said, "Fellow Daoist truly is intelligent. This place belongs to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's Drifting Cloud sect. You'd best go quickly and not keep my master waiting." "Fine. This young woman also wishes to see this senior. I will trouble fellow Daoist to lead the way." The white-clothed woman was able to quickly regain her calm, showing herself to be an unordinary character. Silvermoon faintly smiled and elegantly walked out of the room as the white-clothed cultivator silently followed after her. A short moment later, the 2 women arrived before a large hall. Hanli was sitting in a stone chair, looking at a large, deep yellow light barrier at the center of the room. It contained a spirit beast that was violently pounding against the barrier to no avail. Liu Yu attentively examined the spirit beast and discovered that it appeared like a green bull with scales on its back and hoofs of silver. It was a rarely seen iron rhino. Although this spirit beast isn't a remnant of an ancient race, it is an immensely rare spirit beast in the cultivation world. The recently exterminated Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu kept such a spirit beast. It was said to have strength to rival a mid-core formation cultivator. Could it be the same beast? If the bull was one and the same, then the person before her was the one who exterminated the Fu clan. Liu Yu grew inwardly fearful of Han Li's viciousness. There was nothing good that could come from being captured by this nascent soul cultivator. She was also amazed by Han Li's youthful appearance. After all, male cultivators rarely cultivated appearance-halting techniques. To reach late nascent soul stage, one usually appeared middle-aged at the very least. Of course, these middle-aged cultivators were often far older than their appearances suggested. It was merely because of their high cultivation that their appearances aged slower. As a result, it wasn't rare for old men to address a middle-aged cultivator as martial uncle or martial ancestor. At that moment, Silvermoon stood in front of Han Li and solemnly said, "Master, I've brought the fellow Daoist from the controlling spirit sect." Han Li nodded and said, "You may leave." "Yes, master." Silvermoon replied to Han Li's command with a smile and quietly withdrew. They both knew that Silvermoon wouldn't be able to last much longer in her human form. Liu Yu restlessly walked towards Han Li and gracefully saluted him before standing at the side. She revealed a dainty appearance in her deferential and obedient actions. Han Li coldly glanced at the woman before turning his gaze to the iron rhino inside the light barrier. A sliver of lightning shot from his fingertip, penetrating the barrier and striking the spirit beast. The iron rhino's body sparked with electricity. With a wail, it fell onto its side and its legs began to incessantly twitch as it helplessly remained on the floor. Liu Yu's obedient expression slightly changed upon seeing such a powerful spirit beast being struck down with a single blow, but soon after she regained her calm. Han Li was able to sense this and could clearly hear that her heartbeat was slightly faster than before. At that moment Han Li's gaze returned to the white-clothed woman. He calmly asked, "What is your name, fellow Daoist, and why were you following me? It is quite understandable if the Devil Flame sect and the Ghost Spirit sect were to track me down, but I don't recall ever provoking your controlling spirit sect." Liu Yu was stunned upon hearing Han Li's question and her expression became slightly warped. She bit her lip and softly replied, "Senior captured our sects with spirit nascent. This little woman had no choice but to follow orders to pursue your tracks. If I've offended you, I hope you won't bring yourself down to my level. I was only following orders." Given the amazing abilities of a nascent soul cultivator, this woman clearly understood that if she didn't speak the truth, her knowledge could be forcefully obtained through a soul scouring technique. She had no intention of having her soul damaged and then turning into an idiot. Han Li frowned and immediately recalled the monstrous little silhouette. "Would spirit nascent? You're talking about that green demon nascent?" Liu Yu explained with a bitter smile, "That's right. That is the spirit nascent. It was originally refined by our controlling spirit sect with immense care and effort. It is extremely important to our sect, but we didn't expect that it would manage to flee and end up being captured by you." Han Li's gaze flickered and he coldly said, "Refined? I originally believed this to be a demon spirit's incarnation. However, this small thing was truly troublesome. If I hadn't come along, your group definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with it." Liu Yu revealed a trace of embarrassment and was at a loss of what to say. Fortunately, Han Li was able to make out her true thoughts and pensively asked another question. "How were you able to track down the captured spirit nascent so quickly? Could it be something was done to it? If that's the case, I should have been able to detect it with my spiritual sense." Junior reports that there are no pursuing restrictions placed on the spirit nascent. Rather, my senior martial sister and I cultivate a particular secret technique that is able to sense the approximate location of the wood spirit nascent from afar. As such, my martial senior sent us to track it. Of course, we are only able to sense it from a certain distance. If it is too far away, say 100,000 kilometers, my senior martial sister and I would be unable to perceive its location. Not only did Liu Yu appear to be complete truthful in answering Han Li's question, but she also took the initiative to mention some relevant information. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head. Regardless of whether she was telling the truth, this woman's tactfulness was rather pleasing. However, his following question came as a great shock to her. Since your controlling spirit sect has spent such vast resources on this spirit nascent, it must be extremely useful. Why don't you tell me about it? When Han Li said this, he narrowed his eyes as he silently stared at her. A cold glint was present in his gaze. Liu Yu betrayed a sliver of hesitation from her face. When her gaze met Han Li's icy expression, she shivered and reluctantly replied, "The wood spirit nascent is indeed as you say. When refining a particular technique, a cultivator with wood spiritual roots would be able to fuse with it and take the spirit nascent as one's own nascent soul. Without having to condense one's own nascent soul, they would possess both the abilities and cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator." She didn't hesitate to divulge the secret matters of the spirit nascent despite knowing the trouble it would cause when she returned to the controlling spirit sect. She understood that if she didn't speak she wouldn't survive. This nascent soul cultivator definitely wasn't the sort to pity the fairer sex, and she could only be concerned for her safety at the time being. Han Li was startled by her words, but after calming down he said, "So there was such a method to directly enter nascent soul stage. If this is true, then why hasn't your controlling spirit sect already unified the Devil Dao? Surely it wouldn't be content with being below the harmonious bond sect. Could there be a restriction to this secret technique?" With a smooth and pleasant voice, Liu Yu said, "Senior is truly insightful. This spirit nascent is something that cannot be refined in large quantities. Although this secret technique was found long ago, it is incredibly difficult to refine a spirit nascent. Not only are its materials incredibly rare, but only the sect elders whose lifespans are drawing close may attempt to refine one. These deceased elders' nascent souls seem to be unnecessary for their refinement. Also, the appearance of each spirit nascent will only occur by chance. In over 10 attempts, there may not be even one success. The Great Fusion technique also requires 5 spirit nascents of different elements to use. It would fail otherwise. Our controlling spirit sect has been accumulating these spirit nascents until now, but have only gathered together about 7. They had always been lacking the gold spirit nascent, but it was finally acquired several tens of years ago. As such, the sect immediately chose 10 core formation cultivators specifically as candidates to fuse with the spirit nascents and cultivate the related secret techniques. As things develop, 5 will be chosen to conduct the fusion ceremony. While Han Li's expression was unfazed, his heart greatly stirred. He held his chin in hand and began to mutter to himself. A long moment later he slowly said, "Since these cultivators were able to cheat their way into nascent soul stage, there are certain to be a few flaws." Han Li couldn't help but draw similarities to fiend cores. Nurturing spirit nascents should also prove to be an incredibly difficult matter. Senior is right. Although I don't know of the other flaws, I do know that cultivators that merge with a spirit nascent will still only retain their lifespan as a core formation cultivator. One also forfeits their true opportunity to condense a nascent soul by using this secret technique. Their cultivation will also remain stagnant and so will their lifespan. However, there are still many advantages to be had. Since this point had been reached, the woman resolved herself to give the full details. After all, speaking more wouldn't make matters worse. Chapter 670. Frost and Blue Flame. With the woman's explanation, Han Li had a general understanding of the wood spirit nascent that he captured. It was somewhat similar to his weeping soul beast as a spiritual object that was refined by human hands. However, its viciousness was clear to see from its ability to devour a cultivator's primal soul. It was far different from his weeping soul beast in the past. Han Li's mind stirred and he broached another topic. "These 6-winged frost centipedes of yours are rather uncommon. How did you acquire them? Given your current cultivation, it should be impossible for you to use insects of such an ancient lineage. Haven't your martial seniors or uncles pried into this matter?" Liu Yu was caught somewhat off guard and remained shocked for a moment. With puzzled thoughts, she bewilderedly replied, "So Senior also recognizes those insects? Junior found their eggs in an abandoned cave residence of an ancient cultivator. I originally believed the eggs to be dead and unhatchable. But after another examination I found several that were alive. However, my sect seniors mentioned that although this insect was an ancient species and would have vast abilities when fully grown, they are extremely difficult to nurture. With all the right conditions, they would be able to fully grow in about 1,000 years' time. As such, there were no cultivators that wished to take them. Junior believes their abilities to be impressive despite being merely in their infancy. As such, I decided to keep them. Did he ask about the insects because he was interested in them despite his current cultivation? Since a nascent soul cultivator is able to live only 1,000 years, surely he wouldn't spend so much time and effort on these 6-winged frost centipedes? Liu Yu remained perplexed despite much thought. Han Li looked at her and calmly said something that made the woman's heart drop. I am rather interested in your 6-winged frost centipedes, and I have a way to make them ascend by 2 grades in a short amount of time. Would fellow Daoist be interested in making an exchange with me? Liu Yu's eyes brightly flickered and she flirtatiously said, if Senior wishes for me to do something, please don't hesitate to say it. Han Li ignored her actions and insipidly said, I can help fellow Daoist mature her 6-winged frost centipedes, but all the eggs they lay belong to me. I have use for them. Also, I heard your controlling spirit sex insect control techniques are rather original. Would you be able to teach them to me? Insect control technique? Liu Yu's smile froze. High-grade secret techniques for controlling insects and beasts were of the utmost importance to the sect. It was considered an act of treason if one were to divulge them to outsiders. Although she had already intended to completely obey Han Li, her face vastly changed upon hearing him and she bitterly cursed in her heart. Liu Yu looked at Han Li and anxiously said, Senior should know that if I were to leak the sex techniques without permission, I would have my soul refined. If I were to give the secret technique to you, you should know what will happen to me. So long as I acquire the insect eggs and the technique, you may leave free. I won't stop you in the slightest. As for where you go next, the world is large. Can't you just stand on your own? Han Li spoke of the matter as if it were trivial. Liu Yu's expression wavered upon hearing him. A long while later, she wryly smiled and spoke with a distressed tone. Senior speaks of it rather lightly, but I understand my own situation well. If I were to become a vagrant cultivator, I would have no chance of reaching nascent soul stage. Also, I already know of Senior's identity and background. How could Senior allow me to easily leave? I fear I'd be dead when I leave. Han Li remained entirely indifferent before her words and said, What do you mean? Are you accusing me of making a false vow, or are you trying to blackmail me? Liu Yu shook her head and said, Blackmail? I wouldn't dare. I am merely looking for a way to defend myself. How do you plan on doing that? Liu Yu gracefully bowed her head. If Senior doesn't find it distasteful, this little woman would like to become your disciple. Does Senior find me acceptable? You wish to become my disciple? Han Li was truly shocked. Yes, with Senior's cultivation, I am more than willing to become your disciple. As your disciple, I would be granted your protection and would have no qualms about divulging the techniques of the controlling spirit sect. Else, if Senior doesn't kill me, the controlling spirit sect would surely pursue me for the rest of my life. The white-clothed woman revealed a trace of dread. Han Li frowned and began to tap the side of the chair as he pondered. He stroked his chin and indifferently said, From what you've said, you haven't yet taken a master in the controlling spirit sect. But if you were to become my disciple, how would you confront your clan? Surely you understand that the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Devil Dao are hostile to one another? Liu Yu calmly answered, From foundation establishment to core formation, this junior relied on chance every step of the way and never took a master. As for my clan, I am its last member. Cultivators appear in so few numbers after all, and all the others have passed away, leaving behind only me. Han Li mysteriously smiled and said, If you're only becoming my disciple for the sake of protection, it isn't an impossible matter, but I must first mention that I will place a soul restriction on you. I also won't be involved with your cultivation. In short, you will only be my in-name disciple. You will enter the Drifting Cloud sect and cultivate on your own. What do you think? Liu Yu replied without hesitation, placing down the soul restriction is only natural. After all, I was a controlling spirit sect cultivator. So long as Senior shelters me from danger, I will have no complaints. As for cultivation guidance, I never dared to have hope for that, considering that I only managed to preserve my life by a fluke. She seemed to follow the same path of bitter cultivation that Han Li had experienced. With the woman's blunt agreement, a strange expression flickered from his eyes and he grew silent for a moment before nodding. Good. Since you've agreed to these conditions, I will naturally uphold my end of the agreement. Tomorrow I will bring you to the 2 other elders of Drifting Cloud Mountains and have you enter the sect under a different name. Many thanks for your kindness, Senior. Liu Yu felt greatly relieved with the knowledge that her life was secure, and hastily saluted Han Li. Han Li waved his arm and said, "Return to the silent room and rest. I will be placing a soul restriction on you later and will remove the restrictions to your magic power as well." After expressing her thanks once more, she respectfully took her leave from the hall. A flash of yellow light came from one of the hall's walls, revealing Silvermoon in her human form. Han Li glanced at Silvermoon and asked with a flat tone, "You still haven't reverted back to your original form?" This servant has made great progress in cultivating her fox body. Of course, this led to an increase in the time I can take this form. However, Master, do you truly plan on taking this girl as a disciple? I recall that Master was never fond of the idea, fearing it would cause problems through implication and interfere with your cultivation. Are the 6-winged frost centipedes so important to Master? If you're talking solely about the secret insect control technique, you can simply draw it out through the dream tier technique. The woman's eyes stirred while she spoke and she appeared puzzled. Han Li leaned his body against the back of his chair and wore a lazy expression. "You're not wrong. I truly do hold the 6-winged frost centipedes in high regard. At my current pace of refining the celestial ice flames only a sliver at a time, I reckon it will take quite a while before I will be able to refine it." Silvermoon hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you know how long?" To tell the truth, it will take 200 years at the very least to refine all the flames, given that there needs to be a buffer of a year between each sliver. This would take far too long, which is where the 6-winged frost centipedes come in. Their icy chi would be able to greatly shorten the amount of time it would take to refine the flames. Furthermore, it will have a certain fantastical effect when applied to the celestial ice flames. Han Li then raised his hands and extended a finger from each. Under Silvermoon's astonished gaze, each of his fingertips flickered with a white and a blue light. There was a frost that was white as snow along with an icy flame that glowed a brilliant blue. They then nimbly hovered off of his fingertips. Silvermoon yelped in surprise. "This." Han Li calmly breathed out, spitting a small cloud of azure chi onto the frost and the blue flames. The frost and blue flames then turned into specks of starlight and began to mix together. Soon after, a muffled boom sounded out and a blinding white-blue light illuminated the room. A small violet flame bird appeared from within the azure chi and began to flap its wings. It appeared quite graceful as it flew in circles. Han Li revealed satisfaction upon seeing the thumb-sized violet bird. There was even a trace of excitement that was betrayed from deep within his eyes. "Silvermoon, do you remember the sacred azura flames that the old devil bone sage used?" Chapter 671. Insect Shell Technique. Silvermoon cried out in astonishment. "The sacred azura flames. Of course I remember. Those are the devil flame known as the sacred flames of the ghost Dao. If the bone sage had truly refined them, there would have been few in this world that could be his match. However, the flames you've used don't seem very similar to what the bone sage displayed during that day." "Of course not. These aren't the sacred azura flames. But while I don't know the specifics behind this particular flame, its might is clearly superior to the celestial ice flames. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, once the flames are fused with the 6-winged frost centipede's icy chi, their might will increase to the point where they could rival the sacred azura flames. This was something I had unintentionally discovered after I absorbed the centipede's icy chi. A fortunate coincidence indeed." Once that was said, Han Li twirled his finger and had the bird disappear into his hand. Silvermoon was initially stunned, but soon she revealed delight. With a salute and a gorgeous smile, she said, "This servant congratulates Master." The celestial ice flames were something that common nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to touch. With these newly fused devil flames, Master would be able to dominate the entirety of the heavenly south. Han Li shook his head and sullenly said, "Dominate the heavenly south? Those words are too bold. I do not know how many late nascent soul cultivators are in the heavenly south, but each of these eccentrics should possess many years of vast experience and have their own killing moves. Perhaps one of them might have something to restrain my devil flames." Silvermoon pursed her lips and revealed a careless expression. Master is being too modest. How could such an opportune matter occur in this world? Han Li smiled and said, it's hard to be sure. The gold devouring beetles may be incisive and are highly ranked, but the bloodjade spiders happen to be able to restrain them despite their vastly lower rank. If I were to run into a cultivator that knows about these beetles and possesses jade or wooden treasures, it would prove vastly disadvantageous for the beetles. There will also be something that can restrain these devil flames. In this entire world, there is no such thing as a treasure or technique that is unrivaled. Master is still quite a careful and cautious person. From what you're saying, you must want to prepare several killing moves to prevent yourself from being restrained by others. As if not yet finished speaking, Han Li unhurriedly continued, I've previously never accepted disciples because my cultivation was lacking and I was a wanderer, with my residence ever changing. It would have been burdensome to take a disciple. But now that I am firmly established at the Drifting Cloud sect, it is natural to nurture a few sources of influence of my own. Although one's own strength is extremely important in the cultivation world, it is more dangerous and inconvenient to stand alone. At the very least, useful information will make its way to me. For example, there was no one who had taken the initiative to inform me of the trade meet that would take place in the state of Yu in 2 years. Although those 2 elders would notify me at the last second, I wouldn't be able to make any preparations. As for Liu Yu, while her cultivation isn't very high, she doesn't seem to be someone that is only able to diligently cultivate. After entering the Drifting Cloud sect, I reckon she would strive her hardest to develop her own influence without my orders. Silvermoon smiled and added on, with the sole restriction placed on her, she will be unable to betray you until her cultivation surpasses Master's. Her influence will therefore naturally be your own. This is far more advantageous than accepting an ordinary disciple. Han Li glanced at Silvermoon and indifferently said, it's good that you know. He then turned his gaze towards the iron rhino. The spirit beast had managed to unsteadily raise itself, but its aggressiveness was vastly reduced. It now gazed at Han Li with a trace of fear. Although this spirit beast isn't very useful for me, I am able to directly control it through the use of a magic tool since it belonged to a clan. I will be able to trade it for very good materials. After you train it, shut it in the spirit beast room. Once the trade meet in the state of Yu takes place, I'll see whether or not I can exchange it for a few rare materials. I'll be leaving now to place a sole restriction on Liu Yu. Han Li took a black command talisman from his storage pouch and handed it over to Silvermoon. Silvermoon took it into her hands and respectfully replied, as you command, Master. Han Li then stood up and wordlessly left the room. Silvermoon fiddled with the command talisman in her hand and muttered to herself with a pensive expression as if pondering about what Han Li just said. A moment later, she raised the command medallion towards the light barrier with a smile. A beam of yellow light then shot out. Soon after, a series of miserable bellows filled the hall. After Han Li placed the sole restriction onto Liu Yu, he brought her to the silver-haired old man. Of course, he didn't give the complete truth. He merely mentioned that they had a bit of relationship and he had brought her back to the state of Shi from the controlling spirit sect, intending to take her in as a disciple and look after her. When the old man heard this, he was initially stunned before laughing with an expression of realization. I was wondering why Junior Marshal Brother Han made a trip to the Devil Dao's domain. So it turned out to be for Marshal Niece Liu. Good, very good. This sect could always use another core formation cultivator and a woman at that. The silver-haired old man accepted Liu Yu into the Drifting Cloud sect without a problem. Han Li was very satisfied by this and chatted with the old man a while more before departing with the woman. Liu Yu then officially changed her name to Liu Mei and officially became Han Li's in-name disciple. Although Han Li said he wouldn't personally guide the woman, he wasn't about to be stingy when taking a disciple underneath him. He gave the woman 2 magic treasures and several bottles of demon core refined medicine pills. If Liu Mei had been reluctant about taking Han Li as a master, she was now more than happy to pay her respects to him after such magnanimous gifts. For the first time, she felt that leaving the controlling spirit sect to become Han Li's disciple wasn't such a bad thing. Fortunately, this woman was rather quick-witted and soon handed over a jade slip containing all of the insect-controlling techniques that she knew of. She also handed over her 6 winged frost centipedes. Han Li accepted these items with a calm expression and concluded the disciple acceptance ceremony. After departing Han Li's cave residence, she established her own cave residence at the Drifting Cloud Sect's White Phoenix Mountain and became a member of the Drifting Cloud Sect's high-grade cultivators. Unclear as to whether or not the silver-haired old man was paying face to Han Li, Lu Mei was appointed as Deputy Mountain Lord of White Phoenix Mountain, giving Mountain Lord Song an assistant. When Han Li heard of the matter, he merely smiled. After Han Li acquired the centipedes, he used the rainbow skirt grass to mature them. Given that they had this effect towards the gold devouring beetles, they should also affect the six-winged frost centipedes as well. Of course, he also entered a secluded room and began to study the insect control techniques alongside the profound nascent formation arts that Xianxia had left behind. Han Li sat motionlessly on the floor with his eyes shut as an azure light began to flow around his body as if he were cultivating a technique. A long while later, he opened his eyes and his eyes brightened. He promptly grabbed onto the storage pouch at his waist and wordlessly pointed, uttering, "Execute." Suddenly, several thousands of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles flocked from the pouch and hastily turned into a 3-meter-large cloud that spiraled above Han Li. Han Li stood up without any hesitation and began to move his feet in a pattern as he muttered to himself. He raised his hands and shot a mist of azure light, enveloping the beetle cloud. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly stopped buzzing and began to hover back and forth in tight formation. However, none of them made contact with one another, making for a bizarre sight. Han Li's gaze brightly flickered as he watched the beetle cloud. He stared for a time before forming an incantation gesture with a single hand. He then extended his free hand as if reaching for the beetles and softly shouted. Azure light flickered from the beetle cloud and they immediately fell onto Han Li, enveloping him within them. The beetles were several times quicker than before and began to frantically fly circles around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Han Li smiled at the sight, but that smile soon disappeared as he began to utter profound and cryptic incantations. Suddenly, the insect cloud suddenly charged towards Han Li with a sudden eruption of blinding azure light. A short moment later, the light disappeared to reveal Han Li's body covered in armor with simple designs of gold, silver, and black. The armor sparkled with azure light and continuously glinted. From a glance, one could tell it was incredibly hard and durable. Han Li's smile became a grin and he stroked the armor. It felt unfathomably smooth as if it were without flaw. Han Li's smile faded away and he sighed, muttering, "Not bad. I truly didn't think that my idea from Heaven Void Hall of using beetles as armor would work. The controlling spirit sect are truly worthy of their fame for their insect control techniques. They are far more powerful than I could have imagined." Chapter 672. Second Nascent Soul. The insect control techniques weren't difficult to cultivate, and given Han Li's current cultivation and comprehension, they were easily learned. Even so, these secret techniques greatly broadened Han Li's horizons, and the many recorded methods to direct insects to attack were fascinating and impressive. The insect armor technique in particular had allowed him to act on his previous musings of the idea. Previously, he was able to concentrate the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles into simple forms such as blades. However, objects as complicated as battle armor were still out of reach. It was a difficult matter that couldn't be resolved. With the insect armor technique contained within the Jade Slip, he was able to skillfully learn how to condense battle armor in only a month. Han Li was brimming with delight. He was convinced the expert that founded this technique was likely to have possessed insects as hardy as the gold-devouring beetles, whose defensive power wasn't inferior to true armor-type treasures. Additionally, this technique wasn't well known considering there were so few insect cultivators. In the hands of Han Li, and with the incredible durability of the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles along with their particular transformation abilities, this technique could create battle armor that was well suited for himself and possessed immense defensive ability that surpassed those of common armors. Moreover, once his pure gold-devouring beetles fully matured and he was more skilled with the insect control techniques, Han Li was confident they would be able to transform into even more impressive armor. With the thought of the fully evolved gold-devouring beetles, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. A short moment later, Han Li eventually regained his calm. He stroked his armor in a moment of thought before blowing a mouthful of spiritual qi onto the armor. The armor quickly scattered back into the cloud of beetles and returned to the spirit beast pouch under Han Li's orders. He returned to sitting cross-legged on the ground and took out an azure jade slip from his storage pouch, the item that Exen had left behind. He clasped it with both hands and narrowed his eyes before quickly immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip. He skipped past the ancient formation spells for the time being and sought the profound nascent formation arts at the very end. This technique was founded by an unnamed Devil Dao cultivator in the Age of Antiquity. Not only was the incantation profound and cryptic, but its words were dense with hidden and rich meaning. Han Li studied each of the words with great deliberation. After half a year passed, Han Li had a greater understanding of the technique. This had led to him feeling great awe and respect towards the ancient cultivator that founded this technique. This technique did indeed have some similarities to the Righteous Dao's Three Truths severance arts. As for precisely how much, Han Li had no way of knowing, as it would be impossible for him to access the greatest secret technique of the Righteous Dao. Still, it stood to reason that this technique was entirely different from the external incarnation technique. This heaven-defying technique truly created a second incarnation of one's self. Once this technique was fully cultivated, one would possess an entirely independent nascent soul. Although there was something of a master-servant relationship between the two, each one would be able to survive if the other met an unexpected end. It was merely that the secondary nascent soul suffer a great loss in vitality if the main nascent soul were to perish, before it could slowly take the place of the main nascent soul. If the secondary nascent soul were to perish, it would leave the main nascent soul completely unaffected. What made Han Li even more excited was that the second nascent soul could be fused into the body of a superior cultivator's corpse and form an incarnation. Once the incarnation was complete, it was a genuine existence outside of the main body. Even if his main body perished, Han Li would survive so long as the incarnation did. After all, both bodies would hold the exact same memories and emotions. This technique was entirely different from when he had Crooked Soul become a fiend core incarnation. Crooked Soul was merely a puppet that Han Li could control with a sliver of his primal soul. It had no emotions of its own nor independent ability. Furthermore, Crooked Soul had to be in range of Han Li's spiritual sense, else he would lose control. As for the incarnation created from the profound nascent formation arts, it could exist entirely on its own regardless of distance. It would take independent action without orders as if it were just another cultivator. Han Li felt his blood run cold when he read this. But after some further reading, he eventually reached the description of the technique's restrictions and flaws. Once Han Li read through them, it felt like he had been drenched in cold water. His fervent excitement had disappeared in an instant. The difficulty of condensing a nascent soul had left him completely speechless. It took common cultivators centuries to fragment their core and form a nascent soul. Cultivating a second nascent soul would require a second core to shatter, which would take far too much time. The only method would be to seize another cultivator's nascent soul and erase its consciousness. Once it is assimilated with one's own spiritual sense, it would become one's nascent soul. Although the Jade Slip mentioned the method to seize and wipe the consciousness of another nascent soul, needless to say it was an extremely dangerous matter with low odds of success. Even if this managed to somehow succeed in a fluke, the assimilation process was even more dangerous. Given that a nascent soul was temporarily seized, forcefully assimilating it with oneself still risked having one's spiritual sense being devoured by the target nascent soul in the process. Of course, if this managed to succeed, one would have a second nascent soul along with its many benefits. If one wished to take it a step further and create an incarnation, one merely needed to find a suitable corpse and have the second nascent soul possess it. Of course, the greater the cultivation of the original body, the better. It would be optimal if it were the body of a nascent soul cultivator so that the secondary nascent soul would be able to fully utilize its powers. Nevertheless, nascent soul cultivators couldn't speak lightly of killing a cultivator of a similar grade. It was an incredibly difficult matter, and even with Han Li's great might he doubted his own ability to do so. Of course, even if the profound nascent formation succeeded, one still wasn't free of worry. There was still a chance of backlash. An incarnation would be equivalent to refining another self. With the passage of time, There would be discrepancies between their emotions and memories that would appear. The incarnation may even strive its hardest to seize control over the main body. Especially when the incarnation possessed superior power to the main body, there was a chance it would take advantage of its special connection to the main body to restrain it, reversing their positions. As such, although an incarnation can be separated by vast distances and carry out the orders of the main body, it is best to not have it stray too far away. Every so often one must perform the profound nascent formation arts unification technique to dispel the inner demons of each soul and converge their primal souls into one, strengthening the primary soul's control over the incarnation. Of course, in addition to the incarnation backlash, the incarnation also possessed its own flaws, but they weren't nearly as significant. In fact, when the second nascent soul was acquired, it was already considered initial success stage for the profound nascent formation arts. Without any need to cultivate a second incarnation, one had a vast advantage in battle. The second nascent soul would be able to use various powerful abilities and greatly increase the chance of survival without any danger from backlash. Han Li's expression was sullen as he examined the advantages and drawbacks of this cultivation art. Although it was incredibly difficult to cultivate, it possessed a proportionately powerful ability that he wasn't about to easily relinquish. So long as he fully cultivated it, it would be equivalent to having an additional life, an extremely captivating proposition. As for how he would acquire another cultivator's nascent soul, Han Li suddenly recalled the wood spirit nascent that he had captured earlier. Han Li frowned and took out the jade box from his storage pouch. He gently stroked the jade box and remained silent for a long while. He heard a bit of the wood spirit nascent's origins from Lu Mei and naturally knew that it was quite different from ordinary nascent souls. However, it also stood to reason that the controlling spirit sect's 5-element spirit nascence technique had a few similarities with the profound nascent formation technique. Since this spirit nascent was to be fused with a core formation cultivator, refining the wood spirit nascent as a second nascent soul should follow the same principles and prove to be possible. Besides, he had no other uses for the wood spirit nascent, so there would be no harm in trying. As for the danger of seizing it and erasing the consciousness of the nascent soul, it shouldn't prove to be a problem with assistance from his other treasures and his powerful spiritual sense. The only problem he had to worry about was the assimilation of the formless nascent soul. If any problems occurred, he could only sever the portion of his spiritual sense that occupied the nascent soul, causing great harm to his soul in the process. It was difficult to say if such an outcome would result in any lasting influence to his mind. With that thought, Han Li began to wear a face of hesitation. Chapter 673. Trade meat. After glancing at the jade box in his hand for most of the day, Han Li sighed and slowly placed it back into his storage pouch. Azure light then flashed from his hands and the azure jade slip reappeared. Should he take the risk to refine a second nascent soul? He would put the decision off until he fully comprehended the incantations for the profound nascent formation arts. This matter was dangerous and extremely difficult, as such it would be better if he were cautious. With his mind made up, he sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip and entered a state of obliviousness. Not far away from Han Li, Silver Moon was peacefully cultivating in her own secluded room. All of the other miscellaneous tasks were being handled by Han Li's 8 puppets. Time quickly went by and yet another year had passed. One day, 2 streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew in the direction of Han Li's cave residence. 2 silhouettes could be faintly made out from within them. They were the 2 drifting cloud sect elders, a silver-haired old man and a sallow-faced middle-aged man. They couldn't help but exchange a smile when they saw that the restrictions around Han Li's residence were in full effect. The middle-aged man surnamed Liu flicked his finger and sent a previously prepared letter talisman into the restrictions in a streak of fiery light. Once the talisman disappeared from sight, he smiled to the silver-haired old man and said, "It seems ever since junior martial brother Han returned, he remained within his cave residence in diligent cultivation." The silver-haired old man surnamed Qing spoke with a strange expression. "That is to be expected. How else could junior martial brother Han have formed a nascent soul in 200 years? It is a pity that the end of my lifespan is drawing close. I am incapable of treading further on the path of immortal cultivation, and I reckon you know this too." The middle-aged man hastily consoled him. "Senior martial brother Qing must be joking. He still has another 200 years ahead of him at the very least. The silver-haired old man shook his head and calmly said, He, Junior Marshal Brother Liu, how could I not know of my own circumstances? Perhaps if I hadn't been wounded from the last battle, I might have been able to live another 200 years without a problem. But despite my full recovery, the battle caused great harm to my vitality. It is something that cannot be solved through meditation. Senior Marshal Brother. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he thought to say something, but the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The old man slowly said, Even if I enter no further battles, I will live only 60 years more at most, that much is certain. There is no need to comfort me. Why else would I have so painstakingly roped Junior Marshal Brother Han into our Drifting Cloud sect? I have even done my best to befriend him. Normally, even if we were truly impatient about taking him into our sect, we would have done a meticulous investigation into his background. Fortunately, our hasty judgment has turned out to be correct. Although this person's history is somewhat complicated, he holds no ulterior motives towards our Drifting Cloud sect. The middle-aged man was stunned. Senior Marshal Brother sent disciples to investigate Junior Marshal Brother Han's background? That's right. Although Junior Marshal Brother Han's background is rather vague, with his name and appearance, I've sent disciples to stealthily make some inquiries into the state of you, and ended up with a rough background of our Junior Marshal Brother Han. You might not believe it, but over 100 years ago, our Junior Marshal Brother was originally a Foundation establishment cultivator of Yellow Maple Valley. During that time he had earned a small reputation for himself. It was said that during the war with the Devil Dao he alone managed to kill many cultivators of the same grade. But when Yellow Maple Valley was later routed, that treacherous ghost Liu Yu abandoned him for some reason. Afterwards, there was no further trace of Junior Marshal Brother Han. Perhaps he was cultivating in concealment and had only recently emerged when he reached late core formation stage. He then arrived at our Drifting Cloud sect and formed a nascent soul. It seems that during this missing period Han Li should have had some fortuitous encounters. The middle-aged man sneered. It is quite ridiculous for him to be abandoned at the time. Throwing away a sect disciple that happened to be such a rare cultivation genius. In a short amount of time he managed to cultivate from Foundation Establishment stage to Nascent Soul stage. I reckon that old ghost Liu Yu would be driven mad if he knew about this matter. After all, Yellow Maple Valley hasn't been faring very well in the Nine Nations Union. It should be quite difficult for his sect to rely on him alone. If I recall correctly, he should have entered Nascent Soul stage the same time Senior Marshal Brother Qing did. The end of his lifespan should also be drawing near. That's right. Old Ghost Liu Yu is just a bit older than me, but he is quite a bit more proficient at extending his lifespan. Additionally, Yellow Maple Valley should also have no problem after his death. They can just rely on the repute of their allied Nascent Soul cultivators. I've also had similar worries for the Drifting Cloud sect when I passed, and feared that Junior Marshal Brother would find it difficult to stand alone. Were if not for the sacred spirit veins of the Dream Cloud Mountains, Junior Marshal Brother would have found it difficult to preserve the sect by himself. But even so, many would look at our sect with greed once it appears any weaker. My original thoughts were to urge Junior Marshal Brother to take the initiative to withdraw from the Dream Cloud Mountains once I passed, avoiding any potential calamity the sect may encounter. But now that Junior Marshal Brother Han has joined us, the situation has changed. Although Junior Marshal Brother seems to be a cultivator who is wholeheartedly dedicated to pursuing the Immortal Dao and is disinterested in sect affairs, I am actually relieved by this. So long as we carefully win him over, our sect will continue to exist without worry for another 1,000 years. The silver-haired old man twirled his beard in his hand as if he had a plan up his sleeve. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before worriedly saying, "But while Junior Marshal Brother Han may be a cultivation genius, his age is too young and he just recently condensed his nascent soul. I don't know whether or not his skills are up to par." With a pensive expression, the silver-haired old man said, "Yes, I also share the same worries. After all, there are a few cultivators wholeheartedly dedicated to pursuing the Dao that are unwilling to spend much time cultivating powerful abilities. While this results in a deep cultivation, these cultivators may be unable to defeat cultivators that are a grade lower than them. Although I don't believe Junior Marshal Brother Han to be such a cultivator, it would be better to test this. As such, I will be staying behind to guard the sect. You will accompany him to the trade meet. Does Senior Marshal Brother mean to say? The middle-aged man revealed a sudden trace of understanding. The old man smiled and thought to say something further when the mist in front of him suddenly parted. The old man immediately grew quiet as the middle-aged man followed suit. The two walked into the path that opened through the fog without any reservations and disappeared from sight. The largest trade meet in the heavenly south convened at the northmost country of the Nine Nations Union, the state of Yu. Deep within the mountains of this country laid soaring Heaven's City, the capital of the Nine Nations Union. Cultivators from all over the continent flocked to this country. Be it man or woman, young or old, all of those that resided within the city were cultivators. This city alone even had 7 cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage or higher stationed there, resulting in the immediate deaths of any cultivator who dared to cause trouble in the city. As a result, regardless of a cultivator's affiliation, none dared to act imprudently within. 2 months before the start of largest trade meet in the heavenly south, the Nine Nations Alliance activated a spell formation with a resounding reputation, the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation, to protect the city in place of a majority of its normal restrictions. Because a few cultivators have already made their way to the city out of impatience or otherwise, there were already stalls placed inside. Trade was already being conducted between cultivators. While the official days of the trade meet would have treasures of all kind in great number, they weren't something that common cultivators could afford. They would rather find a few suitable uncommon materials ahead of time instead. The quiet, cold soaring Heaven's City soon became bustling with activity as if it were filled with the liveliness of the marketplaces in common mortal cities. However, those walking the streets of the city were cultivators of high rank and the currency being used were spirit stones. The city only possessed a single auction house which was under the control of the Nine Nations Union. It had also begun to appraise and auction off all sorts of rare treasures, contributing to the liveliness of the city. Just as the trade meet was only half a month away, there were 3 streaks of light steadily flying through the sky several thousands of kilometers away. Once the 3 lights grew closer, they were revealed to be 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a cool and elegant beauty. She flew at the side of a youth with a common appearance that wore a rather intimate expression. The third person in their party was a blue-robed middle-aged man whose clothes fluttered through the wind in a display of unordinary majesty. Chapter 674. Marquis Nanlong. The 2 men were Han Li and Elder Lu who had traveled from the state of Shi. As for the beautiful female cultivator, she was Han Li's concubine, Mu Peeling. The silver-haired old man had stayed behind to keep watch over the drifting cloud sect, preventing any sneaks from stirring up trouble while they were away. According to what the old man said, he had already participated in this grand meeting about 8 times and had no materials that he currently required. Naturally, he wanted to give the opportunity to his younger junior martial brothers instead. As for Mu Peeling, she had reached a cultivation bottleneck and encountered Han Li when she left seclusion. When she heard that he was heading to the largest trade meet in the heavenly south, her heart stirred and she asked to come alongside him to broaden her horizons. After all, if she were incapable of reaching core formation, this may be the only chance she had to participate in this trade meet. Since he wasn't unkind by nature and didn't feel this trade meet to be particularly dangerous, he agreed. After all, having a beautiful companion along on a long trip was a delightful matter. Naturally, the 3 sects of the Dream Cloud Mountains had their own parties of cultivators that set off towards the trade meet, but Han Li was unwilling to travel together with those juniors and had left for the state of Yu ahead of them. By traveling along the route that best avoided the countries of the righteous and Devil Dao, the 3 were able to arrive within the borders of the Nine Nations Union without problem. At that moment, Han Li was absent-mindedly examining his nearby surroundings. There were cultivators that occasionally passed by, but when their spiritual sense swept past the middle-aged man surnamed Liu and then Han Li, their expressions displayed shock and they immediately veered off, fearing that they would somehow provoke them. Han Li and Elder Liu were traveling with their cultivation unconcealed. Any cultivator who saw 2 nascent soul cultivators traveling together would be filled with fear and immediately take another route. At the beginning, Mu Peeling was unaccustomed to this, but it soon became a common sight. As the party continued to fly through the skies, Elder Lu turned to Han Li and amiably said, "The trade meet is only held once every 100 years. Previously these trade meets were alternated among the righteous and devilish Dao between the states of Tianluo and Fengdou. At the time, the Heavenly Dao Alliance still hadn't existed and the Nine Nations Union was fully suppressed by the Mulan spell warriors. As such, this astonishingly profitable gathering was monopolized by the two sides. But after the righteous and devilish Dao expanded, neither party felt at ease at having the other party host the trade meeting. As such, the last trade meet was held in the Nine Nations Union without any contest, a loss to both sides that was a great cause for grief." With slight enthusiasm, Han Li said, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, this is quite convenient for the Nine Nations Union, but I've heard quite a few interesting things about Soaring Heavens City. I heard that it is the only city in the entirety of the Heavenly South that is made up of only cultivators. I heard that in the past, when the armies of Mulan spell warriors made their way into the state of Yu, Soaring Heavens City was where the cultivators of the newly formed Nine Nations Union defeated their armies with the assistance of the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation. The battle was said to be truly desperate, resulting in many nascent soul cultivators perishing." "Hee. Relax, Junior Marshal Brother Han. This Soaring Heavens City definitely won't disappoint you." The Elder Lu chuckled and then probingly asked, "However, I've got the feeling that there is something a bit different about you after you spent some time in seclusion, and it isn't an increase in your cultivation. It seems Junior Marshal Brother has cultivated some sort of secret technique. I can't see any other reason for this strange reason. I had truly cultivated a few techniques, but I've got quite a ways to go before I reach greater mastery of them. But I've heard from other disciples that Senior Marshal Brother Lu's Thousand Wave Arts is a famed top-grade cultivation art. This junior brother wishes he will soon be able to see it." With a slight smile, Han Li easily turned the subject back to the middle-aged man. Elder Lu shook his head and wryly smiled. "Junior Marshal Brother shouldn't listen to the drivel that those disciples spout. My Thousand Waves art is simply an ordinary water attribute cultivation technique. While it is rather easy to defeat core formation cultivators with it, I haven't encountered much success with it when used against cultivators of a similar grade. Fortunately, this cultivation art possesses two divine abilities that specialize in survival. Even when I'm defeated, I am able to preserve my life." Han Li took his words to be mostly true. He recalled that in their last battle with the righteous and devil Dao, Elder Lu was able to return to the Dream Cloud Mountains unharmed. Instead, the silver-haired old man with slightly greater cultivation had suffered heavy injuries before being able to escape. It seems his survival ability was indeed impressive. Han Li's heart stirred and he thought to say something else when his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to the side. Close at Han Li's side, Mu Peeling curiously asked, "Sir, what's happening over there?" Since she became Han Lil's concubine, her icy appearance had been replaced with bright eyes and a captivating charm. Han Li frowned for a moment before calmly saying, "There seems to be a squad of cultivators with a nascent soul cultivator heading over, that seems to have discovered us." When the middle-aged man followed Han Li's gaze, he wore an expression of astonishment and unconsciously thought better of Han Li. That seems to be the case. I didn't expect Junior Marshal Brother's spiritual sense to be so strong. You've detected it a moment earlier than me. I didn't expect for Junior Marshal Brother to be so careful as to release his spiritual sense while so near Soaring Heavens City." Han Li silently smiled in response. In truth, given his powerful spiritual sense, it hadn't taken him any effort to sense them. However, the nascent soul cultivator approaching them from afar did seem to possess powerful spiritual sense as well. Han Li and Elder Lu were curious about who was approaching them and unconsciously slowed down. A short moment later, a drum beat could be heard from the distance and golden light shined from the horizon. A group of golden-clothed and armored cultivators with the appearance of heavenly warriors were closely escorting a carriage of dazzling and magnificent design. There were also white cranes flying in front of it, followed by palace maids carrying cauldrons. It appeared as if a monarch was making a tour in an imposing manner. Mu Peeling was dumbfounded at the sight and her jaw dropped in astonishment. Han Li was also amazed by the sight, but he soon regained his calm. He was aware that cultivators were odd and fantastical to every description, particularly cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Perhaps due to the influence of their cultivation's arts or otherwise, their temperaments become strange and separated from reason. Since this was a common affair, he was surprised for only a moment. But when the middle-aged man saw this, he felt his blood turn cold and he harshly whispered, "Duke Nanlong, why is this old eccentric also participating in the trade meet? Junior Marshal Brother Han, do not speak carelessly. His abilities are mighty and his temperament is strange. Since I've met him in the past, let me deal with him." With those hasty words, the middle-aged man called for Han Li to stop alongside him. He wore a serious expression as he respectfully waited for the group of cultivators to approach. Han Li's expression stirred from seeing the middle-aged man appear so nervous. He complied with his warnings and Mu Peeling tactfully kept silent as well. A short moment later, the golden-armored cultivator soldiers and the carriage drew closer. Upon closer look, Han Li felt his heart tremble. The halberd-wielding soldier cultivators weren't much to behold. While their appearances were formidable and lofty, their cultivations were only at foundation establishment stage. Rather, what made Han Li's heart tremble were the two spirit beasts pulling the carriage. From the azure scale armor and the bizarre horn on its head, one of the beasts appeared to be a mythical Qilin. The other beast had fluttering wings of fire with long golden feathers. It was actually a fire phoenix. As Han Li grew fearful of the two spirit beasts, the carriage drew closer to them. Before the carriage approached, Elder Lu saluted in its direction and spoke with a clear voice. "Is that Marquis Nanlong? I am the Drifting Cloud Sect's Lu Luo. It has been 300 years since I've last seen you in the company of my master, Monk Mu Li. It is truly my fortune to meet you again." Although Elder Lu's words were neutral in tone, Han Li could clearly hear a trace of fear in his voice and noted that he seemed to refer to himself as a junior. The huge carriage was obscured from sight by a barrier of golden mist. However, when Elder Lu called out to the carriage in greeting, the drumbeats came to a sudden stop. The group of cultivators stopped about 100 meters away from Han Li and company as silence descended. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but his expression soon returned to normal. A lazy tone came from within the golden light. "Oh, so you're Mu Li's pedantic, scholarly disciple. At the time, you seemed to only be a core formation cultivator. I didn't think in a mere 300 years, you've also reached nascent soul stage. I've heard your master had passed away in meditation during that time. It is truly a pity. However, the fellow Daoist at your side seems quite unfamiliar." Chapter 675. Forceful exchange. When Han Li heard himself mentioned, he simply smiled and remained silent. He was certain that his senior martial brother Lu would answer on his behalf. Sure enough, the middle-aged man rushed to introduce Han Li before Marquis Nanlong could speak any further. "Marquis, this is my junior martial brother Han. He has just recently condensed a nascent soul and joined our sect. At his side is Lady Mu, his concubine. Junior Martial Brother Han, this is Marquis Nanlong, an old friend of my deceased master. I hope you will acquaint yourself with him." As his clothes fluttered in the wind, Han Li calmly saluted the carriage. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Marquis Nanlong." Within the carriage, Marquis Nanlong indifferently said, "Han Li? That name is completely unfamiliar. It seems fellow Daoist Han is truly a new nascent soul cultivator. Might we have an exchange of skill to gauge your abilities?" Junior Martial Brother Han only condensed a nascent soul a few years ago. How could he possibly be a match for fellow Daoist Nanlong? I mean, fellow Daoist Nanlong is already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Lu Luo's smiling expression froze and he inwardly cursed. Although this old eccentric's temperament was peculiar, his words suggested he was now entirely different from before. "Be at ease. I won't be using my cultivation to take advantage of the weak. We will only be using our spiritual sense to contest. After all, fellow Daoist Han's spiritual sense is rather strong, very unlike a cultivator who had just condensed his nascent soul. I am anxious to display my own skill." As soon as that was said, a golden light flashed from the huge carriage, fading away to reveal the three that were sitting inside. One was a man wearing robes embroidered with purple pythons and a tall jade-green hat with a long beard that reached down to his chest. The other two were women dressed in snow-white palace robes. Each beauty was being loosely held in his embrace on each side. The women at the Marquis sides were certain to be his concubines. Although their cultivations were only at foundation establishment, their graceful beauty was a sight to behold. Worry filled Liu Luo and he directly said, "Marquis must be joking." Although junior martial brother Han's spiritual sense is a bit strong, contests of spiritual sense are exceedingly dangerous. How can this be taken so lightly? Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a cold smile and calmly said, "Fellow Daoist Liu, you seem worried, but perhaps fellow Daoist Han would be willing to give it a chance." He glanced at Han Li as a cold glint flickering through his eyes. "Moreover, if I remember correctly, we are already within 500 kilometers of Soaring Heavens City. If fellow Daoist Han truly refuses my good intentions, I will make use of the forced trade law." Liu Luo's expression changed as he faintly felt a sense of foreboding. Forced trade? What does the Marquis mean? Marquis Nanlong's gaze coldly swept over Mu Peeling as he expressionlessly said, "From how intimately Lady Mu and fellow Daoist Han are acting, fellow Daoist Han must certainly hold her dear. It just so happens that I have two beloved concubines at my side, but I've grown bored of them. I'll use them to exchange for fellow Daoist Han's concubine. My two beloved concubines are on par with Lady Mu with regards to both cultivation and appearance, fulfilling the forced trade conditions. If fellow Daoist Han is unwilling to trade, you will have to stake it in a contest of spiritual sense. If you win, not only will you retain your own concubine, but you may take both of mine." The two concubines in his embrace had a slight change of expression, but they soon returned to normal. When Liu Luo heard this, furious alarm was revealed on his face and he was at a loss for words while Mu Peeling turned pale. Han Li frowned for a moment before he calmly responded, "A forced trade. Senior Martial Brother Liu, could you give me a detailed explanation?" From Han Li's perspective, this Marquis Nanlong was still a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator and was nothing to fear with Han Li's current abilities. It isn't anything much. Forced trades are one of the laws that are specifically for use by nascent soul cultivators of the host power. Junior Martial Brother should know that when cultivators reach nascent soul stage, no powers are willing to offend one another. The host of the trade meet is no exception to this. However, with such a large trade meet, there are certain to be a few clashes and disagreements. If the cultivators are at the core formation stage or below, the hosting power may forcefully suppress them. But if something were to occur between nascent soul cultivators, the hosting power is unwilling to go through the trouble of intervening. As such, there are a set of particular laws that will allow for nascent soul cultivators to resolve the dispute themselves. Forced trades are among the least used of these laws. Specifically, before the trade meet starts, any nascent soul cultivators within 500 kilometers of the city may use obviously superior goods to trade for something they require. If the other party refuses, both sides may settle the decision by comparing techniques and divine abilities. However, the conditions for use are harsh. Even if the initiator of the exchange wins, they still must pay the price to exchange. But if they lose, they will hand over their proposed goods to the challenged party free of charge. Furthermore, if someone is severely injured during the challenge, the trade meet host will pursue the offending party to its greatest extent. But it had always been extremely difficult to constrain nascent soul cultivators. Also, unless the item is desperately required and one's cultivation is clearly higher than the challenged party, no one would perform such a risky trade and risk making enemies. Liu Luo's expression was unsightly as he gave Han Li the explanation. With regards to concubines, there have been nascent soul cultivators that trade them, and it is actually quite popular among a few Devil Dao sections. As the conditions of the current exchange were satisfactory, contacting the 9 Nations Union's enforcers would result in nothing. Fortunately, this affair shouldn't put Han Li's life at risk, but it would be rather troublesome if he were to receive injuries before the trade meet even started. Moreover, Han Li wasn't particularly attached to Mu Peeling. Even if he was forced to trade her, he would end up with 2 grand beauties. It shouldn't prove to be too much of a loss for him. Han Li's expression was completely calm upon hearing Liu Luo's explanation, but Mu Peeling was full of regret. Had she known that the trade meet had such laws, she wouldn't have requested to accompany Han Li. Although she didn't know much of this Marquis Nanlong from how he treated other cultivators and his concubines, it was likely that she wouldn't be able to preserve her maidenhood until core formation stage and would be treated like a material good. Mu Peeling gritted her teeth at the thought of this occurring, and her pale complexion faintly revealed a dark shade of red. She didn't have high hopes that her husband would be able to defeat him. Marquis Nanlong sat on the carriage and closely pressured Han Li, asking, "Well? Will fellow Daoist agree to the exchange, or will we have a match with our spiritual sense?" Silence filled their surroundings for a time. Not only did Lu Luo and Mu Peeling nervously glance at Han Li, but even the two concubines of Marquis Nanlong curiously glanced at the youthful cultivator with an ordinary appearance. After stroking his chin, Han Li suddenly smiled. "If it's a contest of spiritual sense, then I will agree. Since I've just recently condensed my nascent soul, I coincidentally wish to compare my spiritual sense against other nascent soul cultivators. However, if I somehow manage to win, I don't want the Marquis's beloved concubines. Instead, I would rather know the true reason Marquis Nanlong has decided to have a spiritual sense competition. I hope the Marquis won't merely say that I was displeasing to the eye or that he finds my own concubine to be desirable." Han Li calmly spoke, revealing not a trace of worry. An indescribable expression flickered over the Marquis' face, and the others were left at a complete loss. Marquis Nanlong grew silent for a moment before slowly replying, "All right, I agree." His expression appeared completely solemn. "Sir." Mu Peeling couldn't help but call out to Han Li upon seeing him agree to the battle. She wore a complicated expression on her face. Han Li waved his arm. "It's nothing. Just a mere contest." Lu Luo sighed and warned, "Junior Marshal Brother, be careful. If it becomes too much, concede immediately. I will immediately act to protect you." Han Li nodded and said nothing further. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong had already pushed away his concubines and flung his sleeve, launching himself through the air. Azure light flashed from Han Li's body as he also made his approach. Although the forced trade provision mentioned that it would be best if the 9 Nations Union enforcers to be present, both sides decided to tacitly remain silent of the matter. When both parties were only about 20 meters away from another, they stopped. Han Li then calmly said, "Although I don't know why the Marquis truly wishes to test the depths of my spiritual sense, the reason clearly isn't shallow. I am quite curious about the matter. Fellow Daoist Han is truly intelligent. However, you will only know the reason if your spiritual sense is at least as strong as mine. Were it not for your powerful spiritual sense sweeping past me previously, I wouldn't have tainted my reputation by challenging you." Martin Nanlong coldly smiled and bluntly said, "However, I don't see your chance of victory being large. The differences in spiritual strength between early and mid-nascent soul cultivators aren't something to underestimate." Chapter 676. Spiritual Sense Formation. Fellow Daoist speaks the truth, but I have no intention of handing over my concubine. I merely wish to exchange a few pointers. Han Li spoke calmly and soon released his spiritual sense. With the appearance of an astonishing aura, something shot towards the Marquis. "Good." Marquis Nanlong appeared completely calm and released his spiritual sense. 2 streaks of nearly incorporeal force appeared between the two and burst in a collision. A violent gust suddenly appeared and blew out in every direction. Marquis Nanlong felt alarmed by the development as his initial spiritual sense probe instantly grew several times greater in size. Layers and streams of violent white instantly flew into the gap of space between Han Li and the Marquis, causing their silhouettes to blur as if there were 2 originless and unmoving shadows. Spiritual sense formation. How can this be? How is Junior Marshal Brother Han's spiritual sense so strong? Lu Luo couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. Spiritual sense formation? Could my husband win? I'm not sure either, but ordinarily, spiritual sense formation is a divine ability only mid-nascent soul cultivators can grasp. For Junior Marshal Brother Han to be able to use this technique, his main cultivation art must be specialized in spiritual sense. That is the only possible explanation. Lu Luo's excited words turned into a pensive mutter halfway through. Filled with hope by her martial ancestor Lu's explanation, Mu Peeling said, "In that case my husband must have a fighting chance." With a shifting expression Lu Luo said, That's hard to say. There are differences in strength among even similar grade cultivators. Marquis Nanlong had already entered the mid-nascent soul stage 300 years ago. Although his progress has stalled, he is without a doubt only a step away from late nascent soul stage. It should be quite difficult for junior martial brother Han to win against this old eccentric. When Mu Peeling heard this, her briefly hopeful heart immediately turned ice-cold once again. At that moment, the explosions in the skies suddenly became far more dense and winds began to continuously revolve, forming a huge ring of white wind around Han Li and the Marquis. Liu Luo yelped in surprise as an odd expression appeared on his face. I can't believe it. Junior martial brother isn't losing. Mu Peeling was overjoyed by this and thought to ask something more, but a series of blinding white lights filled the skies. Soon after, claps of thunder rang out and the ring of wind surrounding them ruptured, sweeping up their surroundings in a violent windstorm. 100 meters away from them, the others revealed shock as they saw the overbearing squalls arrive towards them. Not good. Liu Luo softly shouted. His figure blurred and blocked Mu Peeling. At the same time he crossed his hands, summoning a blue light barrier in front of them. In that short moment the fierce squall had already arrived at their barrier. Strange creaks continuously sounded out from the wind as if it were a heavy strike. An instant later, there was a deep indentation left behind on the barrier. Fortunately, the winds quickly scattered and a majority swept past them. The light barrier was soon restored to its original form. As for Marquis Nanlong's group of soldier cultivators, they lifted their golden halberds in a disciplined manner, forming a huge barrier of golden light around them and the carriage. However, the golden light only lasted against the white Gallifer an instant before shattering. When the remaining gust swept through, the cultivators behind the barrier held their heads in their arms and Mr. B screamed. Blood bled from every opening of their head in a frightening display. Only the two concubines were safe due to the carriage's protective restrictions. However, their faces were pale from fear. Mu Peeling felt her blood turn cold at the sight as she turned her gaze once more to Han Li, mesmerized. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong coldly snorted. A ball of golden light suddenly appeared and burst into countless streaks of golden light that quickly surrounded his servants. When the golden light appeared, his servants ceased their screams and stood firm once more. Although they appeared panic-stricken, they no longer seemed to be in pain. Having saved his subordinates, Marquis Nanlong turned his gaze towards Han Li and revealed bewilderment as if he couldn't believe that Han Li's spiritual sense could rival his own. In that previous bout he had released a majority of his spiritual sense, but Han Li was able to effortlessly continue. From how relaxed he appeared, it seemed possible that Han Li's spiritual sense was actually stronger than his own. Marquis Nanlong's contempt had long disappeared and his heart wavered. At that moment Han Li widely smiled at him and casually said, "Shall we stop the contest? I fear I might not last if this continues." With some further thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, Fellow Daoist Han is far too modest. Let alone your techniques, but even your spiritual sense isn't inferior to my own in the slightest. Let us drop the contest, else we may end up injured." When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sighed despite the smile on his face. Although he wasn't willing to truly fight against this Marquis Nanlong, from what he had experienced in the contest, Han Li should prove an equal match at the very least. However, their recent struggle had caused the Marquis to view Han Li with some apprehension and he didn't dare to treat him lightly. Moreover, his spiritual sense was strong enough to meet his conditions. He had a request to make of Han Li. Marquis South Dragon strangely smiled at Han Li and stealthily sent him a voice transmission. "Since fellow Daoist Han's spiritual sense is on par with mine, I will tell you the true reason for the contest. It is as fellow Daoist guest. I had a different objective in mind for forcibly testing your spiritual sense. However, this matter is quite important and it is inconvenient to speak of it here. The Jade Slip contains a map. On the 4th day of the trade meet, there will be a gathering of cultivators as indicated. I will introduce you to these fellow Daoists, and we will discuss a matter that will benefit us all." Afterwards he stroked his storage pouch and took out an exquisite jade slip that he tossed towards Han Li without any regard to Liu Luo. When Han Li saw this, he immediately extended his hand and took the jade slip. After examining the Marquis for a moment, he placed the jade slip into his storage pouch for later. The Marquis chuckled at the sight and then descended towards his carriage in a sphere of golden light. The carriage's golden light then appeared once more and he quickly made his way towards Soaring Heaven's city with his escort. The Marquis seemed to ignore Liu Yu in his departure. While other nascent soul cultivators would feel indignant and dissatisfied by this treatment, Liu Yu knew of the Marquis' eccentric personality and could only smile wryly. At that moment, Han Li descended towards Elder Liu and Mu Peeling. "Sir, are you all right?" When she saw Han Li return, Mu Peeling greeted him with a flushed face as she stared at him with bright eyes. Although her husband had contested with Marquis Nanlong for only a moment, that recent display of mighty ability had greatly shaken her heart. She felt somewhat more appreciative of her position by his side and faintly developed a sense of security from him. It was nothing, merely a bit of effort. Han Li calmly said. Her sudden display of concern had made his heart throb. Liu Yu looked at Han Li for a long while with admiration before beaming and said, "Junior Marshal brother, you keep your secrets well. You made me worry for nothing." Han Li calmly said, "I never meant to conceal this from my two senior martial brothers. It's just that you haven't ever asked me about it, but let's hurry for now. Those spiritual sense scales will certainly draw the attention of many cultivators." Liu Yu instantly agreed. "That's right. It would be troublesome if this were widely spread. Let's quickly head to Soaring Skies City." Chapter 677. Meeting the boy. Han Li stood on the side of a mountain and glanced at the huge city walls several kilometers away. He softly said, "This is Soaring Heaven's mountain?" Liu Yu stood at Han Li's side and spoke with a similar expression. "Has Junior Marshal brother never seen such a large city before? The Nine Nations Union have expanded this city several times before reaching such a size. Although I wouldn't dare to say that this is the largest city in the Heavenly South, it definitely is among the top 5. The entire city is also made of huge stones from the same source." When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled. What city could possibly best Scattered Star Sea's Heavenly Star City? Now that city was truly gargantuan existence. Although Soaring Heaven City was a huge city that spanned over 50 kilometers, it still wasn't something that could be compared to Heavenly Star City. Han Li didn't care much of it, but Mu Peeling was clearly amazed by the sight of this stone city. "Nevertheless, we will have to approach Soaring Heaven City on foot. How troublesome." Liu Yu shook his hand and spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Han Li pursed his lips and replied, "The Nine Nations Union can't help it. There are far too many high-grade cultivators that have come. They would have no way of managing the city if they were to come by air. Fortunately, these restrictions are merely superficial against nascent soul cultivators like us. If we truly wished to fly, these restrictions couldn't do anything to us." "I didn't expect for Junior Marshal brother to be so open-minded. Right, let's go. The sooner we get to the city, the more profit will be had." Ever since Han Li's bout with Marquis Nanlong, Senior Marshal brother Liu had treated Han Li in a far greater familiarity. Han Li nodded with a smile, and the three began to walk towards the city gate in stride. Because they were in the vicinity of Soaring Heaven City, there were vast crowds entering the city from every direction. Han Li and Liu Yu already concealed their cultivation as this didn't wish to cause a disturbance. They entered the crowd under the guise of Foundation Establishment cultivators and made way towards the city gate. Although there were protectors from the Nine Nations Union, they didn't discover anything amiss from Han Li or Liu Yu. After they entered Soaring Heaven City, they spotted orderly rows of stone buildings. There were stone streets of varying length between each of the stone buildings, forming what seemed to be a crowded web-like pathway. Since Liu Yu had been at Soaring Heavens in the past, he suggested, "Let's first get a fixed residence. There is no need for us to barge into any inns. There are distinguished pavilions that are specialized for nascent soul cultivators like us. We'll be heading there directly." Han Li didn't raise any objects and followed after Elder Liu with Mu Peeling in tow. Liu Yu ended up bringing to the two towards a corner of the city. A short moment later, the three passed through many roads before arriving in front of a white light barrier. Behind the light barrier laid many pavilions that were simply designed but elegant nonetheless. There were other cultivators outside the light barrier, peering inside with expressions of admiration and reverence. However, they didn't dare to stay for too long and each of them eventually hurried on their way. The restrictions here are only something a nascent soul cultivator can dissolve. Liu Luo pressed his hand against the light barrier and blue light flickered from his palm. With a whoosh, the white light barrier formed a hole from where Liu Luo's palm had touched it. He then flew inside with a blur, followed by the light barrier closing at an inconceivable speed. After a moment of surprise, Hanli opened his mouth and spouted out a mist of azure light. The white light barrier flickered upon contact with the azure light and a 3-meter large hole immediately shattered. Hanli grabbed onto Mu Peeling's waist and quickly brought her through the light barrier. Mu Peeling blushed from being in Hanli's embrace and felt a peculiar emotion in her heart. Liu Luo appeared amazed at how easily Hanli had broken through the barrier, but his calm soon returned. Liu Luo pointed to a few of the pavilions with a smile and said, "These pavilions are for the use for any nascent soul cultivators and any disciples they may bring. They may chosen at will, but the light restrictions surrounding the pavilions illustrate whether or not they are already occupied. However, not all nascent soul cultivators are willing to use this place. There are a few eccentrics that are willing to stay outside the city or at inns." As expected, a small portion of the pavilions were already glowing with light restrictions. Liu Luo pointed to 2 pavilions a couple hundred of meters away and proposed, "Junior Marshal Brother, let's pick those neighboring pavilions. If anything happens, it will be best if we look after each other." After examining them for a moment, Hanli replied, "Let's do as you say." Just as Liu Luo was about to say something else, the white-yellow light barrier covering another pavilion suddenly opened to reveal a small figure. When this person swept past Hanli and Luo Lu, they astonishedly said, "Is it not Brother Liu? I didn't expect for you to arrive so early." Hanli hastily peered in the speaker's direction. This person was a child with delicate, flawless skin. He was the child fire dragon that Hanli previously saw at the sacred area of the 3 sections. Once he finished speaking, his bright eyes turned towards Hanli and Mu Peeling, resulting in an expression of astonishment. With his vast memory, he was able to recall them both being among the finalists of the last sword trial assembly. However, Hanli was now only using a superficial cultivation concealment technique, something ineffective against cultivators of the same grade. After a moment of surprise, the boy revealed an expression of understanding. Liu Luo quickly smiled upon seeing him. It seemed their relationship was quite good. "Hee. So it turned out to be fellow Daoist Lan. How are we early? You obviously rushed over here." "Ah, that's right, this is our newly joined Elder Han. Junior Marshal Brother Han, I believe you've met Brother Lan once before. There should be no further need for introductions." When the child fire dragon heard this, he wryly smiled and said, "So it is true that fellow Daoist Han entered the Drifting Cloud sect as a new elder. My eyes were truly awry that day." Having heard this, Hanli offered a cursory explanation with a smile. "I had merely heard of the grand reputation of the sacred spirit well tree and wished to enter the sacred area to take a look. I sincerely hope fellow Daoist Lan didn't take offense." Since fellow Daoist is now an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, this matter need not be mentioned further. However, you two have arrived quite timely. I happen to be meeting a few friendly acquaintances of mine at the Crystal Dragon Pavilion for a small-scale trade. How about you 2 fellow Daoists come and take a look? Perhaps you might find something you like." The child fire dragon seemed to have a straightforward temperament to have invited them with a beckon. Liu Luo joyously said, "To think there would be an exchange so soon. Hehe. We've definitely come at a good time." He then hastily turned towards Hanli with his expression quickly turning solemn. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, there aren't many exchanges that occur between nascent soul cultivators. We must go, else we could miss some good items." Hanli calmly smiled and said, "Then let us follow Senior Marshal Brother Lan." After Hanli and Luo Lu arranged restrictions outside their pavilions, they followed the child fire dragon out of the residential area. Hanli had instructed Mu Peeling to stay inside the pavilion for the time being. The child fire dragon explained in a clear voice, "The Crystal Dragon Pavilion was opened by a good friend of mine from the 9 Nations Union. My good friend has made a wide range of connections, acquainting himself with those from every power. As such, he was able to form this trade meeting. However, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble, All of those attending will be concealing their true appearances. Lu Luo's heart stirred and he spoke with amazement. Brother Lon seems to be talking of Daoist Heaven Crystal. However, I recall that Daoist Heaven Crystal isn't fond of business matters. Did he truly take the initiative to hold this trade meeting? The child fire dragon chuckled and said, "Hee, I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Lu would know of my old friend's reputation. That's right, while my old friend isn't fond of such inconvenience, there are a few required materials that he had been searching for. I reckon he took the initiative to start this trade meet in order to find them." Lu Luo nodded his head. Oh, if that's the case, it does seem quite likely. As Han Li listened to the two, his expression remained as always. The three walked towards a pure white pavilion ahead of them. It was 3 stories tall and grew more narrow towards the top. There was a silver sign that hung from the building with the words, Crystal Dragon Pavilion. Chapter 678. Nascent Soul Meeting. It's right here. Fellow Daoists, let's go in. The child fire dragon smiled at the two and walked towards the Crystal Dragon Pavilion with a swagger. Once they approached the pavilion's large gate, Han Li casually took a look inside and revealed surprise. The interior appeared to be that of an ordinary restaurant. Not only was it full of guests that were eating and drinking, there were also several waiters that were scurrying between tables with dishes in hand. The scents of fine wine and food were accompanied with the clanging of cups. After they pushed open the gates, they saw a foot-long wooden plate hung at the side. "This building is taken, outsiders are prohibited," were written on it in pitch-black words. That old ghost Heaven Crystal is still playing around with silly illusion techniques. Really? After muttering those words, the child fire dragon paid no more attention to it and walked in with a stride. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred and he swept his spiritual sense past the floor. He soon revealed a strange expression, but he continued inside. Once they passed the gate, the guests, waiters, scents and sounds, all disappeared like the pop of a bubble. Han Li casually swept his gaze at the scene and saw that all that remained was a gray mist surrounding the building. There was merely an old-fashioned table at the center of the room with a copper lamp that was lit with a gray-robed Daoist with an amiable face sitting behind the lamp. He appeared to be 60 years of age and was glancing at the three with a smile. "I didn't expect that Brother Lon would arrive, let alone bring guests. This old Daoist's eyes are rather poor. It seems as if I've never seen this azure-robed fellow Daoist before. Could he have recently entered Nascent Soul?" The gray-robed Daoist smiled and cordially beckoned to them. His intimate manners unconsciously aroused a good impression amongst them. The child fire dragon returned the smile, but he spoke with an unexpectedly harsh tone. "Brother Heaven Crystal, I've brought 2 uninvited guests. Surely you won't refuse them?" "Why would I do that? This place welcomes all fellow Daoists. Besides, I am acquainted with fellow Daoist Lu. It is only—" The old Daoist's gaze hovered towards Han Li. Han Li took a step forward and saluted him. "I am the Drifting Cloud Sex Han Li, a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. I hope Daoist Heaven Crystal can provide me some guidance in the future." Daoist Heaven Crystal pleasantly smiled and said, "So it turned out to be a sect member of Dubby fellow Daoist Lu. From his young age he's certain to have boundless prospects. Enough, old friend. The others should be arriving soon. We'll be going upstairs." From his direct words, it seemed the child fire dragon had a rather deep friendship with him. Daoist Heaven Crystal sighed. "Brother Lon is still so impatient. Almost everyone has already arrived. I'm sure a few of the more impatient ones have already started trading as well. Here are 2 black spirit masks for those fellow Daoists. Brother Lon, do you need one?" He then flipped his hands and summoned 2 black wood masks into his hands with a flash of white light. Talisman characters appeared on their surface. The child fire dragon's cheeks bulged as if he were annoyed. He snorted and said, "Of course you should know that with my stature, regardless of any illusions I use, I cannot conceal myself. Of course. Please come up. This old man will join you in a bit." Daoist Heaven Crystal casually smiled and tossed the marks to Han Li and Lu Luo. At that same time, a white streak of light showed towards the mist behind him. The mist disappeared and revealed stairs of glittering light that led to the 2nd floor. Without any further courtesies, the child fire dragon wordlessly walked around the table and climbed to the 2nd floor. Liu Luo and Han Li saluted the old Daoist before following him up the stairs. Once Han Li discovered that his mask was exactly the same as Liu Luo's, he wore it without any reservations and climbed up the stairs. The mask was cold to the touch and soft. To Han Li's surprise, it was so comfortable, it felt as if it wasn't even there. He turned his head to look at Liu Luo and saw that he also wore the mask, turning his face into an icy wooden carving. Han Li faintly smiled at the sight. At that moment, the three had already arrived on the second floor. It was well lit with over 100 fist-sized moonstones embedded in the ceiling and walls. But what surprised Han Li most of all was that the second floor was several times more spacious than the first floor. It appeared far narrower than the first floor from the outside. Of course, the second floor wasn't empty. There were tables lined up against the walls with chairs accompanying each of them. There were various clothed cultivators sitting in many of them. From their bodies and hair, it appeared there were men and women of all ages. When Han Li and company arrived, countless cold glints swept past them. Many of them clearly recognized the unconcealed child fire dragon. The expressions of their eyes varied anywhere from goodwill, hatred, and indifferences. There were a few gazes that even carried unconcealable killing intent, suggesting they formed animosity in the past. The child fire dragon was unconcerned with these gazes and led Han Li and Luo Lu to an empty table. At that moment, Han Lu glanced at the others from the sect. Because of the mask's concealment, those with formidable spiritual sense such as Han Li were unable to clearly see their faces. However, there was no doubt that each of them were nascent soul cultivators from their spiritual chi fluctuations. There were even two among them that were at mid-nascent soul stage, but they were sitting alone and none dared to rashly sit next to them. What appeared to be a small pavilion held at least 20 nascent soul cultivators, something that was rarely heard of. Before this, Han Li hadn't seen so many nascent soul eccentrics in one place. It seemed one's cultivation had to be at a similar level to encounter so many cultivators. Han Li's gaze flickered and it suddenly focused at a particular corner of the floor. As Daoist Heaven Crystal had mentioned, there were already a few impatient cultivators that had gathered around a table. Their lips were moving from voice transmissions and they occasionally exchanged jade boxes and small bottles in some small-scale trades. However, most of the other cultivators were sitting with their eyes closed in meditation. They were waiting for everyone to gather before they started trading. It seemed what was being traded prematurely wasn't anything particularly valuable. Also, in what seemed to be an attempt to avoid being recognized, many of the cultivators were completely silent, and only spoke to one another through voice transmissions. The second floor of the pavilion had completely maintained its silence in a bizarre and stifling manner. The child fire dragon hadn't bothered to wear a mask, attracting many gazes as a result. Nevertheless, there were none who took the initiative to reveal themselves to him. Sitting right across from Han Li and company was an extremely fat man who also wore no mask. His waist was 4 times thicker than the average person and even caused his chair to slightly deform. Regardless, this person didn't seem to mind in the last. When he saw Han Li glance at him, he shot a beaming smile in his direction. However, the many layers of fat on his face made it difficult to accept his kind intentions. Sitting at the plump man's side was a very shapely female cultivator. Although she wore a mask, her eyes were vivid and captivating. Still, everyone present was certain of the cunning of those around them, and none paid any particular attention to the woman's charm. When Han Li saw this, he heard Liu Luo's voice transmission. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, be careful. That fatty may seem harmless, but together with the woman at his side, they are the Devil Dao Harmonious Bond Sex Flesh Rouge Devils. With their secret pair cultivation techniques, they are able to contend against even mid-nascent soul cultivators. Avoid provoking them, they are incredibly difficult to deal with." When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart tremble and he immediately added their names onto a long list of those he should be wary of. After he finished observing the characteristics of all others in the room, he closed his eyes and silently meditated. Over the period of a long while, several masked nascent soul cultivators continuously entered the room. Daoist Heaven Crystal was the last to enter, drawing the eyes of all the cultivators present. He directly walked to the center of the floor and casually waved his arm, summoning a table and chair towards him with white light. He then smiled and said, Everyone should have already arrived. If nobody has anything else to say, let us start the trade meet. Chapter 679. Scarlet Essence Herb, Daoist Heaven Crystal is far too polite. But since I've grown rather impatient, how about I start off? An embroidered-robed cultivator said with a smile. Hee, since fellow Daoist insists, so be it. Daoist Heaven Crystal smiled and casually withdrew a few steps, inviting the embroidered-robed cultivators to step forward. There were no rules given for the trade meeting as the cultivators that were present were rather experienced. Since Brother Heaven Crystal agreed, this old man won't refuse. The embroidered-robed cultivator boldly stood up and saluted the cultivators in the room. He lightly slapped the storage pouch at his waist and summoned a palm-sized wooden box into his hand with a flash of red light. The wooden box was refined from a fantastical wood of some sort. Red flames faintly flickered from its dark green body with two intersecting gold and silver restriction talismans laid over it. This mysterious box attracted the various gazes of those in the room. These experienced cultivators naturally knew that this box was certain to hold a precious item. Seeing this treasure being exchanged at the very start of the trade meet was cause for excitement. The embroidered-robed man swept his eyes past the crowd in a display of pride. He then pointed at the two talismans on the box, and the box opened by itself once the talismans flew off. Suddenly, a glowing red spirit mushroom slowly floated from the box. The spirit mushroom was only a few inches large, but the scorching heat that it emitted and its sparkling exterior revealed it to be a divine object, not to mention the red mists that spiraled around it. As Han Li was dumbstruck from the sight of it, there were already others calling out its name. A black-clothed sighed and muttered, "Scarlet Essence Mushroom. A 3,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom. It only grows where lava flows. It cannot ordinarily be spotted, let alone acquired. Fellow Daoist must be truly skilled." It was unknown whether he was envious or impressed by his tone. An uproar was raised among the cultivators. They even began to talk amongst one another. Scarlet Essence Mushroom? This is one of the Ice-Fire Spirit Mushrooms. It is clearly worthy of its reputation from the impressive fire spirit chi that it's emitting. When the embroidered-robed man heard that its name was mentioned, his eyes betrayed surprise, but he soon recollected himself and said, "Since fellow Daoist has recognized this item, there is no further need for me to speak of it. It is a 3,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom, a top-grade material for fire attribute medicine pills. I will exchange it for either 100,000 spirit stones or its equivalent in earth attribute materials." 100,000 spirit stones? Han Li was astonished and his heart began to stir. This price was far lower than Han Li expected. This mushroom wasn't something that could be compared to high-grade demon cores. It was on the level of the 9-curl spirit ginseng itself. Not mentioning his many precious treasures, Han Li had acquired several hundred thousands of spirit stones from the storage pouches that he looted. The disciple of Archsaint Six Dao in particular possessed 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, enriching Han Li greatly. It was a sum that was comparable to the entire wealth of many nascent soul cultivators. Of course, these spirit stones were far inferior in value to spirit tools, magic treasures and even ancient treasures. After all, there were precious items that couldn't be bought. If he could spend all of his spirit stones on ancient treasures similar to his flower basket and small bell, he would do so without question. Just as Han Li mused about this, other cultivators were also tempted by the item. Several cultivators promptly stepped forward and sent a few voice transmissions to the embroidered-robed cultivators. Afterwards they took out several items for the cultivator to see. While the others couldn't see these items clearly, the embroidered-robed cultivator bluntly refused them each with a single glance, causing them to resentfully withdraw. "Is there anyone else?" This 3,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom was acquired over 6 years of immense toil, and it is being sold for only 100,000 spirit stones. It definitely isn't expensive. However, I also wish that this item may be exchanged for some suitable earth attribute materials. Even if it is somewhat inferior in comparison, I will still take it. But if there is too much of a difference in value and you merely wish to take advantage of me, Don't bother wasting my time. As if truly wishing to trade with the item in his hand, he grew impatient from seeing that no one was stepping forward. Han Li swept his gaze past the other cultivators and noticed that many wore expression of greed, yet none of them stepped forward. It seemed that they didn't believe the price to be too expensive but that they didn't have anything suitable to trade for it. Even the child fire dragon wore a face of regret. He cultivated a genuine fire attribute cultivation technique, and it would prove incredibly useful towards him. Seeing that there were no further offers, he helplessly grasped the lid of the wooden box and was about to close it when Han Li sent him a voice transmission. Don't be so hasty, fellow Daoist. Would you be interested in an Earth attribute demon core? The embroidered robed man stopped upon hearing Han Li. With slight surprise he replied to Han Li through voice transmission. You have demon cores? However, my Scarlet Essence Mushroom must be exchanged for a grade 7 demon core or several grade 6 demon cores at the very least. Han Li pondered after receiving his reply. He still had a few demon beast cores left over from refining his medicine pills. Since they came from particularly rare demon beasts, he kept them in case they may have other uses such as now. The spirit mushroom could be further matured through use of his green liquid, unlike his demon cores. As for their prices, it was somewhat hard to say. In the scattered star seas, grade 7 demon cores were extremely precious, but far less valuable than a scarlet essence mushroom. However, this was different in the heavenly south. Not to mention grade 6 demon cores, even grade 5 demon cores were rarely seen items. There were few places in the heavenly south where high-grade demon beasts dwelled. In this case, a grade 7 demon core was a fair trade for a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom. Having came to a decision, Han Li stood up and walked towards the embroidered-robed cultivator. This came as a surprise to the child fire dragon and Liu Yu, and they looked at him with amazement. Han Li took several steps towards the embroidered-robed cultivator and summoned a jade box with a flip of his hand. He then tossed it to cultivator without saying a single word. The embroidered-robed cultivator calmly caught the box and opened it. After carefully examining it for a long while, his gaze revealed delight. We've reached a deal. He beckoned to the floating mushroom and sealed it before handing it over to Han Li. At that same moment he swiftly placed the jade box into his own storage pouch. Han Li nodded his head and placed the wooden box into his own storage pouch before turning to his original position. Liu Yu and the child fire dragon were both completely astounded, but the two tactfully avoided asking Han Li any questions and simply sent him a few words of congratulations. Han Li accepted their words with a tranquil expression. Nevertheless, Han Li could already feel the many gazes of the seated cultivators examining him once more. Obviously, being able to afford the scarlet essence mushroom had attracted much interest. However, Han Li was unconcerned. With his current abilities, he had no problems escaping from anything short of a late nascent soul cultivator. Alright, since this fellow Daoist has finished trading, let's have the next fellow Daoist head up. Daoist Heaven Crystal beamingly smiled at a female cultivator sitting nearby the embroidered-robed man and suggested, "How about you?" The green-robed woman gracefully replied, "Of course, I shall be presenting my treasures next." She stood up and slowly said, "I didn't have such a good opportunity to acquire as rare a treasure as the previous fellow Daoist. However, I am proficient in tool refinement techniques, and have refined an immortal binding ring that has never been bonded. So long as someone perform the rites to accept a master, one will be able to make full use of its abilities. I don't mean to boast, but while this treasure was created with common materials, its might is quite formidable. It is remarkably effective at both restraining enemies and protecting its user." With a flutter of her sleeve, a fine white ring flew out and began to fluctuate in size and flicker with light. Without speaking any further, she pointed to the ring and it suddenly trembled before expanding to 3 meters in length. The walls of the ring were as thick as an arm and emitted silver talisman characters along with an astonishing spiritual qi. Chapter 680. Devilfall Valley. Since this ring has yet to recognize a master, I am unable to display its full abilities. Of course, you should all know it comes at quite a price. I intend on trading this immortal binding ring for a bottle of nascent soul level cultivation pills. If you're interested in giving an offer, I'll be taking a look at them. Although cultivators present each had their own magic treasures, nurturing multiple magic treasures with differing abilities wasn't unheard of. Furthermore, this magic treasure was masterless, so it can be given to disciples. Of course, magic treasures that were created by nascent soul cultivators were far stronger than those created by core formation cultivators. A majority of cultivators also weren't experts in tool refinement, especially so with nascent soul cultivators. Since an expertly refined treasure appeared before them, many grew tempted and wished to trade for them. The woman selected one of the bottles of medicine pills offered to her and smoothly concluded the transaction. Although this immortal binding ring was far less valuable than the scarlet essence mushroom, it was also much easier to trade for. The next cultivator stood up before Daoist Heaven Crystal called out to him, "I am offering Starsteel Sand for trade. It can be used for." The trade meeting went smoothly with each nascent soul cultivators taking out their own items, each an undoubtable rarity. They were far beyond what Hanli had previously seen offered at markets, and couldn't be afforded even with the entirety of a common core formation cultivator's wealth. When a cultivator's turn arrived, they naturally took out an item suitable for a cultivator of their rank. But of course not everyone made a successful trade. There were a few items that were too unfamiliar, along with those that were desirable but had an unfulfillable price. Nevertheless, these nascent soul cultivators were each brimming with experience. There was no possibility of trades with a large disparities in value. The Child Fire Dragon and Liu Yu were both in front of Hanli and each took out their own items first. The Child Fire Dragon took out a bowl-sized tricolored flower, an ingredient for pill refinement. Although it couldn't be compared with the scarlet essence mushroom, it was still a rare item. However, since there was no one that possessed the item he was looking for, the poison markwood, he could only sit back down with disappointment. As for Liu Yu, he ended up with a rather successful transaction. He traded a bottle of something Hanli had never heard of before, spirit herb extract, for a small fire-red sword that hadn't yet recognized a master. It was unknown who he was giving it to, as there was no possibility of refining it for himself given his age. With Liu Yu's successful transaction came Hanli's turn. Because he successfully traded for the embroidered-robed cultivator's scarlet essence mushroom at the beginning, there were many that were particularly focusing their attention on Hanli. Hanli calmly stood up and took out 2 white jade boxes that he had previously prepared. "I have grade 6 water attribute demon cores and 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. I will exchange them for a piece of auric essence. But if I can't, I will trade one of the boxes for the whereabouts of auric essence as well." Once Hanli said this, his hands trembled and azure light flickered. The 2 jade boxes opened at the same time. A red and blue demon core, and 2 glistening jade-green spirit herbs were revealed. Auric essence? All cultivators around them revealed an odd expression. While these demon cores and the 1,000-year spirit herbs were precious, there was still a great difference in value in between them. If he were to truly trade for them, it was quite likely he would only be able to pay for only a small iota of it, nowhere near enough. But if it were information on the whereabouts of auric essence, a grade 6 demon core or a stock of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs was rather generous. After all, everyone knew that information alone wasn't anywhere near as valuable as having the item on hand. Ancient cultivator ruins and areas of value were known by many, but these areas were extremely dangerous to the point where vastly skilled cultivators would find it difficult to escape even with grave injuries. The most notable example of this would be the Devilfall Valley at the center of the heavenly South continent. Legend has it that it was ancient battlefield from the time of antiquity where any fantastical restrictions were placed by the devilish cultivators of long past. Perhaps due to the vast damage from the climax of the battle, there were even slim crevices in space itself, destabilizing the entire valley. As a result, the ancient battle had ended in mutual destruction. The spatial tears and ancient restrictions caused the ancient battlefield to be extremely dangerous. Over the countless years, it was unknown just how many overly confident entered those ruins seeking treasures only to never return. Any treasures these cultivators may have acquired were always left behind in the valley. After nearly 10,000 years of this continued, no other cultivators dared to try their luck, earning Devilfall Valley the title as deadliest region in the heavenly south. Despite the knowledge of many treasures contained deep within the valley, they would only exist in dreams as none dared to seek their own death. In any case, auric essence wasn't something that was commonly known about. As such, each of the cultivators merely glanced at Han Li without sending him any voice transmissions. When Han Li saw this, he grew somewhat disappointed. In order to hide his wealth, he didn't take out any of his more precious items, preventing him from trading for anything he needed. Nevertheless, he was quite disappointed that nobody knew of any related information, despite the many nascent soul cultivators present. He inwardly sighed and swept his gaze past the group of cultivators. He unconsciously frowned before sitting down with an odd expression flickering from his eyes. The following cultivator immediately took out black tool refinement materials and began to introduce it. Han Li half-heartedly listened to the cultivator and closed his eyes. If Han Li wasn't mistaken, Daoist Heaven Crystal betrayed hesitation from his eyes despite his calm expression. While Daoist Heaven Crystal might not possess any auric essence, it seemed he did have information on where he could get some. Without much thought, Han Li immediately came to a decision. But as one possessing patient temperament, he left the matter alone for now and simply feigned ignorance. He was confident that with just this clue he will eventually have an opportunity to acquire the information he needed. A long while later, the last cultivator finished exchanging for the materials they required. Daoist Heaven Crystal then walked to the center of the floor and smiled. "Fellow Daoists, it appears a majority of you had traded for the materials that you required. Even if you didn't, it doesn't matter. Our little gathering is merely a tenth of the nascent soul cultivators that have arrived at the city. There will be more opportunities to come. While I can't say this for anybody else, I may be holding an even larger trade meet. I hope you fellow Daoists will be able to participate in it. But before we come to a close, I also have a few items I wish to put up for trade." Once the old Daoist finished speaking, his hands began to sparkle with white light and he summoned even items from his storage pouch, filling the table. When the other cultivators saw the items in the table, they were left amazed. Once Han Li saw these items, his expression also greatly changed. 8 varying monstrous beast puppets were arranged on the table, including a white wolf, azure pythons, and even a red bull. Although these items were entirely still, they contained astonishing spiritual chi equivalent to early core formation cultivators. They were far more powerful than the huge 8 puppets in Han Li's possession, and they weren't recorded in Han Li's puppet sutras either, much to Han Li's bewilderment. Could this person also be a cultivator of the Thousand Bamboo School? But the Thousand Bamboo School shouldn't have any cultivators at nascent soul stage. Could there be another group cultivating their own style of puppets? As Han Li's mind stirred, he couldn't help but gaze at these puppets, hoping to make out any peculiarities. But before he could do so, the fatty from the Harmonious Bond sect smiled and yelped. "Fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal, since when did you start cultivating puppet techniques? Did you plan on abandoning your crystal light arts? If that's the case, you have my wholehearted admiration." Daoist Heaven Crystal grinned. "Brother Zhu jests. With my weary body, how could I possibly change my cultivation art? These puppets were merely something I found in some ruins with some other fellow Daoists. As am I embarrassingly short on money as of current, I must use them for trade. Although their might isn't great, they will particularly effective in certain situations." Chapter 681. Soul Stone. Cultivator with an elderly appearance twirled the beard in his hand and said, "Oh, I am rather interested in these puppets. It is a good life-saving item to give to my youngest disciple, but what does Daoist Heaven Crystal want for it?" Daoist Heaven Crystal calmly said, This humble Daoist is looking for particularly rare items from the time of antiquity known as soul stones. Each soul stone may be exchanged for a single puppet beast. These puppets were personally refined from cultivators of antiquity. I reckon that there are no other high-grade puppets in the entire world." Soulstone. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the cultivators present wore doubtful expression. This was something they had never heard of before. Daoist Heaven Crystal wasn't surprised by this. He slapped his storage pouch and summoned a thumb-sized jade green gem into his palm. At first glance, it appeared similar to be wood attribute spirit stone, but once the cultivators swept their spiritual sense past it, they discovered that the spirit stone emitted an unfathomably cold fluctuations, completely different from that of a wood-attribute spirit stone. With the gem in his hand, the old Daoist slowly said, "Perhaps there are a few fellow Daoists that possess this item but hadn't known of its name. I happen to have one in my possession so that you may recognize it." A Devil Dao cultivator wrapped in black chi yelped in astonishment. "How odd. It seems similar to ghost energy, but it is far more pure." Daoist Heaven Crystal straightforwardly replied, "I don't know what it is that the stone contains, but it definitely isn't ordinary ghost chi. Else I wouldn't be willing to exchange a single stone for one of these puppets." "Oh. That's true." The Devil Dao cultivator tactfully dropped the subject. When Han Li clearly saw this gem, his expression underneath the mask vastly changed and his eyes flickered. If he saw correctly, this soul stone was clearly the Umber Beast crystals that he obtained from the Umber realm. Of course, Beast crystals was merely the name used by the natives. Its true name, as the cultivators of antiquity called it, seemed to be soul stones. Han Li pondered. This Daoist Heaven Crystal not only took out those puppets, but he also gathered many soul stones. Both appeared at Heaven Void Hall. It seems this person. The soul stones were clearly rarely seen items. After a long while, only a single cultivator hesitantly took one out and traded it for a single beast puppet. Daoist Heaven Crystal called out several more times, but no one stepped forward. He couldn't help feel somewhat disappointed despite having predicted this. Just as he was about to put away the beast puppets, someone suddenly stood up. The old man's spirits were roused and he glanced at this person with delight. "Fellow Daoist, do you also have soul stones?" Han Li silently flipped his hand and a green gem appeared in his hand. This gem was the size of an chicken egg, far larger than the thumb-sized gem that the old Daoist took out. Its icy chi could be seen by the naked eye. Daoist Heaven Crystal was shocked by the sight and grew vastly delighted. "Fellow Daoist, it is truly rare for a soul stone to be so powerful. How about fellow Daoist pick 2 of the puppets? I definitely won't have you suffer loss." Han Li shook his head with a faint smile. Daoist Heaven Crystal wasn't angered in the slightest and amiably asked, "What? Does fellow Daoist think this is too little? How many would you like?" Han Li calmly asked, "How about for all of the puppets?" The old Daoist frowned and gloomily said, "For all 6? Doesn't fellow Daoist feel this is too greedy?" "Hee, not at all. You should understand this from the soul stone's size alone. Moreover, to you such a large soul stone would..." Han Li stared at Daoist Heaven Crystal and abruptly stopped his words. When Daoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his expression changed and gave Han Li a deep, appraising stare. After a moment of silence he said, "All right. Such a large soul stone is truly rarely seen. I am in urgent need of this item, so I will exchange all of them." The other cultivators in the room were shocked by what they heard and couldn't help but take a look at the egg-sized gem in Han Li's grasp. A person capable of exchanging for so many rare items as once was certainly someone to take note of. With an entirely calm expression, he handed over the gem with a lowered head and swept his sleeve over the table, instantly taking the puppets into his storage pouch. However, the other cultivators didn't notice that Han Li's lips had moved in the instant he lowered his head. A bewildered expression flickered from Daoist Heaven Crystal's face when he heard of this and his eyes brightly shined. At that moment, Han Li had already returned to his original position with the puppets in his grasp. Next, Daoist Heaven Crystal announced an end to the trade meet and the many cultivators began to leave. When Han Li's party left the pavilion, no one spoke until they arrived 2 streets away. The child fire dragon bluntly spoke with an elderly tone. "Fellow Daoists, I will not be able to accompany you. I have another appointment." Lu Luo smiled and said, "If Brother Lon has matters to attend to, please go. Our residences are near each other. There will plenty of chances to meet again." "Yes, I'll be taking my leave." The child fire dragon bid his farewell without any reservations and walked towards another street. As Han Li gazed at him from a distance, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist fire dragon is truly a wonderful person." Because fellow Daoist Lon mistakenly ate a strange plant when he was young, his appearance is generally that of a child. However, he is forthright and outspoken and is one of our friends from outside the sect. He is also the sole ancient sword sect elder that is friendly with our Drifting Cloud sect. When Han Li heard this, he frowned and said, "You mean to say the elders of the ancient sword sect don't have a high opinion of the Drifting Cloud sect?" After taking a glance around, Liu Luo said, "That's right. Junior Marshal Brother Han, do you have any plans? Are you going to return to take a rest, or will you be purchasing some other items?" Han Li honestly replied, "There are a few particular materials that I need to buy. I plan on taking a look at the nearby markets alone and seeing whether or not I can obtain unexpected gains." When Liu Luo heard that Han Li wished to go by himself, he raised no objections and said, "Just as it so happened, I also plan on purchasing some items as well. Let's part ways for now." As a result, Han Li and Liu Luo immediately split up. The markets of Soaring Heaven City were countless times larger than the market city of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li was walking down a road of the city's western market as he examined the streets on either side. The words Han Li said to Liu Luo weren't false. He did plan on purchasing a few rarer talisman refinement materials in preparations to refine a few high-grade talismans. Although he still possessed some spirit beast hides and blood from his time in the Scattered Star Seas, he lacked supplementary materials such as high-grade talisman paper and cinnabar. He needed to raise his skills by an entire realm in preparation to refine the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Although he hadn't carefully researched the Spirit Subjugation Talisman, the bones hard that recorded it mentioned that its might was truly powerful. As something that would be able to use it to save his life during a crucial moment, Han Li wasn't about to easily relinquish it. However, this talisman was far more complicated and difficult than refinant ordinary elemental talismans. He had to improve his odds of success by not only improving his talisman refinement abilities but also acquiring a new talisman brush. His original brush was no longer useful. Unfortunately, while the talisman refinement materials were readily purchasable, a satisfactory brush was hard to come by. He already had encountered 2 stores before that were selling top-grade talisman brushes, but after he examined them he could only shake his head and depart. While these talisman brushes could be used to refine ordinary high-grade talismans, they lacked the ability to refine a secret talisman on the level of the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Talisman brushes were only spirit tools that were used by talisman masters, and weren't commonly seen. Most of them were of low or mid-grade quality. If a talisman master lacked the magic power, forcibly using a high-grade talisman brush would only increase their odds of failure. Additionally, talisman masters were often too dedicated to their talisman refinement techniques and didn't spend much time increasing their cultivation, resulting in a vast majority of talisman cultivators being below core formation stage. In the entirety of the Heavenly South, there were only a sparse few core formation stage talisman refinement masters. As for any nascent soul stage, there were no such abnormal characters as far as Han Li was aware of. A majority of cultivators that reached nascent soul stage were specialized talisman refinement masters. Nascent soul cultivators were also diverse in their talisman refinement techniques. Most of them would only be able to refine 1 or 2 types of high-grade talismans for their own use, but because high-grade spirit beast hides and high-grade beast blood was rare, they couldn't be refined in great number. As for the success rate, it was beyond poor as one could imagine. This led to single high-grade talismans occasionally being worth quite a bit more than a top-grade magic tool. Chapter 682. Torn Talisman. A majority of elemental high-grade talismans actually weren't particularly powerful, and were inferior to magic treasures. This often resulted in the abandoned pursuit of 5-element magic techniques once a cultivator achieved core formation. This, however, did not mean that all high-grade magic techniques were useless. To Han Li's knowledge, there were many 5-element magic techniques that were powerful to the extent that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to directly block them. However, these magic techniques were incredibly difficult to cultivate, while comprehending them was rather complicated, and they were even more inconvenient to use. In the time it took to employ them, it would be better to use magic treasures to attack. However, Han Li had heard other cultivators mention that the Mulan spell warriors broke through these limits and researched many powerful spirit techniques that could be deployed in an instant, enabling their low-grade spell warriors to rival enemy cultivators of a similar level without the use of talismans or magic tools. As for their high-grade cultivators, they were able to combine their spirit techniques with their magic treasures for double the lethality. This allowed them to overcome similar-grade cultivators without problem. It was these capabilities that forced the several superpowers in the Heavenly South to unite against the Milan tribes. Even then, only self-preservation was possible. They were unable of truly defeating the enemy. Ever since Han Li had condensed a nascent soul, he began to study the shallowest high-grade magic techniques in acknowledgement of his shortcomings. However, the speed with which he could employ these few high-grade techniques could only be described as tragic. The only way he could see himself utilizing these techniques was if he were merely smashing through a tortoise's shell. In half the time it took to cast the technique, a cultivator at the same stage could have already killed him 8 times over. Nevertheless, a simultaneous attack from a high-grade talisman and magic treasure makes for an extremely deadly combination. If those talismans were able to be used like low-grade ones in a barrage of 30 at a time, even late nascent soul cultivators would have no choice but to flee the battle. After all, this would be equivalent to the simultaneous strikes of 30 nascent soul cultivators. Even if the target cultivator had defenses that were heaven-defying, they were still bound by the limits of the nascent soul stage and be incapable of receiving such an attack. However, this tactic could only remain imaginary as no one would be so wasteful as to consume several hundred thousands of spirit stones in a single attack. Moreover, high-grade talismans weren't something that could be purchased in the cultivation world, and a majority of them were auxiliary in nature, not offensive. As Han Li mused about this, he walked the streets of the market city and continuously browsed through the larger magic tool and mixed goods stores. Normally, only the larger shops would have top-grade talisman brushes for sale. There was no need for him to consider the smaller shops. They weren't likely to have anything apart from ordinary magic tools, let alone top-grade ones. While there was a slim possibility of a small store carrying such a rare item, Han Li was unwilling to waste the time necessary to search through each one. With so many shops in Soaring Heaven City, he simply didn't have time to go searching through all of them. In addition to Han Li, there were many other cultivators walking down both sides of the street and purchasing their own desired items. While a majority of them were at the foundation establishment stage, there was also an occasional core formation cultivator. As for chi condensation cultivators, there were hardly any of them apart from the city's natives. Han Li concealed his cultivation as a mid-core formation cultivator while he browsed through the markets, merely attracting a few respectful glances from foundation establishment cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, they simply ignored him after a glance when they didn't recognize him. He was able to avoid much attention in this manner and could take his time browsing through each of the large stores. Just as Han Li left another pavilion feeling disappointed, he discovered that most of the day had unknowingly passed. With darkness falling, the various stores began to successively place down moonlight stones. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li decided to look through 2 more stores before returning to his residence. Right after coming to this decision, he heard the sounds of a quarrel not far away from him. There were a group of cultivators that had curiously gathered around the source of the noise. Han Li frowned as he immediately placed his hands behind his back, before he expressionlessly turned around and began to walk back to his residence. As he took his first step, he heard a fierce and resentful voice. "What, are all of you Drifting Cloud sect cultivators merely thieves? You want to just walk away after ruining my talisman?" A young man's voice loudly refuted him with an angry tone. "It isn't that I don't want to pay, but that I am short on spirit stones since I've just bought other items. Also, this is only an elementary mid-grade fire cloud talisman. How could it possibly cost 300 spirit stones? It should only cost 100 spirit stones at most. Moreover, didn't I offer to leave my sect medallion here as collateral? I'll return once I've borrowed some spirit stones from my sect members at the inn." Han Li ceased his steps as the man's voice seemed familiar. It seemed to be someone he recognized from the Drifting Cloud sect. Han Li rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before heading in the direction of the dispute. Regardless of who it was, he was a grand elder of the Drifting Cloud sect after all. It was unbecoming of him to feign ignorance and walk away. A short moment later, Han Li found himself looking at a small miscellaneous goods store from a distance. There seemed to be several cultivators standing in front of it in confrontation. Amongst them was a heroic black-clothed figure, Firecloud Mountain Sunhua, who Han Li had last seen at the sword trial assembly. In a short 20 years, this youth had experienced a vast increase in cultivation despite the little change to his appearance. He was currently being confronted by 3 cultivators with unfriendly appearances who seemed to be the shopkeeper and his assistants. At that moment, the short-bearded shopkeeper glared at Sunhua and said, "A single worthless medallion is useless to me. You can simply return to the Drifting Cloud sect and leave it behind, but I can't track you down all the way over to the state of Xi. So quit talking nonsense." Since you don't have any spirit stones, lay out the items in your storage pouch and I will hold them as collateral. As for that Firecloud talisman, you believe it to only be a mid-grade talisman, but it is actually a quality good refined by a talisman grandmaster of our Soaring Heavens city. As such, it's already generous to only charge 300 spirit stones. Could it be that all Drifting Cloud sect cultivators are such scoundrels? Once that was said, the shopkeeper glanced at the wooden box in his assistant's hands and revealed a regretful expression as if he had suffered a great loss. Sunhua unexpectedly responded to these words with a smile. "Fine. The things are yours. If you say it, then so be it." This ordinary Firecloud talisman was refined by a talisman grandmaster. What? Are you able to tell whether or not it was refined by a talisman grandmaster? Do you simply wish not to pay us back? In that case, don't blame me for notifying the city's enforcers. The shopkeeper coldly laughed and bluntly threatened him. Sunhua's face turned white then red as there was little question as to which party the 9 Nations Union enforcers would favor. Moreover, this matter was vague and unclear, so he was all but certain to lose the dispute. His expression wavered for a long while before he stepped forward. He slapped the storage pouch at his waist and took out a bundle of talismans. Sunhua gritted his teeth and said, "Although these talismans aren't of a high grade, they are worth at least 300 spirit stones." The shopkeeper's expression relaxed and he reached out to take the talismans. "This will do. Not this one." Before the shopkeeper took the talismans, Sunhua swept his gaze over them and his expression vastly changed as he pulled back the talismans. He immediately took the half-torn yellow talisman back before handing over the rest of the talismans. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment before sneering, "Humph! You're so nervous over a torn piece of blank talisman paper? Are you Drifting Cloud sect cultivators really so poor?" He then reached once more to take the talismans. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two in a blur. Sunhua felt his heart drop while the shopkeeper hastily took several steps back and furiously shouted, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" The cultivator that interrupted them expressionlessly responded, "It's nothing. I merely overheard our Drifting Cloud sect being mentioned in a certain way 3 times in a row. How about your esteemed self say it to my face?" Once that was said, an astonishing pressure was released, causing the nearby cultivators to recoil in shock. A few of the cultivators with shallower cultivation felt as if the world itself now weighed down on them, and they fell onto their knees. The 2 core formation cultivators that happened to pass by fared somewhat better, but their bodies were also shaken. One of them became panic-stricken and they cried out, "Nascent Soul Cultivator. Senior Yu." Chapter 683. 2 choices. Han Li turned his head and coldly glanced at the 2 core formation cultivators that were passing by, causing them to immediately swallow their words. He didn't recognize the 2 middle-aged cultivators, nor did he know which sect they belonged to. At that moment, the shopkeeper and his 2 assistants had already been thoroughly forced to the ground due to their close proximity to the immense spiritual pressure. They were incapable of moving in the slightest, seeming panic-stricken, only to grow even more terrified upon hearing that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator. They hurriedly tried to beg for forgiveness, but they could barely even gasp for air, let alone speak. The surrounding cultivators all paled, while a few of the more cowardly ones had already fled in fear of being implicated. Han Li showed consideration for Sunhua, and the pressure had little effect on him apart from his initial recoil. But once he recognized Han Li, his expression changed before he deeply saluted him and said, Disciple Sun Hua pays his respects to martial ancestor Han. Paying no further attention to the three men in front of him, Han Li turned around and looked at the half-torn talisman in Sun Hua's hand. He nodded his head and said, "It seems there is no need for introductions. You already know of my identity." When Sun Hua recalled the rude words he spoke to Han Li at the sacred area, he felt greatly worried and humbly apologized with sincerity. Disciple was unaware of martial ancestor's true form. "I hope he will forgive Disciple's arrogant words." Han Li looked at Sun Hua and slowly said, "I had yet to become a sect elder at that time, so of course I won't blame you. However, that torn talisman of yours seems to have something to do with me." Sun Hua was stunned as something suddenly came to mind. He joyfully said, "Could this ruined talisman be?" Han Li waved and cut him off. "Leave this matter for later." Han Li's eyes then narrowed as he gazed at a silver streak of light flying across the sky. The only cultivators that were allowed to fly in Soaring Heaven's city were obviously the Nine Nations Union protectors. They were responsible for keeping order during the entire duration of the trade fair. Sun Hua didn't dare to speak any further and obediently stood still in place. However, his heart was brimming with uncontainable excitement, and his grasp on the talisman paper grew even more careful. At that moment, the streak of light arrived before Han Li to reveal a yellow-haired old man possessing mid-core formation cultivation. A small golden sword was embroidered on his chest, the emblem of an enforcer. The old man could sense Han Li's astonishing pressure from a distance. However, this area laid within his jurisdictions. Even if there was a nascent soul cultivator showing their might, he had no choice but to confront them. Once the old man spotted Han Li motionlessly standing on the road, he saluted him and said, "Junior is an enforcer of Soaring Heaven's city, Wu Fei. I am unaware as to why Senior is angry. Might I ask how I can help?" Given the vast disparity in their cultivation, it was only natural for the enforcer to speak respectfully. Hands behind his back, Han Li indifferently said, "It's not much. I was merely walking through the street when I heard this shopkeeper speak a few words about our Drifting Cloud sect. Therefore I merely wished for him to repeat what he said." The shopkeeper certainly spouted nonsense. How dare they offend Senior? E3, hurry up and apologize. The old man felt an immense headache upon hearing Han Li. When the matter pertained to a sect's reputation, it was hard to say how severe the matter was. As such, he first offered a word of appeasement before rebuking the shopkeeper and his associates. Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure, allowing the three to tremblingly crawl up from the ground. With a bloodless complexion, the shopkeeper immediately said, "Senior, Junior's words were completely mistaken. Junior truly meant no disrespect to your sect. Just now that fellow Daoist had ruined a fire cloud talisman, but Junior will no longer be pursuing any compensation. Junior can only offer his apologies." When Han Li heard this, he frowned and his expression grew gloomy. With a sinister smile, Han Li said, "What? You believe that I will let you off so easily? First let me take a look at the fire cloud talisman in that box. If it truly was refined by a grandmaster, I will pay the spirit stones on this disciple's behalf. But if it isn't, he." The shopkeeper reacted quickly and hurriedly spoke before Han Li could glance at the wooden box. "There is no need, Senior. That fire cloud talisman is an ordinary talisman. Junior accepts any punishment." Han Li said nothing further and took a glance at the enforcer. When the old man saw this, he knew what to do. He immediately bowed and said, "Please be at ease, Senior. This shopkeeper will be heavily punished for his transgressions. Senior may hand this matter over to me." "Since that's the case, then so be it. I don't have the leisure to handle such a petty affair. Sun Hua, you'll be coming with me." Han Li's body blurred and reappeared at Sun Hua's side. Then with flashes of blinding yellow light, the two disappeared into the ground. The cultivators nearby yelped in admiration at such a marvelous earth movement technique. They hadn't seen such a thing before. Upon seeing Han Li depart, the old man immediately felt relieved. But when he glanced at the three offenders who were heaving large sighs of relief, his expression grew icy. "You three will follow me and tell me the truth about everything that happened. This matter won't be forgiven so easily." When the shopkeeper heard this, his relief instantly turned to misery. A moment after this exchange, Han Li appeared with Sun Hua in a flash of yellow light inside a secluded stone building. Han Li deeply glanced at Sun Hua and said, "Here will be fine. Let me take a look at that torn piece of talisman paper." "Yes, martial ancestor." Sun Hua presented the torn talisman paper to Han Li without any hesitation. Han Li took the talisman paper and quickly glanced at it before silently taking out the other half. Under Sun Hua's unwavering gaze, Han Li put the two halves together and found that they matched without a single flaw. Sun Hua's deepest fear disappeared without a trace before he deeply saluted Han Li without any hesitation. "Sun Hua pays his respect to master." Han Li calmly nodded his head and turned the talisman paper to ash with a flicker of red light. Sun Hua was startled by the sight but immediately calmed down. Han Li found the youth's willpower to be satisfactory. Han Li calmly asked, "It seems you're a descendant of Sun Ergu, but don't go calling me master in such a hurry. First, how about telling me what generation descendant you are?" Sun Hua immediately replied, "I am a 7th-generation descendant of the ancestor. During that year, Sun Ergu pledged that the Sun clan that he raised would hold me as their master. 1. But because of a few peculiar matters I had to leave the heavenly south. As such, the Sun clan has never truly served me, nor have I offered the Sun clan any protection. Now that a descendant of the Sun clan has successfully entered the cultivation world, that pledge may no longer hold. But since I had some relation to your ancestor, I will give you 2 choices." Han Li smirked and calmly continued, "The first option is that I directly give you some good cultivation supplies such as medicine pills and magic tools. From then on there will be no relation between us. Don't hold any hope that I will show any further consideration towards you. The other choice is that you fulfill the pledge of your ancestor and serve me as my retainer. I would in turn place a restriction on your body to prevent you from betraying me. Also, I will assign you tasks that will be potentially dangerous. However, I will also do my utmost to increase your cultivation and provide you with cultivation guidance. There will be benefits far beyond your imagination, and so long as your aptitude isn't too poor, there may be hope of you achieving core formation." Once this was said, Sun Hua's expression wavered and he appeared to be at a complete loss for a moment. It was clear that this scenario was far from what he had expected. After a long while, Sun Hua's expression grew resolute. "Martial ancestor, I." Han Li abruptly interrupted Sun Hua and said, "There is no need to rush. Give me your answer once the trade fair ends. Consider this an opportunity for you to make certain of your decision. Take this time to make careful deliberations, and you find me at my cave residence once you return to the state of Xi." Sun Hua felt that this was a rather generous proposal after some further thought and hastily agreed. "Disciple will do as you command. Many thanks for your understanding, martial ancestor." "Good. Now that that's taken care of, I have other matters to attend to. Look after yourself." Han Li nodded with a relaxed expression and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Sun Hua didn't leave immediately. Instead, he muttered to himself for a long while and sighed before slowly walking out. By the time Sun Hua was leaving, Han Li had already returned to his residence and raised his head to look at the night sky while a strange expression slowly surfaced on his face. 1. Sun Ergu was luggage carrier that was roped into serving Han Li, first appeared in chapter 100. In the past, he looked after Crooked Soul while Han Li was at Yellow Maple Valley. In chapter 335, Sun Ergu swore servitude to Han Li in exchange for the protection of his clan. He was given torn talisman paper as an identifier. Chapter 684. Ancient Puppets. Mu Peeling was currently seated in the first floor of their pavilion when Han Li arrived. When she saw him, she immediately stood up and greeted him with bright eyes and a graceful curtsy. Han Li waved his arm and had her stand. "There is no need to wait on me when I'm not around. During the trade fair it will be inconvenient for me to be with you, so you may do as you wish. Keep this on hand. If you encounter something important or dangerous, just pour your spiritual power into it. Not only will it cover you in a spirit barrier, but I will also know your exact location so long as you are within 500 kilometers. Han Li then took out a pair of blue jade ornaments and handed one over to her. Mu Peeling blushed slightly and whispered, "Many thanks, my lord." She then took the jade ornament and hung it at her waist. After telling Mu Peeling that he was turning in for the night, Hanli walked up to the second floor. Once she saw Hanli had disappeared from sight, she glanced at the jade ornament on her waist and wore a complicated expression. Hanli casually picked a room and began meditating on the bed. After 2 hours of rest, he opened his eyes and glanced out the window before muttering a few words to himself. It's just about time. I should go and pay a visit. Hanli silently left the pavilion and headed directly to a familiar area of Soaring Heavens City. He arrived shortly after at the building that he had previously visited. He stared at the silver signboard with Crystal Dragon Pavilion written in gold as he rubbed his chin and glanced into the pitch-black interior before promptly heading inside. Just as Hanli entered the building, the entire room suddenly brightened. Sitting at the end of a long table, Daoist Heaven Crystal smiled at Hanli and said, "Welcome, fellow Daoist. You honor my pavilion with your presence once more, and you're right on time. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Han to be such a punctual character. Since I'm the one that took the initiative to make the appointment, how could I be late? Judging by Daoist Heaven Crystal's appearance, it appeared as if you've waited for some time. You gave me quite the scare." Hanli swept his arm and an invisible force gently closed the door behind him. Daoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and said, "After you left, you suddenly sent a voice transmission saying that you have more soul stones. Were you telling the truth?" The old Daoist narrowed his eyes in doubt as he spoke. Hanli replied by simply slapping his storage pouch and taking out a green gem that was just as large as the one he took out earlier in the day. It was glistening and emitted an astonishing yin qi while Hanli gazed at the old Daoist in silence. After seeing how Hanli took out a soul stone of a similar grade as the one from before, his face revealed a trace of excitement and he impatiently said, "It's clear that you were telling the truth. If Brother Han has even more soul stones of this quality, this humble Daoist is willing to buy all of them from you. Spirit stones, materials, please don't hesitate to name your conditions." Daoist Heaven Crystal, don't be so hasty. I definitely plan on trading soul stones with you, but before that I wish to ask you 2 questions. So long as you answer them to my satisfaction, consider the soul stone yours. Hanli casually tossed the soul stone over to the Daoist Heaven Crystal as he finished speaking. Daoist Heaven Crystal caught the soul stone with slight surprise as he stared at the item, bewildered. After a long moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Fellow Daoist truly acts magnanimously. It seems the questions won't be simple. So long as I am able to answer, this humble Daoist will be certain to satisfy you." Once that was said, Daoist Heaven Crystal carefully put away the soul stone and recovered his calm expression. "Since you've agreed, I'll be blunt. Do you have any information on auric essence?" When I mentioned this information during the exchange, your expression grew odd. You seemed to know something. Maintaining a calm expression, Daoist Heaven Crystal slowly replied, "That's right, this humble Daoist does have some information on auric essence. However, this information isn't reliable and as such I was unable to make the trade earlier. Fellow Daoist Han truly wishes to know, I can tell you. Even if the information is inaccurate, I still wish to hear it. Please go ahead." Although Hanli had predicted this would be the case, he smiled nevertheless. "Even if I don't say anything, fellow Daoist will come to know this in a few days. According to my old friend, the manager of an auction house, there is a chunk of auric essence that will be put up for auction for the duration of the trade meet. However, it seems that the owner of the auric essence only wishes to trade it for another item. Since they've yet to officially put it up for action, the matter is still uncertain. However, if the auric essence is truly put up for auction, those sword cultivation sects would be willing to spend their entire fortunes to acquire it. Fellow Daoists' hopes of acquiring it are truly poor." Hanli's happy expression was gradually replaced by a wry smile. While a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom might be worth 100,000 spirit stones, something as rare as a chunk of auric essence should be valued at several 100,000. If put up for auction, that cost could double. He was still aware of his limitations. Although he possessed plenty of wealth, he couldn't compare with entire sections. After that was said, there was slight change in Hanli's thoughts. He calmly said, "Regardless, I must thank fellow Daoist for the information. Knowing this, I have the chance to prepare some more spirit stones in advance. Ah yes, would fellow Daoist happen to know the identity of the owner of the auric essence? I wish to pay them a visit ahead of time. The old Daoist twirled his long beard and smiled. I am not sure of their identity. I only know that this person is a nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Nations Union. They are currently staying at a small mountain to the west of the city. If fellow Daoist makes the attempt, it shouldn't be too hard to find them. Many thanks for fellow Daoist's information. That will be enough information with regards to the auric essence. For my next question, I wish for fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal to tell me about those soul stones. The old Daoist's amiable expression instantly changed upon hearing Han Li. With bright, flickering eyes he sullenly asked, Fellow Daoist, what do you mean? This humble Daoist doesn't entirely understand. Han Li unwaveringly gazed at the old Daoist and said, I won't conceal that I also understand a bit about puppet refinement. Moreover, I found some ancient puppet remains from an ancient cultivator's cave residence, and it was within those remains that I found these soul stones. If I guessed correctly, these soul stones should be crucial for how ancient cultivators refine puppets. From how you are gathering these soul stones, it seems like that you've acquired a method to refine ancient puppets, and you plan on personally refining some particularly powerful ones. Am I correct? If that is the case, could you tell me more about it? In the same instant he said those words, Han Li had immediately grew vigilant. Although it was unlikely, Han Li put himself on guard in case the old Daoist suddenly launched an attack. When Daoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his face became expressionless and his eyes became exceptionally cold. He then stared at Han Li in silence. Han Li became particularly careful once he saw the old cultivator's reaction, but his expression still remained calm. He slapped his storage pouch and he took out a palm-sized jade box. He then opened the jade box and slid it across the table to the old Daoist, revealing 2 soul stones that were even larger than the ones from before. Daoist Heaven Crystal's icy expression was eventually broken with excitement. With an astonished expression he gloomily asked, How did you acquire such large soul stones? Do you have more? When Han Li heard this he smiled at Daoist Heaven Crystal but said nothing. The old Daoist responded to his silence by saying, Humph. I can answer your question, but in exchange you must tell me how you acquired these soul stones. That's not a problem. Han Li had already anticipated this would happen and instantly replied. Daoist Heaven Crystal coldly said, It is as you've said. This humble Daoist discovered a refinement method in ancient cultivator ruins with a few friends. According to what was recorded, these puppets were immensely powerful, but the materials they required were proportionately precious. Moreover, they each required an appropriate soul stone to refine. However, these soul stones are immensely difficult to find. Up until now, I haven't been able to find many. Why else would I directly trade for them so impatiently? Now it is fellow Daoist Han's turn to tell me how he found so many soul stones. Han Li calmly replied, It is quite simple. I previously had no idea that ancient cultivators called these items soul stones. I had merely known them as something produced within Umbra beasts and had to spend an enormous amount of effort just to acquire a few of them. Excitement flickered within the old Daoist's eyes and he hastily said, Umbra beasts? I haven't heard of them before. Where would you find such demon beast? Instead of answering his question, Han Li unhurriedly asked, Would fellow Daoist be willing to let me take a look at which type of puppets you plan on refining? Or perhaps even the puppet designs that you acquired? Chapter 685. Meeting the Marquis. Once the old Daoist heard what Han Li wanted, his uncontrollable excitement promptly faded away. With his newly restored calm he said, It seems fellow Daoist Han plans on using this to extort me. Han Li calmly said, Extort? Those words are mistaken. Until now I've never made any demands of you. Rather, I gifted you with several rare soul stones. If fellow Daoist doesn't feel this arrangement to be profitable, just pretend I never asked the second question and you can keep those soul stones. Daoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and then began to waver while Han Li simply stood at the side without urging him in the slightest. After a long while the old Daoist coldly said, If I give you the puppet designs, you will more or less be able to tell whether they are legitimate. But how can I possibly know if you were telling the truth about the Umber Beast? Han Li unhurriedly responded with a tranquil tone. To tell the truth, even if fellow Daoist knew where the Umber Beasts are, he would have no method of getting there. Not only is that place deadly beyond belief, but even if one is fortunate enough to enter, there is no way to return. Even I was only barely able to escape alive. Even if you don't believe me, my soul stones are genuine all the same. I'll give a portion of them to you for the puppet refinement designs. Enough so that fellow Daoists definitely won't suffer a loss. Besides, what use are puppet refinement methods without the soul stones required to use them? Daoist Heaven Crystal frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. After the old Daoist deliberated on what there was to gain and lose, his expression relaxed before he said, "Fine. I have no interest in mulling over whether the supposed source of your soul stones is real. I will only ask how many soul stones you plan on using to exchange for the puppet refinement designs. If it's too few, I would rather just monopolize them." While Han Li was happy about this outcome, he betrayed none of it in his voice. "I will have to see the value of the ancient puppet designs first. If they are only on the level of the puppets that were traded during the day, then I have no interest in looking at them." The old Daoist wore an odd expression. "Those puppets were only defective goods I found. From what you've said, it seems the more powerful these puppets are, the more soul stones you are willing to pay." Han Li pursed his lips. "That's right. If there are designs to refine a puppet that can match the strike of a nascent soul cultivator, I would be willing to exchange 30 spirit stones for it." Daoist Heaven Crystal seriously asked, "Would these soul stones be of the same quality as the ones you've given from the start? Could there truly be designs for ancient puppets on the level of nascent soul cultivators?" Han Li was amazed at the prospect and immediately grew overjoyed. Without any restraint, he said, "Since when have my words been false? Fine. This jade slip contains the designs for the ancient puppets. I will be directly giving it to you, not lending it." The old Daoist quickly took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and tossed it to Han Li while a cunning expression appeared on his face. Han Li was stunned by his actions and faintly felt like something was amiss. After some thought, he bluntly took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense through it. After a long while, Han Li's complexion fluctuated between red and white before he started glaring at Daoist Heaven Crystal in silence. The old man beamed back at him and said, "What's wrong? The greatest of these puppet designs are able to match the strike of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Is there something not in accordance with your request?" Han Li angrily said, "Humph. What part isn't? The main ingredients for these puppets are heaven-defying materials on the level of 10,000-year-old ironwood. And the supplementary materials aren't just rare. I've never even heard of them. Where am I supposed to find them? Hee. You have this humble Daoist sympathies, but there is little I can do. Look on the bright side, there's an illustration accompanying each of the materials. Perhaps fellow Daoist may come across them with enough luck and will even manage to acquire enough to make a puppet." As the old Daoist anticipated, Han Li's expression quickly grew furious and he asked, "Could it be fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal has already found the materials? Why else would he be gathering soul stones?" With a calm expression, Daoist Heaven Crystal said, "When did this humble Daoist say that he would be personally refining the puppets? I merely found 2 half-finished high-grade puppets from the ruins. With these soul stones I'll be able to use them. There is no need for me to create them from scratch." "You." After hearing this, Han Li grew silent for a long while. "All right, this humble Daoist already gave you the puppet refinement designs. Now about they're yours." Before the old Daoist could even finish speaking with his insincere smile, Han Li unhappily swept his sleeve across the table. With a flicker of green light, a small pile of soul stones appeared. Daoist Heaven Crystal was overjoyed, but he thought he should say something further out of embarrassment. Han Li dismissed this by waving his arm and saying, "Because I was careless, I suffered quite a loss, but I have no complaints. Now that the debt has been settled, I will be taking my leave." Han Li gave a salute before gloomily leaving the building. The old Daoist glacéed at Han Li's departing figure and shook his head with closed eyes. He then nodded his head and excitedly placed the pile of gems into his storage pouch. He had managed to trade some unusable puppet designs for so many soul stones. It was only natural for him to feel satisfied. With these soul stones he will be able to complete those half-finished puppets. However, the old Daoist was truly shocked to see Han Li take out so many soul stones and couldn't help but think higher of him. Unbeknownst to the old Daoist, Han Li's gloomy expression had completely disappeared when he walked several streets away. Instead he was holding onto the white jade slip with a strange smile on his face. While 10,000-year-old ironwood would prove difficult for others to acquire, it would only take Han Li a bit of time. As for the supposedly unknown materials, they seemed to be salvageable from the remains of the puppets he found in Heaven Void Hall if he remembered correctly. If luck would have it, he should be able to gather the materials needed to create several high-grade puppets. With strength rivaling nascent soul cultivators, these puppets would increase his combat power several-fold. His previously obsolete puppet techniques were about to once again become one of his killing moves. Furthermore, the jade slip also contained several designs for puppets that were equivalent to of core formation cultivators. Although they could be considered rare, they were still purchasable with large quantities of spirit stones. These weaker puppets might not pose a threat to nascent soul cultivators when in small groups, but if he were to create several hundreds of them, they would have the power to force a nascent soul cultivator to dodge. However, these were simply musings. Even the lowest grade puppet designs had a cost equivalent to common magic treasures. Creating several tens of them, not to mention several hundred, was something that Han Li couldn't afford at the moment. Refining several hundred of the 1,000 bamboo schools grade 3 puppets had nearly bankrupted him. Even after selling off most of his demon beast materials at the time, he was still barely able to afford them. The cost of the nascent soul level puppets paled even more in comparison. Han Li wryly smiled at the thought and gained his bearings before heading towards the city's west gate. Although the day was already late, it made no difference to him whether or not the sun was shining. As such, he decided that it was still a good time to seek out the owner of the auric essence. With the official start of the trade fair, cultivators from various regions of the heavenly South continent now crowded the city. On the start of the second day, auction houses began to start accepting bids on various valuables. The rare goods that were displayed attracted the eyes of many wealthy cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator standing at the very front of the hall wore a wide smile on his face and said, "The chunk of auric essence is sold to this fellow Daoist for 7,600,000 spirit stones." There was an emerald tray sitting on top of a redwood table which had a walnut-sized piece of faint gold or that appeared entirely unremarkable. Afterwards, a silver-robed cultivator excitedly walked forward and handed over the spirit stones before acquiring the auric essence. Sitting in the audience, Han Li simply sighed before taking his leave from the auction hall. Although the following items that were to be auctioned were even more precious, he had little desire for them. On that night he was able to easily find the owner of the auric essence with his spiritual sense. However, the owner would only exchange it for a grade 7 demon beast egg or a legendary treasure refinement material named Divine Unity Paste. Possessing neither, Han Li could only depart in disappointment. But from what was said, Han Li realized that he only possessed enough auric essence to temper 70 of his swords. But despite this, Han Li had still participated in the auction for the auric essence. But once the price exceeded 5 million spirit stones, Han Li had completely given up. It seemed it would still be quite a while before he could complete the auric sword formation. Having left the auction, Han Li went around the city, buying supplementary materials for puppet refinement. After he finished, he headed towards a corner of the city. He recalled what Marquis Nanlong had previously said. As it was already the 4th day of the trade fair, he curiously headed towards the location mentioned in the jade slip. After Han Li swept the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he stood in front of a stone building with an ordinary appearance. He approached the door and it opened before he even knocked on it. A long-bearded, purple-robed man wearing a jade crown then walked out of the building. Marquis Nanlong spoke rather enthusiastically, "Fellow Daoist Han, you've arrived. Let me introduce you to our associates." Chapter 686. Secret Meeting. Thank you for the trouble, Marquis. And apologies for the wait. After a few polite words, Han Li followed Marquis Nanlong inside. The building's interior was completely bare to Han Li's shock. But after he swept his spiritual sense through the building, he discovered restriction fluctuations throughout. The Marquis smiled upon sensing Han Li's actions and said, "This small trick of mine can't be concealed from fellow Daoist Han, of course. Please follow me." He then formed an incantation gesture with his hand and flung a golden mist from his sleeve. With the appearance of the golden mist, the unremarkable interior flickered with white light, revealing a set of dark stone steps. Marquis Nanlong wordlessly descended down the stairs. Han Li frowned, but he followed him all the same. The stairs were rather short. After only a moment, they arrived before a small underground hall. There were a few moonlight stones that were softly illuminating the room. The hall had 8 cultivators. 6 of them were sitting and the other 2 were a man and woman pair standing together. When Marquis Nanlong and Han Li walked in, all of them simultaneously glanced at them. "It's you." The man that was standing couldn't help but shout in shock at the sight of Han Li's appearance. A bright glint appeared from Han Li's eyes. His sights fell onto the face of a late core formation cultivator. He caught sight of a deeply familiar silver mask. After a moment of shock, Han Li sneered. That man was the young master of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan, who had pursued him in the past. He had the same silver mask, but the youthful rage contained in his eyes was replaced with an varied arrangement of emotions. "I didn't expect that I'd see an old friend here. What a surprise. How is this possible? You condensed a nascent soul?" The ghost spirit sect's young master voice was hoarser than from his youth, but the terror in his voice was unmistakable. The black-robed, middle-aged scholar sitting in front of him coldly asked, "What the matter? You recognize this fellow Daoist?" "Second uncle, this person is the yellow maple cultivator surnamed Han. During that year The middle-aged scholar revealed a trace of shock, but he frowned and decisively said, "There is no need to speak of it. Fellow Daoist Han is already a nascent soul cultivator. He won't bring himself down to a junior's level." He then gently smiled at Han Li and amiably said, "I am the ghost spirit sect master Wang Tiangu. My nephew had an over-exaggerated opinion of his own abilities in the past and had committed many offenses, but I hope fellow Daoist Han will overlook these matters for my sake. Those matters with fellow Daoist Wang is merely a matter of the past. With so many years gone by, how could I still bear a grudge? Your esteemed self need not worry." Han Li glanced at the black-robed man and smiled as if he truly planned to let bygones be bygones. However, Han Li inwardly sneered. The ghost spirit sect's young master had nearly taken his life 2 times, forcing him to take the risk of leaving the heavenly south. How could such hatred be easily resolved? Were it not for the many nascent soul cultivators present, and the ghost spirit sect master in particular, he would have immediately taken Wang Chan's life. For now, all he could do was examine the others and see whether or not they were Devil Dao cultivators. If he didn't keep his grudge in check, it was possible that he would be surrounded. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong took the opportunity to cut in. So it turned out that fellow Daoist was from Yellow Maple Valley. I originally believed you came from the Drifting Cloud sect. However, it is great that fellow Daoist was able to let go of this old enmity. After all, I'm sure that everyone I've invited doesn't wish to see such an unhappy affair occur." Wang Tiangu smiled, but as one of shrewd mind he wasn't about to easily believe Han Li's words. He then nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist's open heart has truly earned my admiration. Be completely at ease, fellow Daoist Han. When I return I will most certainly punish my nephew. But for fellow Daoist Han to have climbed from Foundation Establishment stage to Nascent Soul stage in a mere 200 years, that is quite unbelievable. Perhaps in a few more 100 years, it may be possible for fellow Daoist to reach late Nascent Soul stage. As the rest of our aptitudes are poor, it is a rather unattainable goal." Once that was said, all of the other cultivators present has vastly changed expressions. Han Li inwardly cursed and felt bone-aching hatred towards the ghost spirit sect master. This clear word of praise intended to mark a target on him. After a long moment of silence, a tan man asked with an odd tone, "Fellow Daoist hasn't yet reached 300 years of age? Sect Master Wang must be joking. I've only recently entered Nascent Soul stage. How could I dare to have high hopes of achieving late Nascent Soul stage? It would take countless years." Han Li casually touched on the matter before sweeping his gaze past everyone in the room. At that moment he discovered that there was an amazingly beautiful late core formation woman standing at Wang Chan's side. She was also standing behind Wang Tiangu. The woman's calm appearance suggested that she was an exceptional character. He had heard that the top clan in the state of Yu, the Yen clan, had secretly left the country to immediately join the Ghost Spirit sect. Additionally, this woman Yen Rian had married Wang Chan and possessed heavenly spirit roots. Han Li couldn't help but suspect this woman was her. As for the 6 that were seated, they were all nascent soul cultivators. The only one that was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator apart from the Marquis was a white-clothed beardless old man. After taking several more glances at those present, Han Li's gaze met the old man's and he immediately shivered. His gaze contained a penetrating and chilling cold. However, Han Li had casually turned his head and avoided his gaze. When the old man saw this, he faintly smiled. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong called out for Han Li to sit down. Without any hesitation, Han Li found an empty seat and sat down with undue deliberation. Afterwards, he glanced at Wang Chan with a mysterious gaze. Although the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect was full of terror, he managed to keep a calm exterior in the presence of Wang Tiangu. Regardless, he still felt immense trepidation at what Han Li's eyes seemed to suggest. In the past, their cultivation were a match, but his current jump to nascent soul stage was much cause of resentment and alarm. As of Yen Rian, she glanced at Han Li with bright eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking. Once Han Li saw this, he sneered before paying them no further heed. As the group's leader, Marquis Nanlong stood at their center and spoke with a deep tone. There are fellow Daoists that are from the righteous Dao, devilish Dao, and there are even a few vagrant cultivators among you. However, you are all similar in which your spiritual senses are exceptionally vast. It is for that reason that I've asked all you fellow Daoists to come here today. A portion of you should already have a general idea of the matter, but a majority should be ignorant of the matter. I will be giving a thorough briefing on the matter before everyone can decide to participate in the matter. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. When Han Li heard this, his spirits were roused. The heart of the matter has finally arrived. A stern-faced cultivator sitting across from the black-robed man suddenly said, "Hee. I don't care about the others, but why are those 2 Ghost Spirit Sect juniors here? Don't tell me that their spiritual senses are a match with ours." At that same moment he gave a hostile glance at Wang Tiangu as if they were enemies. The Marquis predicted this would happen and spoke as if he already had an answer. "Fellow Daoist Long, you will have to overlook it. Although their cultivation isn't very high, they are proficient in secret techniques. When they later join their spiritual senses with ours, they will provide a significant boost. You should know that it is difficult to find cultivators with spiritual senses as powerful as ours, regardless of how their spiritual sense became so strong." The stern-faced cultivator expressionlessly replied, "Since that's the case, pretend I never said anything." The other cultivators had no complaints and glanced at Marquis Nanlong, waiting for him to start. Marquis slowly swept his eyes past everyone present and slowly said, "The reason I've gathered everyone here is for the purpose of traveling to the Mulan Plains." The Mulan Plains? Marquis Nanlong's words came as a large surprise to most of those present, Han Li included. One Wang Chan was last seen in chapter 363, and had tormented Han Li several times in the past. Chapter 687. Song Kun's Buried Treasure. Brother Nanlong, did you speak correctly? The Mulan Plains? The stern-faced cultivator frowned, speaking as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. The other cultivators didn't fare much better. But since all of them were old eccentrics that had faced countless hardships, they were able to preserve their calm in spite of their turbulent emotions as they waited for Marquis Nanlong's reply. Marquis Nanlong calmly explained, "Fellow Daoist misunderstands. I didn't mean that we would head deep into the Mulan Plains, merely 50 kilometers within its borders." The stern-faced cultivator shook his head as if greatly fearful of the idea. That is still extremely dangerous. The Mulan tribes have been honing their strength for many years already and have become restless. The edge of the Mulan Plains has already become a danger zone. I fear that many nascent soul-level spell warriors will be gathered there. Although only a few of those spell warriors possessed a magic treasure, their cultivation is still on par with ours. Additionally, their spirit techniques are not only vastly powerful, but they are extremely adaptable as well. If we were discovered, it would be difficult to escape unharmed. Marquis Nanlong sullenly said, "Of course I know how difficult they are. In the past I fought against a nascent soul spell warrior for 3 entire days. Although his cultivation was on par with mine and his magic treasure was greatly inferior, the battle had ended in stalemate. Since that's the case, there must be an important reason why fellow Daoist intends to go there. Why else would Brother Nanlong brave such danger? Brother Wang truly understands me. Have any of you fellow Daoists of the name of Master Tsongkuan?" A bright glint flickered from the eyes of the old woman that had yet to speak. Master Tsongkuan? Wasn't that the mad cultivator that suppressed both the righteous and devilish Dao 5,000 years ago? With an odd expression, the Marquis said with a strange voice, "Lady Tai is correct. It was that madman that wreaked havoc against both the righteous and devilish Dao in the past." Although no one had officially conceded this, the daring mad cultivator was definitely the greatest vagrant cultivator during that time. He had profound abilities swept past many fearsome opponents in the heavenly south. Even the great elder of the Harmonious Bond sect and the righteous Dao Alliance leader, the #1 figures of both sides at the time, didn't dare to say that they could prevail against the mad cultivator. Wang Tiangu asked with an odd expression, "So fellow Daoist Nanlong means to say that this matter is related to the mad cultivator?" The Marquis heavily said, He. It is as Brother Wang says. We will be heading to where Master Tsongkuan died. It is a meticulously hidden cave residence." The old woman strongly shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. Wasn't that madman killed after being surrounded by many of his enemies?" Marquis Nanlong simply smiled and was given explanation when the other mid-nascent soul cultivator, the white-clothed old man, suddenly said, "Master Tsongkuan wasn't killed by the attack. Rather, he was forced to self-detonate 2 of his puppet incarnations to create the opportunity to escape. The cultivators who surrounded him were none the wiser and had believed that one of the incarnations was his true body. However, the battle had greatly injured Master Tsongkuan's vitality and it was extremely difficult for him to restore his abilities. As a result, he spent several years there in recover, and his original cave residence disappeared alongside any messages. It was only when fellow Daoist Nanlong and I recently discovered his place of death that we came across this knowledge from a remnant message. Once Master Tsongkuan disappeared, he braved Devilfall Valley and was the very first person to make it out alive. The old woman sharply yelled with an expression of excitement. "He returned from Devilfall Valley alive? How is that possible?" All of those that heard the story felt their breaths turn cold. For a moment, they were both shocked by this information and were pondering the validity of these claims. For a time they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. The tanned cultivator pondered for a moment before asking with a sneer, "Even if this matter was true, what does it have to do with the Mulan Plains? Don't tell me that Master Tsongkuan buried the treasures he acquired from Devilfall Valley inside this hidden cave residence?" Marquis Nanlong twirled his beard and expressionlessly said, "Fellow Daoist Bing's words are mostly correct. According to what was left behind at Master Qiankun's place of death, he stayed at Devilfall Valley for several years, but not long after he met death in meditation. He possibly relapsed from his old injuries or acquired new injuries from Devilfall Valley, but either way he should have brought many treasures out from Devilfall Valley. Treasures that caught the fancy of the greatest vagrant cultivator of that era is no small matter. Furthermore, from his capabilities to suppress crowds of cultivators as a vagrant cultivator, he must have possessed extraordinary secret arts and magic treasures. Are you still be unwilling to head into the Mulan Plains?" The white-clothed old man calmly added, "As a group of many nascent soul cultivators, common spell warriors will not be able to block us. Moreover, if the worst occurs, we will simply break through their enclosures separately. If you are unwilling to risk this amount of danger, please do not force yourselves to join. We will find others to go instead." Once that was said, the other cultivators began to wear expressions of hesitations. Han Li suddenly said, "There is something that puzzles me. Since you two know where the treasure is, Why have you sought us out in particular, those with particularly strong spiritual senses? Could it be related to how well hidden the cave residence is? Marquis Nanlong revealed a helpless expression and said, I was just about to explain that in a moment. If we could acquire the treasure by ourselves, we'd be able to monopolize the treasure. However, we were able to find the cave residence after much searching when the two of us snuck off to the Mulan Plains. Unfortunately, the cave residence is surrounded by a marvelous ancient spell formation. Despite our best efforts, we were unable to break through it. Of course, we didn't dare to linger too long as we were still in the Mulan Plains. We commit the spell formation's characteristics to memory and return to the heavenly south. After searching through various records on spell formations, we eventually discovered the ancient spell formation was long lost, Wondrous Soul Restriction. Wang Tinggu revealed amazement. Wondrous Soul Restriction. Is that not one of the 10 great ancient restrictions? How could it be there? A majority of cultivators hadn't heard of the spell formation before, but their hearts trembled upon hearing the ghost spirit sect master. Anything from the 10 great ancient restrictions would absolutely be difficult to dissolve. A trace of astonishment flickered from Han Li's eyes, but it soon disappeared. The Marquis was somewhat surprised that Wang Tinggu knew of this. After exchanging a glance with the white-clothed old man, he smiled and offered a word of praise. I had already heard of Brother Wang's grand reputation as a master of formation spells. To know of such an obscure ancient formation, I see that his reputation was well deserved. Wang Tinggu seemed to realize something and politely declined to speak. Brother Nanlong, please continue. I've only heard of its name and know nothing of how to dissolve it. The matter is completely unfamiliar to me. When the white-clothed old man saw this, he gave a rare smile and he directly said, We spent several years after our discovery researching the method of breaking through the restriction. We either had to whittle it away with brute force or find 8 cultivators with powerful spiritual sense capable of manifested spiritual sense to dissolve the restriction. Forcefully breaking through the restriction definitely wouldn't do. Ancient restrictions were extraordinarily profound. Even if we were to violently attack the formation without end for several months, it may not be enough to break it. Of course, there would be no way we would so boldly display such actions inside the Mulan Plains. If we were to dissolve it with manifested spiritual sense, it would only take a day to break through so long as all of your abilities are sufficiently powerful. The cultivators in the hall now understood why they were all called together. Perhaps other mid-nascent soul cultivators would possess stronger spiritual sense and be more suitable for breaking the restrictions, but the two clearly didn't wish for other powerful cultivators to join them in fear that they would be betrayed. After all, while 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators might not be able to win against the early nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to force a stalemate if just barely. Regardless, all of the cultivators present in the hall each felt rather excited at the thoughts of treasures from Devilfall Valley. Although it would be dangerous to enter the edge of the Mulan Plains, the danger was insignificant in comparison to what there was to be gained. This was an opportunity that was seldom seen but often sought. Marquis Nanlong confirmed their participation and revealed a genuine smile upon seeing that no one had backed down. There is still something I must make clear to you all. If we are successful and are able to truly enter the cave residence, Brother Yun and I will have first pick. Then we will split the remaining treasures evenly. Any objections? Chapter 688. Danger in the Wildlands. The others didn't find it strange for Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man surnamed Yun to have first pick. Since they were both the founders of this expedition and had the deepest cultivation, it was natural for them to have a larger share of the treasure. In order to prevent any unexpected matters from occurring, the group immediately agreed to the plan. The group would set off in 2 days before the end of the trade fair. After taking a heart-demon oath to not divulge this information, the meeting was concluded. Han Li noticed that the Marquis and the old man surnamed Yun appeared rather confident, as if they weren't fearful that the early nascent soul cultivators would perform any petty tricks. Considering the location and method to break the spell restrictions were only known to them in addition to their shrewdness and abilities, it was likely that the others wouldn't think of any dirty schemes. Of course, Han Li also agreed with this reasoning. Ever since Han Li reached Nascent Soul stage, his cultivation for the Azure Essence Sword Arts was excruciatingly slow due to a lack of suitable medicine pills. Han Li reckoned that if he were to bitterly cultivate for 300 years, he still wouldn't reach the peak of early Nascent Soul stage. As for whether or not he would be able to reach mid-Nascent Soul stage, that would simply be a matter of luck, not aptitude. Nascent Soul cultivators that managed to reach this far were all people with exceptional aptitude. According to Han Li's original plans, he would have diligently cultivated for over 100 years once the trade fair concluded. Once he made some progress with his cultivation art, he would immediately leave his cave residence and find a few ancient cultivator ruins or some land rich with natural treasures. It was only like this he would find an opportunity to progress to the next stage of cultivation. But now that Han Li had heard of the treasures of the renowned Devilfall Valley, Han Li couldn't possibly let them go. This was perhaps the opportunity he needed. The others likely shared the same thoughts. These old Nascent Soul eccentrics were stuck at early Nascent Soul stage for countless years. There was no possibility they would renounce such an opportune breakthrough. The techniques and medicine pills were certain to be significant. Of course, since the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master was traveling with them, if there was an opportunity to kill him on the way, Han Li wouldn't hold himself back. Even if Wang Tiangu witnessed it, what would change? The Devil Dao and the Heavenly Dao Alliance were already enemies. As killing intent filled Han Li's mind, he walked down the Azure Stone Road back to his own residence. But unbeknownst to him, Wang Tiangu was calmly walking down an alley several streets away with Wang Chan and Yen Rian silently following after him. Once we return, clearly explain any grudges that are held between the two of you. It seems this person has yet to release his hatred towards you. In the future, you both must not stray too far from my side in order to prevent any ambushes. Wang Chan respectfully replied, "Yes, second uncle. I didn't think that from an ill-considered action from the past, this nephew would create such a large enemy for you." In such a short amount of time he was able to break through the bottlenecks of both core formation and Nascent Soul stage. It was far beyond what I could have predicted. He seemed to grow depressed at the thought of Han Li having already condensed a nascent soul. Wang Tiangu coldly smiled. "Humph. There is no need for you to be so discouraged. With the Blood Spirit Art's supreme might, there is no need to fear that youngster when the two of you join hands. So long as you break through to the 7th layer of the cultivation art, you and Rian will be able to condense a nascent soul together." It will be hard to say who will be troubled then. However, you two had best be careful on this trip to the Mulan Plains. Even if I am truly busy and cannot stay by your side, you two must stay together. With your combined strength, you will definitely be able to defend yourselves. Many thanks for second uncle's advice. Wang Chan was greatly relieved by his uncle's words and felt much more at ease. He. Of your brothers, I think highest of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you to this trade fair alone. However, that cultivator was originally a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator. The old ghostling who also personally made a trip to this trade fair. Could they have a connection with each other? Wang Tiangu muttered to himself. His voice lowered as if he felt trepidation towards the Yellow Maple Valley ancestor. Wang Chan and Yen Rian looked at each other in bewilderment. When Han Li returned to his residence, he slept for the night and spent the entirety of the next day hurriedly purchasing the materials he required. Afterwards, he repeatedly warned Mu Peeling to be careful and particularly requested Lu Luo to accompany her. When Lu Luo heard that Han Li was about to hastily leave before the end of the trade fair, he felt amazed. However, he didn't ask for a detailed explanation. He agreed in a single breath, leaving Han Li with a rather favorable impression towards him. For the remainder of the day, Han Li spent his time at his residence in meditation. It was only when the appointed time had drew near that Han Li departed from the pavilion and set off to a small mountain 500 kilometers south of Soaring Skies City. 6 hours later, he and the others had all arrived. The 3 from the Ghost Spirit sect were the last to arrive. When Han Li saw this, he felt his heart stir. As soon as Marquis Nanlong said, "We go," the group of 9 silently departed south towards the Mulan Plains. The State of Yu was the country of the 9 nations union closest to the Mulan Plains, but there wasn't truly a border between them. There was 5,000 kilometers of desert wilderness separating the two. This area had very little vegetation and clouds of yellow sand eternally blowing through the air. It It was the battlefield where the Nine Nations Union and the Mulan spell warriors fought. It was unknown how many cultivators had died in this barren wasteland. Even when official battles weren't taking place, the wasteland were exceptionally dangerous. There were many other reasons why cultivators on both sides ended up wandering the desert. There were those that were brazenly killing one another for their treasures. There were those that were fighting on the front lines in order to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Regardless of their reasons, they all shared something in common. They all had the confidence that they would be able to prevail over cultivators of similar grade. Most of these cultivators were at foundation establishment stage with a few core formation cultivators mixed among them. Each time a core formation cultivator appeared, the lower-grade cultivators immediately kept their distance in fear that they would be caught in the crossfire. As for nascent soul-grade cultivators, they wouldn't easily make an appearance in a small-scale battle such as this one. That was why the Marquis group weren't particularly vigilant when crossing through this area. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was something that was easily traversed in less than a day for a nascent soul cultivator. That was why the cultivators traveled at a relaxed pace. With Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man leading the way, the rest of the party followed after them in a scattered manner. They had passed by many low-grade cultivators along the way, completely unnoticed. However, just as the party flew out for an hour, the white-clothed old man suddenly stopped. Marquis Nanlong asked with surprise, "Brother Yun, what happened?" He had been taking turns with the white-clothed old man to keep a lookout with their spiritual sense. The old man surnamed Yun narrowed his eyes and solemnly said, "There is a huge gale ahead of us. It is suspicious." "A huge gale? What do you mean? Isn't a bit of wind normal?" Marquis Nanlong bafflingly asked. He then released his spiritual sense and probed the distance ahead of them. Han Li and the others had clearly heard their words. After clearly hearing them, the party glanced at each other and released their own spiritual senses. Although they had yet to truly enter the Mulan plains, it was better to be careful. As they were all individuals with powerful spiritual senses, they may as well probe the situation themselves instead of relying on the word of another. As a result, each of them wore a bewildered expression. The old woman sullenly said, "That wind isn't merely suspicious. There is certainly something wrong with it. Such a gale cannot naturally occur." Chapter 689. The appearance of spell warriors. Han Li's spiritual sense discovered that there was a yellow gale surging across the horizon. It was over 300 meters tall and carried both stone and sand. It was truly malevolent, as if an evil dragon had sprung from the earth. But since his spiritual sense was nearly on par with late nascent soul cultivators, he was able to extend his spiritual sense part the 50-kilometer range of the other cultivators. With the great development technique circulating through his body, his spiritual sense condensed and entered the sandstorm. However, his spiritual sense grew dim after entering the sandstorm. He was only able to immerse his spiritual sense 300 meters into the storm, but he was unable to see anything. Marquis Nanlong grimaced and said, "Impressive. This should be the Mulan's wind spirit technique. When I had fought against a spell warrior in the past, they had used this world-enveloping spirit technique. Once it is deployed, it is capable of block any probing, and its violent sandstorm is capable of self-protection and trapping enemies. It is truly troublesome. However, I've never seen it at such an astonishing scale. It seems thousands of times greater in scope. Strange. A Mulan spirit technique?" The others' expressions changed upon hearing him. Wang Chan and Yen Rian both paled upon hearing this. But since they had the weakest cultivation in the party, they didn't dare to speak out of place. The white-clothed old man solemnly said, "Brother Nanlong speaks true. Only spirit techniques are able to create such astonishing sandstorms. Moreover, from the might of the spirit technique, there are certain to be many spell warriors contained within it. We will not be able to break through them with the strength of our current party." The old woman bewilderedly asked, "How is that possible? Why has the Mulan suddenly dispatched so many spell warriors?" "Lady Tai, when was the last time we had ceasefire with the Mulan?" Wang Tinggu asked with an odd expression. "It should have been about 100 years ago. Does Brother Wang mean The old woman seemed to suddenly realize something. Wang Tiangu wryly smiled and insipidly said, "About 100 years ago. That should have been enough time for the Mulan to gather their strength." Marquis Nanlong wore an expression of helplessness and softly said, "Brother Wang speaks true. It should be time for the start of another war. Who knows how many cultivators will fall this time. But as chance would have it, we've run into the Mulan vanguard." The white-clothed old man sullenly said, "There are truly too many coincidences in this world, so this matter isn't too shocking. However, we only have two options. We can return and avoid our encounter with the Mulan vanguard, biding our time for a more opportune moment to look for the treasure. After all, the treasure won't be going anywhere, but the Mulan assault will certainly last for many years. We will not be able to return to the treasure in a short amount of time. Additionally, the world is constantly changing. It will be difficult to gather everyone once more after so much time had passed." The old woman shook her head and said, "There is no need to even consider it. We should definitely take the second option and break through the winds. However, the risk is truly too great. If there are only fearsome old ghosts lying within the sandstorm, it would be difficult for us to succeed. Could it be that there is no way of avoiding them?" The old man muttered to himself for a moment before solemnly saying, "I fear it is too late. If the Mulan fully commit to their attack, it won't just be a vanguard. Even if we go around, we will still encounter them. But if it is just a matter of retaining our concealment as we enter, it shouldn't be a problem if we sneak past their sides." So long as we get past the Mulan vanguard, we will be able to evade the main force of spell warriors with enough time. Then we will be able to do as we please in the defenseless Mulan plains and allow us to make off with the treasure without any worries. The others discussed the old man's proposal and felt that it was the only option. After all, it would take many more years before this opportunity arose once more if it were given up now. Of course, retreat couldn't even be considered if they weren't nascent soul cultivators. Their lifespans wouldn't have been able to endure the wait. Of course, before heading into the Mulan plains, they each sent letter talismans to the closest Nine Nations Union stronghold to prevent them from being caught unprepared for the upcoming Mulan attack. This was considered something of an obligation given that they were cultivators of the Heavenly South. Afterwards, the party of 9 restrained their aura and concealed themselves as they stealthily flew off to the side, wishing to avoid the center of the sandstorm where the winds blew the most fierce. Because Wang Chong and Yen Rian possessed weaker cultivation, Wang Tiangu had paid them particular consideration and covered them in a huge light barrier. A moment later, they disappeared from Han Li's sight. But when Han Li saw this, he sneered. With his spiritual sense, Wang Tiangu and his juniors couldn't possibly escape his notice. The dense sandstorm closed the 50-kilometer gap in an instant. It carried a faint pressure similar to that of demons. Before the sandstorm had arrived, tornadoes began to cut through the earth as they led the way. Fortunately, they had kept their distance from the center and were able to avoid the tornadoes as they swept past them. The larger tornadoes were over 30 meters wide, and while the smaller ones were only about 10 meters wide. They each seemed to contain several spell warriors. Han Li remained hidden in close proximity to them and was able to clearly sense them with his spiritual sense. The blurred, vague silhouettes within the tornadoes hadn't discovered Han Li and company. They simply continued on their way. Under the cold gaze of Han Li and company, they watched the spell warriors quietly go on their way. Closely following after the tornadoes was the tremendous sandstorm. Standing at the very front, Marquis Nanlong's expression changed as he warned the party with a voice transmission, "Not good. Be careful at the side." When Han Li heard this, his face revealed alarm. A huge tornado that was about 300 meters wide and unfathomably tall was tearing towards them from a distance. Such a huge tornado was certain to be controlled by many spell warriors. Could it be that someone had discovered them? Han Li took a deep breath and couldn't help but awaken his bamboo cloud's warm swords. Although he had long heard of the grand reputation of spell warriors, he had never personally witnessed their might. However, he couldn't bring himself to look forwards to this under the current circumstances. The others were glancing at the huge tornado with vigilant expression. There were those that had hands glowing with faint light and those that had already prepared their magic treasures. However, the huge tornado had swept close by them as if they hadn't detected them, much to the relief of Marquis Nanlong and the rest of the party. After a short delay, the vast sandstorm immersed all of them and their surroundings became dense with dark yellow. It was a rather stifling atmosphere. Marquis Nanlong calmly shouted, "Be on guard. This sandstorm is strange. Do not release your spiritual sense and don't stray too far either." Although the party members were able to easily disperse of the sand, it would reveal their movements. Fortunately, the yellow sand quickly blew past them quickly, providing them the cover they needed to carefully move forward close together. However, after the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li felt that there was something amiss as he monotonously swept his gaze around. Suddenly Han Li blurred and he reappeared floating in the air. Han Li's sudden actions came as a shock to the rest of the party. The old woman frowned and annoyedly asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, why did you stop?" Han Li expressionlessly said, "Don't you feel that something is amiss?" "What do you mean?" The tan man blurred and he reappeared at Han Li's side. When Wang Tiangu and the white-clothed old man heard this, they glanced at each other for a moment before revealing an expression of bewilderment. With an unsightly expression, Han Li said, "You fellow Daoists should have been able to sense it without having me to say it. How is it that we've been in this sandstorm for so long and we've yet to encounter even a single spell warrior? Don't tell me that the spell warriors have all gathered at the center of the sandstorm. Our surroundings have yet to change as well. You should all know what this means." The tan man wore an unsightly expression and muttered, "There is someone that secretly used a restriction against us." His eyes brightly glinted as he swept past his surroundings. After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong nodded his head and sullenly said, "Fellow Daoist Han should be telling the truth. I also feel that something is strange. It seems we've been truly detected and they've used a technique to deal with it. A fight is unavoidable." Chapter 690. Grand Sage. The other cultivators remained calm after hearing this. Each of them realized that spell restrictions were used to trap them because the enemy lacked the forces to engage them. However, they couldn't remain trapped for too long, else the Mulan's reinforcements would arrive. The nascent soul cultivators each began to flicker with light, making full use of their abilities as they began to strike the restrictions surrounding them. As Han Li remained in the air, he waved his arm in passing, releasing 3 streaks of azure light from his hand. An instant later, the 3 streaks of azure light flew off into the distant winds of sand. Rippling fluctuations began to appear under their strikes. In a flicker of yellow light, the restrictions began to tear as if they were made of thin paper. The others were shocked at how easy this was. When Han Li saw this, his expression greatly changed and he hurriedly flew forward through the gap that opened. It was quite ordinary for a hastily placed restriction to be easily struck down. There was no need for hesitation. Han Li's blunt and sudden actions had shocked the others. But they immediately understood and closely followed after him. Once they escaped, they still found themselves in winds filled with sand, but the stifling sensation of the restriction could no longer be felt. Han Li felt some relief from this and swept his spiritual sense around, wishing to regain his bearings before taking further action. But at that moment Han Li's expression stirred and his eyes narrowed. As he motionlessly floated in the air, he stared off into a certain direction of the sand. His eyes pulsed with faint blue light in a demonic display. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. As Marquis Nanlong caught up to Han Li, he noticed that Han Li was motionless. He bewilderedly swept his spiritual sense in the direction that Han Li was looking, and he discovered nothing strange. He bafflingly asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, what are you doing?" Han Li turned his head towards the Marquis and calmly said, "Nothing, I was only pondering. Which direction should we go? It is hard to make use of our spiritual sense in this cursed sandstorm, and the naked eye is hardly any better for making a decision. But just as it so happens, I have a star alignment treasure that is suitable for the situation." Initially scoffing at being asked, Marquis Nanlong reached to his waist and took out a faint red jade disc. With the one hand holding at the jade disc, he formed an incantation gesture with the other. After muttering a cryptic incantation, he opened the hand with the incantation gesture and a golden light shot out from his palm, striking on of the talisman characters on the disc. The disc then began to shine with a weird red-gold light. Han Li's heart stirred and he took another glance at the magic treasure. There was marvelous designs made of golden starlight that shined from the plate that seemed to signify stars, the sun and moon as well as other astrological symbols. Han Li was entranced by the sight of it. The others also crowded around with curious expressions. Marquis Nanlong wasn't bothered by this and merely concentrated on the patterns shining on the jade disc. A short moment later he put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and briefly said, "Follow me." He then enveloped himself in a ball of golden light and shot off. The rest of the party wordlessly followed after him. They were clearly confident in the Marquis' judgment. In a flash of black light, Wang Tiangu enveloped Wang Chan and Yen Rian and brought them along. However, when he passed by Han Li, the ghost spirit sect elder seemed to faintly glance at him before calmly brushing past him. Han Li returned the glance with a mysterious smile. He faintly saw that Wang Chan had lowered his head and didn't dare to look in his direction in a rather meek fashion. On the contrary, the beautiful Yen Rian calmly turned her gaze towards Han Li for a short while with bright eyes before turning away. Han Li soon found himself at the rear of the group. But with a careless smile, his body flashed with azure light as if about to set flight. But before that he unconsciously turned his gaze to where he glanced previously and wore an odd expression. He then coldly chuckled and flew off. In that instant Han Li's figure disappeared into the sandstorm. A short moment after Han Li disappeared, a flash of blinding yellow light shined from where he had been looking at. A huge dark hole that suddenly appeared from the ground where a huge shiny black insect had crawled out of. This demon insect was astonishingly large and was about 20 meters long and 12 meters wide. Its body was in the shape of a disc. But what was most frightening about it was the dozens of dark yellow compound eyes spread on its head. There were also several slender horns on its head along with a pair of massive incisive fangs that coldly glinted. There were also 4 transparent wings on its back that were gently fluttering. Standing on top of this dreadful demon insect were 3 silhouettes of varying heights. One of them shined with blinding white light and another was enveloped in a strange dark green mist, obscuring his true form. As for the last figure, their body flickered with faint blue lightning as if they were a materialized god of lightning. Grand Sage, are we just going to allow them to leave? Is this not bad? The silhouette covered in white light glanced in the direction that Han Li's party disappeared in. His words carried a faint trace of worry. The green mist figure coldly snorted and icily said, "How could an illusion formation possibly constrain them? Don't forget that they are mostly nascent soul stage cultivators, characters at the same grade as us. Even the weakest 2 are still late core formation cultivators. It is delusional to think that our Yellow Sand tribe could hope to restrain them." His temperament seemed harsh. But how will we deal with the Heavenly Wind tribe's Sage Mu? He was the one who personally sent a message to have use block the group of cultivators to our greatest ability. The vanguard is under his tribe's command for the time being. He should have already sent orders to gather the grand sages from the other tribes. Would it be better for us to unleash our tribe's holy protection artifact, the Devil Earth Banner? Even if we can't cause the nascent soul cultivators much harm, it should be possible to trap them for the time being. The white light silhouette raised the proposal with an anxious tone. The green mist figure grew furious and bluntly rebuked, "Nonsense. How can we so casually use the 36 Devil Earth banners? The ancestors of our Yellow Sand tribe have always instructed us to never use the sacred banner unless our tribe is on the verge of extermination." And even if these cultivators were trapped for a time, given their abilities, they would certainly destroy a few of the banners. How would we respond then? Without the sacred tribe protecting artifacts, how could we steadily maintain our position in the 10 great tribes? There may be even a few smaller tribes that may pry into the matter and exterminate us. I was careless. Many thanks for Grand Sage's reminder. The spell warrior within the white light hastily apologized for his offense. Since you've only recently become a sage, this fault will be forgiven just this once. In any case, it's not as if we did nothing. They were simply too powerful and we were incapable of restraining them. Grand Sage Mu sure had a good idea to send our Yellow Sand tribe to tie the intruders down. Once both sides suffered, he'd conveniently arrive to finish them off and take the lion's share of the credit and loot. On the other hand, if we don't take out our tribe-protecting artifacts to block them, we will be seen as harboring malicious intentions, leaving an opportunity for them to enact reprisals. The Grand Sage in the green mist coldly spoke as if he had an extremely poor opinion of the Sage Mu. The Mulan spell warrior shrouded in lightning calmly said, "I fear this is how Sage Mu intends to act. After all, our two tribes never did have a good relationship. However, we are now allied armies and aren't truly subordinate to them. Our loss of strength isn't truly something they will take to heart. Moreover, the Heavenly Wind tribe's wind-riding chariot is extremely fast. It should be able to overtake the intruders. It will be hard to say who will end up victorious. But so long as they manage to buy enough time for the main force to arrive, the Heavenly Wind tribe will be the victors." The Grand Sage in the green mist disagreed. Although the wind-riding chariot is extremely fast, by the time enough people are gathered together to use it, it will perhaps be too late. After a moment of thought, the Grand Sage muttered, "Whether or not those cultivators are caught is no concern of ours. But I am puzzled about the youth that managed to first break through the formation. It seemed he discovered where our concealed hole was. How baffling. The Shumi insect is an exotic insect from antiquity, and although its combat power isn't great, it has the innate ability to temporarily tear a crevice in space. It is an expert in concealment. Although it is still immature and the amount of time it can maintain a spatial tear is limited, it was still enough to prevent the two mid-nascent soul cultivators from discovering us. But unexpectedly, it wasn't enough to prevent this particular early nascent soul cultivator from discovering us. It seems that youth is an exceptional character. If it isn't due to a particular secret technique, then it must be from an exceptionally powerful probing treasure." A trace of bewilderment could be heard from the Grand Sage's voice. Chapter 691. Wind-riding chariot. Han Li followed after Marquis Nanlong and company, flying through the sandstorm for tens of kilometers. During this time, not one spell warrior had appeared before them. It was clear that a warning was given. Han Li then recalled what he had unintentionally discovered when he broke through the restriction. It had been quite the coincidence. Because he was incapable of using his spiritual sense to see through the sandstorm, his only option was to channel spiritual power through his eyes and use the ability granted by the Bright Sight water. Since he had already used the Bright Sight spirit water several times to cleanse his eyes, he may as well use this opportunity to test if it had any effect. The results had greatly surprised him. His spirit sight was able to clearly see through the dense sandstorm, much to his delight. However, he was also astonished to see a circular shadow within the sandstorm that was 40 meters away. In his shock, the spiritual power faded away from his eyes and the shadow could no longer be seen. His naked eyes could now only see the sandstorm. He channeled his spirit sight once more and the shadow appeared once more in its original position. But this time Han Li channeled even more spiritual power into his eyes. He was able to see the shadow slightly more distinctly and he could see silhouettes faintly swaying inside. Even after pouring in additional spiritual power, this was the limit of what he could see. But still it was enough for him to clearly see through their nearby concealment. Although he didn't know what amazing ability was being used, only spell warriors would be capable of concealing themselves from nascent soul warriors in these parts. It seemed the enemy also knew that their party was quite powerful and didn't wish to fight to the bitter end, instead opting to keep watch on them. As such, Han Li didn't reveal their location and left in feigned ignorance. Since these people weren't brave to begin with, they wouldn't obstruct him later on. Once Han Li's party left the yellow sandstorm, they immediately flew off in bursts of light and tore through the skies at their top speed. Although they had managed to shake off the spell warrior vanguard, their main force would soon be arriving. If they didn't make it out of the sandy wasteland, their lives would be put at risk. Not only would there be high-grade cultivators from the main army to match them, but there would also be countless spell warriors wearing them down. Therefore, Marquis Nanlong and the others were all wordlessly flying as quickly as possible. With their deep cultivation and fantastical speed, they were able to spot a faint trace of green off the horizon in less than half a day of flight. They had finally reached the edge of the Mulan Plains. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and smiled. Good. We can finally relax. We've managed to make it through without any mishap. He slowed his speed. After such a long period of prolonged high-speed flight, they had consumed large quantities of magic power. Even if he could manage to bear through it, the others certainly wouldn't fare any better. The Tan cultivator sighed with relief. Yes, since we've managed to reach so far without any mishap, they shouldn't be able to catch us no matter how desperate they may be. Don't lower your guard. There are formidable characters amongst the spell warriors, who possess unfathomable abilities. The white-haired old man cut off his own words with a yelp and he suspiciously glanced behind him. Han Li felt his heart thump. Just as he was about to ask the old man a question, he faintly heard a piercing crack from behind them. In an instant the odd sound grew louder, attracting the attention of everyone in the party. They saw white light flickering on the horizon behind them. There was a small sphere of light that was speeding towards them with inconceivable speed. The white-clothed old man recognized what it was at a glance and wore an expression of furious alarm. Not good. That's the spell warrior's wind-riding chariot. They wouldn't dare to chase us unless that had a similar number of nascent soul-grade spell warriors. After sweeping his spiritual sense past them, Wang Tiangu gloomily said, There are 5 nascent soul stage spell warriors sitting inside it. It seems they don't wish to defeat us, but to tangle us down and stall for reinforcements. We cannot allow them to tie us down. We won't be able to defeat 5 spell warriors in a short amount of time. Additionally, they will act together to prevent us from escaping. Scatter and use your own abilities to escape them. Here are some jade slips. Each person will take one and remember the area. In 3 days' time we will gather there once again. Once Marquis Nanlong finished speaking, he immediately took out a few identical jade talisman and tossed them to each person. In that moment of delay, the crackling from the distant wind chariot became clearer. Fellow Daoists, take care of yourselves. I will see you once more in 3 days' time. Marquis Nanlong then enveloped his body in golden light and shot off without delay. The white-clothed old man sullenly transformed into a streak of white light, and flew off in a different direction from the Marquis. As for the others, they received the jade slip and each began to scatter without delaying, making use of their own secret techniques to flee. The Tan cultivator emitted meter-tall yellow flames from his body and directly disappeared into the earth. It seemed he was making use of an earth movement technique. The old woman's hand flashed with silver light and she summoned a silver crane hairpin. After breathing out a mist of spiritual chi onto the treasure, a cloud of white crane feathers began to surround her. In a blur, the old woman unsteadily stood on top of a crane. Then with a long shriek, the white crane took off into the skies with the old woman still on its back. As for the stern-faced cultivator, his entire body glowed with silver light. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands and merged with an unknown treasure, transforming into a silver flood dragon before disappearing into the clouds. Wang Tiangu, Wang Chan and Yen Rian used some unknown secret ghost spirit sect technique and flew off together into a broad streak of black light. They traveled at an incredibly fast speed. In only a moment they already became a black speck in the sky. Han Li was also quick to act. At nearly the same time he caught the Marquis jade slip, his body began to glow with red light. A crimson cloak suddenly appeared on his body. After identifying his direction, he began to pour great amounts of spiritual power into the cloak. Then with a hum, it burst with crimson light, enveloping Han Li in a ball of light and launching him through the air. Traveling at the speed that rivaled the others, he still had the leisure to turn his head and glanced at the wind-riding chariot behind them. Although there was still quite some distance between them, Han Li was able to clearly see it with his immense spiritual sense. The chariot appeared truly strange. It was a completely white chariot, but there was nothing that was pulling it. In place of its wheels, it had a pair of 20-meter-long dark red wooden wings. There were talisman characters floating on it and it glowed with a rainbow light. After examining it for a moment, he shockingly discovered that the exquisite white body of the chariot was made from the bones of an unknown beast. It carried a faintly vicious aura. Due to the obstruction of the white light, Han Li could only vaguely make out the people sitting inside. And since he had never fought with a spell warrior before, Han Li wasn't about to rashly probe the wind-riding chariot. Instead he turned his head forward and focused on controlling the Crimson Cape, flying directly towards the south of the Milan Plains. A short moment later Han Li and the rest of the party were over 5 kilometers separated from one another. When the wind-riding chariot arrived where the party had slipped up, Han Li couldn't help but take another look at it. The wind-riding chariot had stopped for the moment. In a flicker of white light, 4 different silhouettes left the chariot, 3 men and 1 woman. These 4 spell warriors gathered together and had a quick discussion before chasing 4 different nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, none traveled in Han Li's direction. Han Li grew relieved at the sight, but he then inwardly shouted, "Not good." At that same moment the wind-riding chariot wildly pulsed with white light and fiercely shot in Han Li's direction, releasing sharp cracks that seemed to bore into the mind. As Han Li flew in the crimson light, his expression grew unsightly. Soon Han Li coldly snorted and his body began to emit blinding light and his speed grew faster. The crimson cloak began to also release low hums. A white sphere of light began to chase after the red sphere of light in the sky with a distance of 5 kilometers between the two. While the wind-riding chariot was astonishingly fast, Han Li's crimson cloak wasn't something to make light of. Both parties had found themselves at a deadlock for a time. A short moment later, the 2 spheres of light disappeared from the edge of the plains as they flew deeper towards the heart of the Milan Plains. Chapter 692. A measure of skill. With the astonishing speed of both Han Li's crimson cloak and the wind-riding chariot, they deeply headed over 50 kilometers deep into the Milan Plains. As Han Li pushed the crimson cloak to even greater speeds, he used his spiritual sense to sweep behind him. Surprise appeared on his face. He was already exercising the full might of the cloak, but not only was he unable to shake off the chariot, but it was actually able to close over half the distance between them. It was no wonder why that old man surnamed Yun had revealed shock when he saw the chariot despite being a mid-nascent soul cultivator. The wind-riding chariot was truly a top-grade flight treasure. It seemed that unless he used lightning movement or blood shadow evasion he wouldn't be able to escape it. But ever since Han Li formed a nascent soul, he had yet to fight against a cultivator of the same grade. Although he had confidence in his mystical treasures, he truly had no idea where he stood amongst nascent soul cultivators with regard to power. Nascent soul cultivators didn't take the measuring of their skill lightly. Even with the several years he stayed at the Drifting Cloud sect, he had only discussed techniques with the 2 sect elders. He had yet to spar with them. And at Soaring Skies City, he merely had a contest of spiritual sense with Marquis Nanlong. It wasn't enough to gauge his true strength. Now that the spell warrior in the wind-riding chariot was chasing him, he had a suitable opponent to measure his own skill. Furthermore, he was quite interested in the spirit techniques of spell warriors. If he was able to repel or even kill the other party, it would an optimal result. But if that wasn't possible, he would be easy to use his thunderstorm wings to flee. Additionally, he couldn't allow the fight to take up too much time since he was located inside the Milan Plains. Having quickly come to a decision, Han Li's body wildly flickered with crimson light. It immediately faded away to be replaced with a sudden eruption of azure light. At that same moment he stopped and turned around. He coldly glanced at the white light that was pursuing him and swept his sleeve, releasing a swarm of several tens of azure sword lights. With a series of dull cries, they formed a densely layered formation in a display of astonishing grandeur. Since this was his first battle against a nascent soul cultivator, Han Li had no intention of being sloppy. In addition to his 72 bamboo cloudswarm swords, he reached for his spirit beast pouch and tossed it into the air. A huge cloud of black-tained gold devouring beetles appeared above him. With a quick incantation they revolved once in the air before rushing towards him. Han Li's eyes became spirited. He waved his arms and 2 spell seals struck the beetle swarm. The swarm suddenly enveloped him and covered Han Li, soon to form a tricolored armor on his body. It possessed a shining simplicity and glowed with faint azure light. Just as it so happened, the wind-riding chariot had arrived just as Han Li finished. The spell warrior inside the chariot witnessed the shocking scene of the insects turning into armor. The flying chariot slowed down, coming to a stop 300 meters away from Han Li. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at him and didn't pay him any heed. Instead, he took the opportunity to spread his hands and summon a flower basket in one hand and a small bell in the other. Soon after, he wordlessly tossed the small bell in front of him. In a flash of silver light, the small bell instantly expanded to 10 meters in width and shot towards the enemy in an overwhelming charge. At that same moment, Han Li inwardly commanded the 72 flying sword to turn into 3, forming 216 azure sword lights. As soon as Han Li uttered the command, they loudly rang and converged with sparkles of light before surging towards the opponent in a 300-meter-long wave of azure light. It closely followed after the silver bell as if wishing to shatter the wind-riding chariot in a single strike. The silver bell that was first released had already begun to display its might. It flew above the chariot and began to spin. With a series of continuous hums, faintly visible silver sound waves began to ripple from the center of huge bell, enveloping the wind-riding chariot beneath it. If the spell warrior didn't defend, Han Li was confident that the strike would cause great damage. While the silver bell hadn't undergone any changes, Han Li's vast increase in cultivation had increased its might several times greater than when he had used it during core formation stage. Of course, the wind-riding chariot wasn't about to receive this strike. Its wooden wings slightly flapped and shot over 30 meters forward, dodging the sound wave that was about to envelope it. The chariot glowed with vast white light, and a silhouette flew out and floated above it. At that moment, a huge azure wave of light was about to strike the chariot. When the silhouette saw this, they calmly raised their hand. A barrier of deep blue light abruptly appeared from the top of the chariot. In the instant that the azure wave struck the barrier, an explosion sounded out. Although the strike had caused the light barrier to shake, it was ultimately unharmed. Han Li's complexion changed as he gazed at the sight with narrow eyes. At that moment, the spell warrior began to mutter and spat a thin blue thread out from his mouth. In an instant, the thread transformed into a huge python as it threw itself out of the light barrier towards Han Li's wave of azure sword light. In a clash of azure and blue light, the air began to rumble. In that moment, the spell warrior raised their hand and struck the wind-riding chariot with a spell seal. The chariot quickly shrank and flew into the spell warrior's hand once it was the size of a palm. Once it was safely placed away in their storage pouch, they raised their head to glance at Han Li, revealing a gloomy, shriveled expression. Han Li's eyes narrowed. This figure was an old man that was beyond the age of 60. Odd azure tattoos laid on his cheeks and he wore oddly styled blue embroidered robes. But what most shocked Han Li was the old man's immensely powerful spiritual chi fluctuations. This old man was actually a spell warrior at the peak of early nascent soul stage, just on the verge of entering the next level. It was no wonder he was able to easily block both of his attacks. Han Li had already discovered that the blue light barrier wasn't a technique. It was something that was released from a fist-sized pearl that was being held in the old man's hand. As for the strange blue python, he saw that it wasn't a treasure, but something that was entirely composed of spiritual power. Han Li's heart grew more vigilant and his expression grew icy. The ancient flower basket treasure in his hand began to flicker with white light and was about to release. When the old man saw that Han Li was about to continue the attack, his expression grew solemn and he shouted, "Cease. Although your esteemed self possesses vast ability, are you not being too impatient? I've yet to even speak and you've already attacked me." His voice seemed somewhat harsh. Han Li frowned and coldly said, "What words are there to be said between cultivators and spell warriors?" Nevertheless, he pointed to the silver bell and had it cease its attack. As for the flower basket in his hand, he withdrew his spiritual power from it and waited for what the spell warrior had to say. The old man chuckled and nonchalantly said, "While your words hold some truth, at our cultivation there are times where a fight to the death is unnecessary. So long as you answer my questions to satisfaction, I can release you." Han Li glanced at the old man and sneered, "Answer? I have nothing to tell your esteemed self. How about you answer my questions instead?" Han Li could already guess what the old man intended to ask. Anyone would be bewildered to see so many nascent soul cultivators appear in a single place. It seems fellow Daoist is refusing my kind intentions. The old man's face grew sullen after hearing Han Li's response. Han Li snorted and suddenly pointed to the sky in front of him. The tangled and turbulent sword light suddenly condensed towards its center and formed a huge sword that spanned 100 meters. In several lightning-fast strikes, the strange blue python was severed into pieces and the sword took advantage of the opportunity to chop down towards the old man through the light barrier with great force. A fierce expression appeared on the old man's face. With no further words, he raised his hand and the fist-sized pearl in his hand flew into the air. Soon after, he opened his mouth and spat a mist of pure qi onto the pearl. The pearl flickered with blue light and it quickly began to revolve. Lines of slim blue light began to revolve around the pearl, forming a huge blue net underneath the light barrier in the blink of an eye. At that same moment, the old man quickly muttered something and grasped both of his hands in an incantation gesture. Blue light then began to surge from his body, forming a huge sphere of blue light above the old man. As the huge sword descended, it clashed with the light barrier. To no surprise for Han Li, the huge sword condensed from over 200 sword lights easily pierced through the light barrier. With a huge burst of wind, the light barrier was cleaved into two and the sword moved on to strike the huge net underneath it. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.